4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means that I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards, and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance. So my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward, and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder, who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
What's going on, everyone? Olelito here. I'm a professional FIFA player for Ninjas in Pajamas, and today I will be showing you a masterclass how to defend in FIFA 22. In this masterclass, I will be showing you first of all how to play a switch, how to pressure play, and how to use your center backs in the best kind of way. First of all, I have the ball with my CM here. The thing is that I play a very sloppy pass here, trying to reach my other CM. The thing though is that the R1 pass in FIFA 22 is super effective. And why? Because the accuracy of the pass is very good. So the thing I want to do here first of all is to bumper switch to the closest player, in this case that's closest to the striker making a running behind, which is my center back. So I'm switching to my center back here, as you see, and from now on I'm in front of the ball. So most likely I will get it, which happens, and after that I can start my attack and hopefully score a goal. The second topic I want to talk about today is where to press, and I can tell you for a fact that this will improve your defense in FIFA 22. So as you see here, I'm brave enough here to be able to control my center back and trying to put pressure on his winger. And I'm actually, at the same time as I'm putting pressure on his winger here, as you see in this clip, I'm also cutting off the passing lane to his winger, then making a run in behind. So the thing I'm doing here is to always still put pressure on him, because he feels like I'm very close to him all the time. He makes a rush decision, and the outcome of this then is that he is running out with the ball, I'm getting a throw in, and I can start my attack from there. The third topic of today is how to use the center backs. And I think it's a very hard thing in this FIFA to do. First of all, I see that he is starting a very dangerous counter attack. So he gets the ball into his striker. The thing that is going on in my head here is I need to put pressure on the ball holder. So the thing I'm doing first of all is to put the R1 pressure with your R1 bumper on your controller with my right center back here, which allows him to basically don't have any passing options here. As you see, the only thing he can do is to go forward. But at the same time here, I see that he has tried to do the play lock option, which you do by pressing down your L3 and R3 at the same time. So I'm switching to my left center back here to be able to cover the space in behind, which can be very dangerous because we know these through balls in this game are effective. So I'm switching to my center back, but at the same time trying to put pressure on the ball holder, which then results in me getting the ball and starting a good attack. So guys, this has been Olelito for you all. Thank you so much for watching this masterclass. See you on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, 795 days, FIFA 20-foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. And on the line, $50,000. The tension gave you goosebumps.
It's Arno to step up for Lucas. It's into the back of the net. Zzinho.
That's beautiful.
It's Mbappe. That could be dangerous. It will be as well.
Vasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, play one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Dasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores.
Little did we know this
Zzinho will be your FUT Champions Cup winner.
would turn into this.
Welcome everyone to the FIFA 20 Stay and Play Cup.
These little boxes. We kind of just started getting used to them, but it just doesn't feel the same. For us, for them, and for you. After 795 days, we are back. Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup starts now.
Yes, guys, welcome to the Team of the Season Cup, our biggest 2v2 FIFA LAN event of the season. We have 16 FGS Masters teams and 16 qualifiers from the FGS Open, which was held way back in December, meaning 32 of the best FIFA pairings on the planet are here live in London with Mike Clavel and Rachel Stringer. We are so excited to be here, guys. I can't even contain it. Like, the first global LAN event in 2 years, 795 days. That's a long while we had to wait, Mike LaBelle.
And we've got double deckers. It's not a 1v1. Instead, we have 2v2. The competitors are looking across from each other, up, down, you name it, it's happening. I can feel the energy's a little bit different in the room.
All eyes are on us. These guys keep staring at us. No, I'm joking. Guys, good luck. Have fun. This is big. And the money, let me tell you, is big as well. $500,000 on the line. That's the prize pool. And then $100,000 goes to our winning pairing as well. So there's a lot up for grabs this weekend over the course of the next 3 days, of course. But Mike, let's get into day one. We're here, right here and now, how it's going to play out.
The Team of the Season Cup begins with the group stage. 32 teams split into 8 groups of 4. At the end of the first day, one team will be eliminated from each group. Here's how it's decided. Each group plays 3 rounds of matches to decide placement. In the second round, the 2 winning teams compete for top seed, and the 2 losing teams fight to stay alive. In the third round, the 2 remaining teams compete for a spot in the upper bracket, which gives a significant advantage going into day 2.
Well, we're going to lose 8 teams after day 1, Mike LaBelle, which means every single match counts, doesn't it?
Well, that's the name of the game. There has to be elimination for there to be champions. There has to be the positive storytelling in those narratives, and there's got to be the guys that weren't able to get it done.
Yeah, obviously it's super hard, though, because a lot of these guys, well, it's their first ever LAN event. They've come out of the woodwork, haven't they, online over the last 2 years. So, you know, it's step up or go home.
No doubt about it. But with that being said, there's also a lot of players that have a ton of experience. So we're not just dealing with the one-sided online last couple years guys that have been qualifying.
Well, some players have tons of experience, some don't. Let's have a look at the groups who are playing over the course of the next 3 days, okay? Mike, let's go into these then. Who's your pick?
Let me give you the lay of the land. Group A, how can you not talk about Falcons and Guild when you're looking at MS Dasari, Nightwatch, Nicholas, and Rasik all in action. Group B, Fnatic, you got Tex, you got Diogo. Group C, the likes of Atlanta United with Paulo Neto, but come on, complexity, world champions, Joxon, Maxi VIP. We're going into Group D. Ducks has definitely been an early favorite, but you should not sleep on Excel Esports whatsoever. That's with Gorilla and Tom, of course. And then when we're going into the second grouping, shall we say, or the second sort of groups as we're pushing forward, we have Inter Esports, who I think are going to be able to make some noise. We have 2 Brazilians there when you're looking at guys that have experience amongst Tor and Resende. When you're going into Group F, Heretics, everything's been kind of around the storytelling with Matias Bonanno. That's his squad, of course. Neo with Dolan Mike, the deepest voice in esports. Group G, we have the likes of Levante and Makers with the Italians. And then Group H, Ninjas in Pajamas, Makers Sweden. They both jump off the page right at you.
Breathe, Mike Clabell. How are you feeling after going through 32 teams there? He did well, didn't he,
There's a lot of information. There's a lot of information in there.
Okay, clock is starting right now, guys. That is 5 minutes until our first round of matches go. This is a massive moment. The guys are now getting ready next to me. They're still watching us, obviously. Guys, focus on gameplay. You're about to have the biggest game in your 2v2 history. Okay, Mike, quickly back to those groups. Group of Death, have you got one?
This is really difficult when you go through this because in all the groups you have 2 Masters teams and 2 teams that also qualified. I just wouldn't want to be in Group A because that means I got to deal with MS Desari and I got to deal with Nicholas, and I don't know between Guild and Falcons, where am I qualifying? If I was on a 3rd team there, because we do have, you get M42 with Sharon Jod, or you've got UT7, but I just don't know where the qualification is. I don't want in that group.
They're all so tough. G and H are mine. But let's go into round 1 then. Obviously, you mentioned all these matchups are crucial, but let's have a talk through this, Mike Clabell, and how it works on round 1.
It's relatively simple. Your big takeaway when you're looking at this bracket, you don't want to drop 2 games in a row. That means you're going to be eliminated. Otherwise, you live to see another day. Whether you're winning those games and you've got higher seeding or you're somewhere in between, at least you got to day 2. You don't want to go out early. You don't want to be part of those 8 squads that are going to be eliminated today.
But obviously, it's depending on how you get on means where you are seeded in day 2 as well, which is crucial, of course. But this is what's coming up, though, for you guys. We have so much FIFA action over the course of the next 3 days. 4 streams for A, B, C, and D. Stream A is our main stream, Fnatic Dire Wolves, but mine is Stream D there. Makers Sweden, Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pajamas. They're here and here, right next to us. And they're all friends. There's 3 Swedish players in there. I mean, that's exciting, isn't it, that one?
Well, let's just digest exactly what we're looking at. With
and
Ninjas in Pajamas, we have Levy and Alito, both guys that I would expect anybody in the community to expect them to do well individually, yet alone as a collective. And then you have the 2 Swedes on the other end with the Maker Sweden, where you've got Optale and Ali Bali.
And 3 Swedish guys, they're on the Swedish national team as well. That's the quality on offer here today, of course. And you got Levi David as well, who was at the ECL only last week. He got knocked out, unfortunately, there. He is back for revenge this time out. Every matchup counts, guys. It's massive. It's our first global LAN event back 2v2 in 2 years. So many 2s there, so many pairings, so many guys here. Okay, guys, let's get into our round 1 matchup with our favourite commentary duo. We've got Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, and they're just up here. Hi, guys.
Hello,
Enjoy
hello.
this one.
Thank you very much, Mike and Rachel, and welcome to an event that we thought may have never happened again. 2v2 FIFA Esports is back here live in London. Don't leave me hanging. I'm back next to you, mate.
Sorry, buddy. Pinch me moment. Pinch me moment. We are back. I didn't know if this day would ever come around. 2v2 FIFA Team of the Season Cup. We are here for it.
Yeah, and there's players here as well. Absolutely ridiculous. What a first game we have got for you to kick off this 3-day FIFA tournament. $500,000 in prizing. What a way to come back after being in Paris in February 2020. Let's talk about these 2 teams in action, kicking off with Fnatic first. Tex and Diogo, a duo that was formed just earlier this year. Tex, I mean, does he need an introduction? Just qualified for the E-Champions League last week. He's been an invitational winner, a 5-time FUT Champions Cup major winner. He teams up with the Portuguese star Diogo, who recently had that good run with him for Liverpool in the E-Premier League. Who are they up against this time, though, Rich?
Yeah, and it's an incredible team that Fnatic have put together here. Tex and Diogo, you think, what are they going to be using in-game? Well, that is an example of it. Marcelo, Hullet, and Vieira is going to be dropping into centre-back. Ronaldinho, Messi, Kante, Mbappe, the best players on the pitch, used by the best players on the planet right there. On the other side of the coin, though, we've got a really, really interesting team. Mark 11, Mike J, FIFA make up this Dire Wolves roster. They came through the Sydney Open. back in December. And I tell you what, there's been some rumours, there's been some sort of innuendos rolling around that this team are here for the trophy. They are not messing about one bit. I think we're going to see potentially an upset in our first game.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due to Direwolves. They flew in roughly about 8 days ago here to London. They have been getting used to the time zone. They have been just getting ready, grinding away. Yesterday, you wouldn't have seen it. The countdown's on the screen, 30 seconds into our first game of today, and we're back underway. But players were here grinding all day yesterday, literally, from the morning until late evening. We went round at the end, didn't we? And there was like 4 teams here till like 10 p.m. last night.
Came here at 10 a.m, left at 10 p.m. They've come, they're looking to come and conquer. I can't wait. Honestly, I'm so excited.
Well, here we go. A moment we have waited, as we said, 795 days ago. Look at this set in London. The FGS Team of the Season Cup is back in person, it's back on LAN, and it's back live right now. Here we go. Game 1 in Group B. It's Fnatic up against Direwolves. And this plans to be the perfect start. Top 2 go through to the upper bracket. Finish 4th, you're out the tournament. Finish 3rd, it's into the loser bracket and down in the trenches.
And this first game is so important to get your tournament off to the right start, to get a win under your belt, because with the group stages, you'll find yourself in a really tough environment, in a tough set of matches going into game 2 and game 3, knowing that you have to win. You pick up a victory in this first game, you can go into those last couple of matches knowing that I've got an opportunity to potentially top the group and give myself a better seed going into the knockout bracket.
Well, here we go then. We will do our best to give you the exact indication of who is controlling who in this. It will be Tex controlling that red icon for Fnatic from left to right. His teammate Diogo also involved with that yellow icon with the yellow circle above his head. I was speaking to Diogo just a few hours ago today saying, how's he feeling? How was preparation yesterday? He said, look, we've been here since early days yesterday. We played about 7 best-of-2 games. We've been grinding away. We feel confident. We feel good. I think they're the only team here as well that haven't got a coach.
Do they need it? Does someone need to tell Fnatic?
That's the point.
Yeah,
they don't need one.
No, they don't. They've got so much experience behind them as well. Just last weekend, both of the competitors were at the E-Champions League knockout stages in Stockholm, Sweden. Tex getting one of those top 8 spots to the finals. We've traded the 1v1 for the 2v2 FIFA this time around. The Team of the Season Cup. 16 Masters teams, 16 Open winners. This is the first example of an Open winner. Direwolves, who qualified from Sydney, and Fnatic, who did get an FGS Masters spot.
Yeah, it's an interesting story, this competition, isn't it? 16 teams are invited to their master teams that were announced at the beginning of the FIFA competitive season. 16 more teams, as you said, Richard, had to battle through qualification in December. We were there live in London. The players were playing from the comfort of their own homes in different regions all around the world. And here come Fnatic with their first real chance and taste towards goal. It's Tex with a cheeky little roulette back-to-back. Expect to see that flair element to his game. He's on main stage, he's back in LAN, and already you've had a little taster of what is to come from the 5 times for Champions Cup winner. A little reversal has to go there. Was so close of R9 to finding a shot at goal.
You can already see the passages of play that Direwolves are starting to create, looking for that ball down the line, looking to get in behind, playing a 4-3-2-1 formation. This Direwolves roster, the only team in the tournament to be using this formation.
I just want to give them a bit of a shout out as well to Direwolves, because here's a story for you, Richard. I was going around the booth earlier today, speaking to different teams here. Team Heretics. I asked the same question to every team. Who are you most worried about in this competition to Team Heretics? They said Direwolves. I did not expect that answer.
Well, it's not only the fact that they're amazing FIFA players, but coming from the Oceania region, there's just not a lot of data on those players. Teams in Europe play week in, day out, all the time. You get to know who you're playing against, their tendencies, their formations, their tactics. Direwolves are really a surprise package coming into this, and there was talk about them being one of the better teams from that Oceania region. They won the Sydney Open, so that there's a title behind them there. The confidence is certainly flowing, and they've been here since the 21st. They've had time to acclimatise themselves, get reps in against other European teams.
And the crazy thing about it as well, Richard, is Fnatic looked to build up for a chance, defended well by Direwolves. For a lot of people, it's their first offline event. Mark is only 17, Rich. It's another example of a player that came through the online era. He was only 16 last year on FIFA 20, I should say. FIFA 21, sorry. He had basically a first opportunity to compete online. This is his first LAN. for a lot of players, it's going to be nerve-wracking, or they're just going to be super excited. Building now, it's Pele, one more pass, cuts back inside, Direwolves building up for the perfect chance in a goal. Bellingham, Messi, stinks down hands of Schmeichel, and that should be just about dealt with by João Cancelo.
A good opportunity there. Pele played the extra pass back into the middle of the box, but I thought the Brazilian could have had a chance at goal. It opened up for him.
And look, we say there's not much data about Direwolves. We have got some good data. That's one of the teammates in Mike. It was an FGS winner just last month, or this month in April, just a few days ago. Building up perfectly. Our Direwolves, they seem back on the hunt. Lovely scoop turn, Pele pulls the shot away. That's 2 chances in quick succession for the Aussies. Fnatic on the back foot. They haven't travelled over the other side of the world to London for nothing. There's a serious play there available. Pele back to goal again. Schmeichel, 2 hands on that one, comfortably.
All Direwolves in these first 30 minutes. Couple of good opportunities, looking to create in and around the box. The set piece, showing that they've worked on a couple of different set piece routines as well. Floated onto the penalty spot, and then they're winning that initial contact, trying to knock it down into a dangerous area. They're looking good so far, Direwolves, but Fnatic have got so much quality, they can sting you so quickly.
Just like that, there you go, there's an example of it. Takes into Diogo, Ronaldinho will score, and it's the first goal that you've seen live in the Team of the Season Cup from London. We'll see it again on the replay. It was R9 in so much space. And who else? He was the star man last week in the Champions League for Tex. He has to be in this team, Ronaldinho. Take a bow, big goal.
He's got that about him, does Ronaldinho. He's a bit more physical than you'd expect coming in at that back post. He can jostle a defender, and that's maybe why I'm surprised to see Marcelo in that position at left back. Yes, creatively, 5-star, 5-star, he's one of the best left backs on the game, but does Cancelo win that at the back post when it's put into him? Potentially so. It could be something that we start to see throughout the weekend. It was almost perfect, really, when I said they can sting you. We see a nothing chance out wide, cut back, curled into the back post, and Ronaldinho getting up above Marcelo to nod it in.
And I mean, this is our first real indicator of 2v2 competitive FIFA on land, when there's been a huge lump of cash as Direwolves look to build this attack for. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Bellingham into Hullet, defended well by João Cancelo. What are some of the biggest indicators we're going to see from perfect teams? Because there isn't much to go off in terms of 2v2. Yes, there's E-Club World Cup qualifiers. Yes, we've got a selection of Master Cups online and remote. But again, that's regional lot, that's regional base. We haven't seen a lot of matchups we'll see this weekend. What are we expected to see from teams that are going to get into Sunday?
The Defensive Championships. I think we're going to see very good defensive performances. We had the opportunity to commentate a lot of the FGS Masters tournaments, a weekly process where we took 4 teams. What was the sort of resounding thing that we kept coming back to? Ryan Pessoa breaking down the plays. It was defensively, these teams are the best. They're not conceding chances, they're not conceding opportunities. And then when they're getting 1 or 2 opportunities to score, they're very, very clinical. They're not taking shots from 20, 25 yards. They're working that extra pass, they're working the space inside the box, but they've always got that really good, solid defensive foundation to build upon.
And let's not beat around the bush here, Rich. The teams that have got chemistry as well. Friends, teammates, some play for the same organisation, some are, yeah, national teammates. I just saw, it was only just a few days ago that these 2 of Direwolves announced they'll be back in the Australian E-League playing for Newcastle Jets this year. That's just another indicator of just some of the gelling that can happen. Yes, it was a 1v1 tournament, but even the Premier League for Liverpool, in the same team, both had to pull their weight. They got a quarter-final spot. Yes, they would have wanted to go a little bit higher. Nevertheless, they've just got reps in all different sort of tournaments. Half-time here, Fnatic lead, Direwolves by a goal to 0. And you saw when they scored the goal there, just a crack of a smile. I think there's a few nerves naturally. First game on main stage, they scored that goal of Ronaldinho at the halfway point, and they just seem like they may be getting into it now and enjoying it.
Yeah, Direwolves had a couple of really good chances in that first 20 minutes. You see the shots of the players right there. This unbelievable set that we're currently in. 16 Masters teams on the bottom, 16 FGS Open champions on the top.
It's interesting, isn't it, how they set out this venue for those that have seen maybe snippets online, on social media. As you rightly said, Rich, basically the bottom row across both sides of the studio is for the Masters teams that have been invited. You can see Direwolves on your screen there. They flew in from Australia on the 21st of this month. They've been here for 8 days, getting used to surroundings and the time zone here in London as we get back underway. But those open teams, they're on the top half of the studio around here. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Rich, but we were talking a lot coming into this tournament. We've been waiting months for it. You mentioned that an open team you think maybe could go the full way this time round against the Masters teams. I'd like to back you up on that point. Is that still something you're potentially thinking? And two, why do you think that?
Just the fact that they've had to play to get here. Obviously, those FGS Masters teams, that was from previous achievements in FIFA history, the sort of accolades of the organisation or on the players, but to have to fight for your spot to get here, I think that gives you another layer of confidence that, look, we've already been there, we've already won a title, we've already won a qualification spot. Let's build on that.
Here's Fnatic building nicely. It's Diogo now of Messi, driving forward on that left boot, cuts it inside, what a save, Van der Sar, it's straight at the goalkeeper. But brilliantly done from Diogo, just got his head down with Messi. Look for the cutback, it was on a plate for R9, it was Edwin Van der Sar with a massive save. This attack is not over yet though. Fnatic on the hunt for more and a second goal, just to give them some breathing space here in the opening leg.
So direct from Diogo for Team Fnatic. He just, as you said, got his head down, put the skates on and drove into the penalty area. You probably look back at that and think, you know what? Should have stuck it across the goalkeeper. Should have maybe got a better opportunity to score there.
Mbappe finds Hullet. Dire Wolves on the hunt for their first goal in this competition. Have to say as well, right now, many other games taking place. There is a B stream available if you are watching this main broadcast and you want to stay up to date with Stream C and D as well. There's plenty of games taking place. That game in Stream D, by the way, Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas against Team Makers Sweden, I believe it is.
Ridiculous game.
What a game. What an opening game that is.
Could be a semi-final, could even be a final. A game of that quality. So many champions in that matchup. Outstanding. That's the first game for both of those two sides.
Kanto finds Hullet. This is Fnatic again looking for their second. R9 looks to drop the shoulder. It's good to see Diogo have a bit more of that flair. I'm sure Tex has worn off on him over the last few months. He's always been more of the flary of the two. You will see that in this 2v2 environment, that yes, it is a team game, and you'll see captains or one player in the team control the goalkeeper movement, the offside traps. I was speaking to Dire Wolves about this heavily earlier today, saying that Mike's in control of that. Mark might have that bit more flair to his game. The extra skill move, La Croqueta, Elastico, back-to-back maybe. Wouldn't surprise me, he's the younger player out of the two of them.
They struggled to get past this Fnatic press, have Dire Wolves, especially in this second half. They're pressing them really well. Just forcing them in the middle of the pitch here, forcing them wide almost, not allowing them to play down the middle of the pitch. And as soon as they get in those wide areas, they're just snuffing out any sort of danger. 69 minutes on the clock, and we're going to see our first potential changes and pauses here. Obviously, for the integrity of the players, we're not going to show those changes.
Nevertheless, we'll do our best to keep you up to date. You can see both different teams. Kante and a Hullet partnership on one side.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, the only player that is not an icon or a team of the year is future stars Jude Bellingham, which still months on from when he was released, he is still deemed viable by pros to feature in these teams, and he plays an impact, and he offers you just that all-round midfielder that you want.
Yeah, he's so good. It is the future stars Jude Bellingham. He ticks all the boxes that need to be ticked for a central midfielder. He's got the pace, he's got the power, he can dribble, he can shoot, he can defend going backwards as well. As well as that, the stats that sort of the FIFA player will look at: reactions, composure, balance, agility, those areas where he really thrives. He is an immaculate midfielder, and with Team of the Season just around the corner for the Bundesliga, potentially you could see him getting involved.
What can happen here? It's the first real corner we've seen here in our opening match-up. It is Dire Wolves on it. Played out to Ruben Diaz. And in the end, Schmeichel gets a hand on it.
That's the second corner they've had, Dire Wolves, in this game, and they've gone for a similar tactic, to the edge of the box and then trying to win that initial contact to head it down.
This could be dangerous. He's just come off the bench. Eusebio cuts it back inside, takes a wicked deflection. It would be Fnatic in possession still. Remember, all the games are played over 2 legs. Aggregate scoreline playing its part on finding out who will be getting their first win on the board in this Group B. 8 groups of 4, making up 32 teams here in the Team of the Season Cup. Only one will stand as champion on Sunday evening here in London. $100,000 they'll bag, and the first ever Team of the Season Cup trophy. Tex in possession with R9. He's found himself quite wide, in all honesty, R9, but he did provide the assist of the first goal. That loop cross into the box.
Ousmane Dembele off the bench. Received his upgrades recently. What a player he is now.
It's a fantasy item.
Yep.
Still worth over about 4 million coins.
Chance.
Oh no, what a save. Schmeichel, Ronaldinho! First goal for the Aussies. And the first goal for Dire Wolves. Ronaldinho down 1-0 for Fnatic in the first half. And we'll see it again on the replay. Jude Bellingham, we spoke how good he is. Look at that close control dribbling. Ousmane Dembele, he's not a centre mid by trade. He is not a centre midfielder by trade. I think it's fantasy's a striker, isn't it? It came out as.
It is, yeah. You saw Ronaldinho, simple finish for him as it just fell to him inside the box, tucking it into the back of the net. But all the work was done from Jude Bellingham, twisting, turning, pivoting in the middle of the midfield, and then playing that pass into R9. The initial strike with a good save from Schmeichel, but Ronaldinho, right place, right time. You see the formation there. It's a midfield three of Ousmane Dembele, Jude Bellingham and Ruud Gullit with Ronaldinho, R9 Ronaldo and Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo as that front three. 10 minutes left to play here.
Might be able to see that in the background. We are literally next door to a handful of the teams here in the Team of the Season Cup. It's just been so nice to see players back at LAN. It's been a really nice studio build as well that has been created here by everyone working behind the scenes. There's a little back room in each of the pods for players and staff to be, coaches to be there. It's just a really well thought out venue, this. And I think it's more than anyone could have honestly imagined. Back here in person after such a long time. It's just difficult to predict who is going to win this weekend. It really is.
Well,
it's such a different kettle of fish to 1v1.
This is what you want coming into tournaments. You want there to be an element of unknown, an element of surprise in all of these matches. And I'm sure to a lot of people watching at home right now, they might have thought a Fnatic comfortable victory here.
And it comes, Ruben Dias is there. Ruben Dias defensively does enough. Panty Eusebio picks it up again off N'Golo Kante. This is Tex in control for Fnatic. Eusebio! That's Tex! Doing Tex things! It's only taken him one leg of FIFA to get underway here in London. And they look like they'll be ending this leg one. The happier of the two teams with a very narrow scoreline.
Eusebio come off the bench and potentially winning the game here. Left-footed strike on that 5-star weak foot. Postage stamp over left corner. Incredible from Fnatic to take that victory going in to the second leg. Unless Dire Wolves can come from behind once again. They've got the quality. They've got the know-how. But it could potentially, the final chance is going to come to Fnatic.
Keep an eye on Mbappe, just triggering that run into the box. That's Diogo in control of that one. Vinicius holding up play. Tex building. Again, which way will he go? Oh, that's cheeky. Very, very cheeky. That is leg one concluded here. Fnatic 2, Dire Wolves 1 at the halfway point in our first opening game here at the Team of the Season Cup. They may have left it late, but Fnatic and Tex striking themselves into an opening lead here. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have the second leg here in Group B to find out how we'll kick off proceedings here at the Team of the Season Cup.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player look as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever. But because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
Please do over our social media channels, whether it's on Instagram, Twitter, where you're watching right now on Twitch or YouTube. Get involved in the conversation, especially over on Twitter at EA FIFA Esports. Let us know who you're backing this weekend to come out on top in our first major in over 2 years. We are so excited to be here. And we just saw our first game conclude between Fnatic and Direwolves in the first leg. Still a second half to tell there, but it was a 2-1 lead, Richard, for Fnatic.
It certainly was, yeah. Late goal as well from Eusebio. Great finish on that left-footed strike. Maybe something we'll see throughout the weekend. Long shots, finesse shots, potentially playing a factor into our tournament. 3 goals in the first game, in the first leg, I should say, as well. I think talking to a lot of the pros, they were saying they're going to be a lot more even, these matchups. They're going to be quite tightly contested, these matchups, but an incredible first leg.
Yeah, well, let's check in with Carl Walker, who's been checking out some of the other games taking place here in our first and opening matchups.
Yes, I have, guys. I mean, incredible matchup so far. Makers Sweden and Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pyjamas. You were saying that could be a final. Well, the first half actually ended 0-0. It's taken until this second leg for Makers Sweden to go 1-0 up. In the other matchup that I wanted to talk about as well, M42 Esports, that first leg ended. M42 Esports actually went 1 goal up. But it was Team Falcons who came back. They equalised 1-1. MS Dasari, Dr. Nightwatch, then made it 2, then they made it 3, and they're going into that second leg, 3 goals to 1 up. They're currently on the stream. I'm looking at Dr. Nightwatch. He looks up for it, partnered up next to MS Dasari. These guys will be hoping to get plenty more goals in this second leg and keep pushing on. Back to you, Richard and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Carl Walker, who's been keeping us up to date with all the scores that are taking place around all of the other pods here in London. I mean, little break between this second leg, Richard, but overall, Fnatic, will they be happy with that first leg?
I think there will be, yes. Obviously, there's always nerves coming into a tournament like this. I literally saw Diogo and Tex maybe 4 minutes before we were live on air, just downstairs. I was coming up to the casters area, and Diogo said, yeah, we're a little bit nervous. Obviously, you would be nervous coming into a tournament like this because there's also a lot of pressure that they put on themselves. They come into this tournament backing themselves as favourites.
Would you gosh, back to the Premier League when they lost that game?
They backed themselves as favourites as well.
Yeah, and that interview they had there. Yep. Obviously, naturally, they were not happy to have lost that game. They want to go forward and do a job in this first major. As we said, there's 3 other games taking place right now. We have got some brilliant functions available for those watching on our main broadcast. If you do want to tune in to some of the other games, go check out our fantastic B stream with some fantastic commentators there. Team Falcons take on M42 Esports, as Carl Walker was describing. Team Falcons running away with that one in the second leg. We've got the Italian team with Danny Pitbull, East Serie A winner last year, UT7 Esports, taking on Guild, Richard. Nicholas and Nicholas in action on Stream C. And that last game, Stream D, what a game.
Yeah, honestly, Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas, Levida Weed and Olli Lito against Optoli and Ollie Bolly, Makers Sweden. They come through that Stockholm FGS Open qualifier back in December, and what a team they are. Incredible talent on display. We're getting ready to get into this second leg very shortly indeed. Direwolves locked and loaded, ready to go. Fnatic taking a couple of minutes to recompose themselves before we get into this second leg.
Absolutely. Again, just looking around the venue behind us right now, there is players in games, players currently breaking between the legs that they have played. Who knows what all those results will be. We'll keep you up to date as we go around all of those games. If you finish bottom in the group, you are out and you cannot go any further. Top two takes you to the upper bracket. Third place will guarantee you a loser bracket. There's a lot of storylines, Rich, to this tournament. We're going to be going upper bracket, we're going to be going lower bracket. We've got 3 days to explain the story, to explain the format, and to find out which 2v2 team is the best on paper. From our only opportunity to really see that this year.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had qualifiers, we've had club qualifiers, national qualifiers. This is where it all comes down to it. This is where you have to put up or shut up in the Team of the Season Cup. $500,000 prize pool. One team will be walking away on Sunday evening when it's all said and done with $100,000 and a Club World Cup qualification spot in the back pocket.
Yeah, that must be said as well, Richard. That was announced, or to be announced, I'd say, coming up later this year. Another tournament to play for. This is the route into the Club World Cup, and also the opportunity to call yourself champions here back at LAN in the Team of the Season Cup. The first of its kind. The weekend we celebrate the launch of Team of the Season as well, with that all-important community team later on today. We're going back underway for this one. It's Fnatic from right to left in there. Trademark kit. Direwolves from left to right. Keep an eye on that blue cursor. That is Tex controlling that one. Keep an eye out for his teammate Diogo with that sort of turquoise blue circle above his head. It's Direwolves on the hunt. They are 2-1 down. Could it be 2-2? Drops his shoulder, defended well. In the meantime, let's go back down to Carl Walker. Carl, what's going on?
Well, Brandon, Richard, there's goals going in all over the place. I'll start with M42 Esports. They're 1-0 up in this second leg. 3-2 down, though, on aggregate against Team Falcons. 17 minutes gone in that game. Can Sharon Jot, can he bring it back for M42 Esports? But in the other game that you guys have said could be a final where it's got super interesting, Makers Sweden, well, they made it 2 goals up in that second leg. However, I will say this, Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pyjamas have literally just scored. Levi David, also Ollie Lito, they're looking to make a comeback. I'll keep you updated, guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. Interested to hear results going in from all around the other pods right now. Not so good at the moment for Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. They are pretty close to us, so I'll remain not too loud about it.
I mean, they know, though, it's such a tough start. We've said it could be a final, but it really could be. Potentially one of the best FGS Open teams coming through that bracket are Makers Sweden.
Tex building up now for Fnatic. Their first real sniff in the box. Tex doing what Tex does. It's R9 trying to find his way through on his own. I think what he's looking for there, naturally, bait the tackle, bait the player to come out of position, then just slide across to Diogo and tap it into the back of the net. Direwolves do stand strong, though. 20 minutes in here.
Well, we've had an inside look, really, to a lot of what Tex has been like in 2v2 and the progression that he's made because of our involvement with England as the footballing nation and their qualifying campaign in the FIFA E-Nations Cup. Tex has been involved in that all the way since week 1 of the play-ins. They've got better and better. Tex, Mitch and Tom Lees, that team for England. Also Big Mac involved in the squad.
I think that's difficult to say as well, Rich, is what is enough to get top 2 in this group? I mean, certainly you want an opening win. That's going to put you in good stead for wins. That, but you'd think 2 wins would obviously be enough, naturally, of course, mathematically.
Yeah, 2 wins put you through the bracket. You win your first game and then your second game will put you in that.
I mean, either way, Rich.
Top batch.
Makers Sweden or Team Hullet are going to have to start on the back foot in this tournament. That is how the cookie's literally going to crumble here in London. 30 minutes played. Fnatic still in control. They took a lead with the 87th minute via Tex, who finessed it in with Eusebio fresh off the bench, the Portuguese icon. Pretty similar teams here, to be honest. The only real change is the centre mids and the goalkeepers between the two. That's going to be the common difference in squads. Maybe Ronaldinho featuring in the old team as well, or he's not. 4 others. Marcelo comes into the fold in a left-back too. That recent FUT captain upgrade that he did get. Deemed good enough for pros to feature in as a left-back. Here's Mbappe now. This is Dire Wolves. It's Pele! Timed it green! Every time they've conceded, they've bounced back. They've been a team that many have spoken about here in London to watch out for, to keep an eye on.
It was R9 getting dispossessed in the middle of the park. They lost the ball, did Fnatic. Mbappe punched into his feet. He just offloaded it to Pele. Green time strike at the near post. Nothing Schmeichel can do about that one bit. And Fnatic find themselves back in this tie. Dire Wolves, what a goal. 2-2.
Game on. Perfect start here in the game we're giving you from Group B. The group that has MG, CFE Sports, the Brazilian organisation, and Ajax back on lab. About a slightly different roster. No Danny Hackerberg this time round. It's Ajax Finn, one of the youngest competitors in this tournament. I think the youngest, 16 years of age, the player that came through the Zigo E battle. Now playing for Ajax after a first ever Eredivisie split now in his first ever EA major, teaming up with one of the most experienced players in this tournament, Levi Frederique. An E-World Cup finalist last year.
Playoff champion. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, has Levi Frederique. Stern status, you might know him as if you're an old school FIFA veteran. Saw him at LAN FIFA 19 Singapore. That would have been the qualifier number 5.
Played against this man on your screen,
didn't
he?
Yeah, in the console final.
One of Tex's many FUT Champions Cups wins. Dire Wolves just trying to build into this last chance off the first 45. It finds Hullit's feet. A couple of ball rolls from the Dutch midfielder. Love to get a passing count of this attack. They have literally been in possession.
You jinxed them.
No, I've just jinxed them. No, they've got it back now. Messi. We can see what he can. Watch out on that left foot. Half-time here, Richard. Hopefully we can have a few stats between these two. A very
evenly poised.
Yeah, very even. 45 hit.
You come into this second leg, Fnatic obviously scored late. They got that Eusebio finish, but Dire Wolves were never out of the tie. That goal inside the first 30 minutes as well give them a lot of confidence now. Going into the second half, they were probably the team, well, definitely had more possession. They were probably building into a couple of opportunities as well to try and snatch that lead away for the first time in this series away from Fnatic. 45 minutes left of FIFA to play. If not, we'll be going to extra time and penalties.
Absolutely. Just a word as well. The man sitting behind those two players, Zachary, was in the Champions League last week, was coaching Cosmin, the Romanian player there, was so close to qualification of the Champions League final. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. He's remained in Europe with Dire Wolves and is hoping to hopefully give his impact on this to guide them through to victory here. When I was speaking to both of those about the prize pot, their eyes certainly perked up when they realised that if you just get top 2, you guarantee 10k. Get up a bracket, Rich, you guarantee 10k, whatever happens.
Yeah. It's the
first payday for a lot of these teams.
Incredible opportunity.
Back underway. We're all square here. If we are all square, extra time will be needed. Certainly feels like over the last 25 minutes or so, Dire Wolves have been able to build their way back into this time. They've always been able to reply. The one thing they haven't been able to do is lead across the two legs at all. I think that's something we're going to be able to see now. We've seen just how crucial the involvement of Jude Bellingham is in this midfield. Played a massive part. In their second goal.
Do you know what feels weird? Obviously, we're in the casting position now. We're up in the booth. When we're commentating remote, we don't hear the reactions from the players. I just heard a roar, and it caught me off guard. I've not heard that in 2.5 years. I've not been used to hearing player reactions and crowd reactions from people here in a venue.
That came from Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas as well, Richard, so we'll do our best to keep up to date with what on earth is going on in that game. We heard that goals have been flying in the second leg, though. They're currently taking on Team Makers Sweden. Bit of a tough one, really, isn't it? Olilito against Oliboli and Optole, teammates at a national level.
I mean, we saw Oliboli and Optole last week. Optole playing in the E-Champions League and Oliboli coaching him. Now they're playing together.
It's fought for a split second there. Might see Messi's first left foot finesse of the tournament. Couldn't quite guide that one in from Dire Wolves. Certainly feels like the sting of this game has ever so slightly changed. Messi on that right boot, down will be crossing that ball into the box. Instead, be trying to work it in. Mbappe and Kante interchange, the three French midfielders.
He's done well. He's done very well, Messi.
Could be an ongoing run there if he can find Pele. Well played, Ruben Diaz, Tex in control there. That blue icon above his head. Team of the year, Marquinhos does get the shout alongside Ruben Diaz at the back.
Might be controversial, but I feel like Dire Wolves are probably the team looking more likely to go on and win this.
And that's why FIFA's played over 2 legs, isn't it, Richard? Always get such a different second performance. Sometimes it takes a team just a game to get into it, get into the feeling of playing on land. Pause has come in from Dire Wolves. Expect to see the likes of Eusebio, Zidane, maybe even CR7. The list goes on of players that could come off the bench and have their impact on the game. A left foot finesse from Tex, maybe of Messi. No, plays it into Ronaldinho. Hullet will interchange just as well. Reverse Elastico, not come off kindly. Diogo does well. It's Marcelo still. This is where they are dangerous. Fnatic, Tex in control. R9, Elastico. The skill move that he is renowned and famous for. Casting back to Atlanta many, many, many moons ago. Have to move at speed though when you get in that box, because otherwise there's so many shirts in there, it's so hard to break down.
Yeah, double press, and then with the AI as well, sort of dropping off, looking for the blocks, looking to reshape. It's really, really tough.
Building. Watch out for R9 there, just teasing a run. Messi finds Hullet. This is Dire Wolves, back to go. Mbappe, Elastico! Oh, it's beautiful! The Aussies come alive in London. It's the first time they've led in the game. You said they looked like they were going to score.
Dire Wolves. They've not come just to be part of the numbers. They've come to play. Look at that turn. Sends him inside and out. Reverse Elastico with Mbappe and fires it into the left corner. Ruben Diaz, he was doing the hokey pokey. He put his leg out and then pulled it back. Maybe if he commits to that, you might block it.
I look like it was the animation of a little Elastico there. It was just a complete combination of everything, really. A simple little cancel, I believe, of all to get away from the play. A massive goal for Dire Wolves, by the way. They just need, in the nicest way, to sit on this now. Make it really difficult.
Make it hard to play against.
People have spoken about this team, Rich. People, heretics down there, were saying, one team I said, watch out for this weekend. They said Dire Wolves, who played them earlier in the week, they gave us a really good game.
You see the little snippet of the formations there in the bottom right corner. Dire Wolves in that 4-3-2-1 that they've been playing all qualifiers and a lot of the warm-up games to bring it into the tournament here. On the other side of it, it was a 3-5-2 for Fnatic, looking potentially to change into a narrow now to combat that 4-3-2-1. But I'll tell you what, they don't have a lot of time left. What we got? 72 minutes on the clock played. It's dwindling down, and it could be Fnatic in a really awkward position after game one.
I mean, you say awkward position, Rich. What are we going to see now from Fnatic?
Well, they've got to go for it. They have to.
Constant press.
15 minutes left.
Plus, potentially even some fresh legs on the pitch. And they've just brought on Jude Bellingham. Building nicely, Mbappe finds Pele. This is Fnatic on the hunt for that goal. Off the restart, Tex in control. It's Tex on his own. It's taken just minutes. Minutes for Fnatic to react.
Seconds, if that. You kick off, play it around the back a little bit. Messi picks up the ball here. He fires it into Mbappe, and Diogo just gives the ball to Tex. Twisting, turning, you give him too much space. You give him an inch, he will take a mile, will Fnatic Tex. Slams it into that left corner, and we're back level pegging 3 apiece.
The best way you can reply, isn't it? Instantly, otherwise minutes go on, you start doubting yourself. Back into that team management change now. Back to what they probably were playing about a minute ago.
And that's so hard as well for Direwolves, because we said they look like the more likely, they look like the ones sort of getting into the game, looking to get a goal. They worked so hard, they got that goal, and then what? A minute and a half later, straight from the kickoff, Tex scores, Fnatic back in the game. It's a sucker punch, it really is.
Deep in thought still. Our Fnatic. It's sort of the case of every team has a captain across this tournament. There'll be one player that's in charge of probably tactical changes. Obviously, there'll be an input there from a teammate. But that means in control of goalkeeper movement, offside traps, the small tendencies of the game, which could be so hugely important. Tex naturally taking that captain's armband, and he was the man that just scored the all-important equaliser. 8 minutes on the clock, 3-3 here in our opening game in Group B in the Team of the Season Cup. What a game, what a first introduction this has been. It's what is to come this weekend. 6 minutes away from extra time. Ronaldinho does well, this is Direwolves, finds R9, is there one more pass available? Ousmane Dembele on the pitch, the foot fantasy eye to Ousmane Dembele! Oh, he was close enough to ripple in the back of Fnatic's net.
Oh, it's really, really nice. The Elastico to set it up. Didn't time it green, maybe you could say that was the only thing, but that strike from Ousmane Dembele, you expect it. As soon as it leaves his right boot to be hitting the back of the net. Fnatic here, playing for the last chance of the game.
It looks to be loading up for that last chance of the game, don't they?
They know what they can do.
Waiting until that additional time does get added on. It looks as if Ronaldinho's found himself a spot of right back.
He's doing a job for the team.
Allows room for Eusebio to come on the pitch. That's certainly one thing.
Here we go then.
Well, we knew we were going to have tight games this weekend, Richard. Extra time in the first one between these two teams. 6 goals between the two over the 2 legs. 3-3. It's evenly split and evenly poised. 30 more minutes to come to find out who will be potentially topping the group here in Group B.
Yeah, I'm just looking across the stage here, which has been set. AFC Ajax just fist bumps all round. They're obviously in the group that we're currently looking at here, with Direwolves, MGCF, and Fnatic. So maybe a result going the Dutch side's way right there. People starting to get up after their matches have been played. I just saw a very exasperated, frustrated Maestro for Team Levante.
Yeah, they don't look happy at all. Their team makers, the Italians, some of the Masters teams, they've been over the moon. It's hard to predict a scoreline off seeing a reaction, isn't it? We're trying to predict scorelines. Okay, that's what Carl Walker's for. We'll check in with him a little bit of time, I can assure you, Richard, to give us some updates on some scores that have been going on around the games here and around the different pods here at the Team of the Season Cup. But no, absolutely, Levante. They're a team to watch out for. We haven't spoken too much about them. Paptati and Maestro, 2 players you would never really put together. Did come through the Team of the Season Cup, and did come through the Team of the Season Open earlier this year and did qualify. Early start here. Ousmane Dembele finds R9. It's defended well by Ruben Diaz. We're in extra time here in Group B, as Ajax have just finished their game. Ousmane Dembele. R9. This is Direwolves. Defended well by Vieira, who's the only player that's technically really out of position. CDM in its centre-back. It's a player change and a position change that's been happening for years in competitive FIFA.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you start the game with. Obviously, things can happen throughout the match that put players in sort of unusual positions. I've seen Pele at right back in our time. Ronaldinho's doing a job at the moment at right full back. This first half always flies by us. Fnatic, loose pass possession, back over to the Direwolves, and they will probably get the last roll of the dice here in this first half of extra time. And just as I say that, Eusebio quick on the press, and Fnatic with an opportunity.
Mbappe on the hump. Finds Eusebio. Wow.
It's all kicking off here.
It's hard to just not take it in. LAN is just a completely different kettle of fish. Chance from distance, what a save, Van der Sar. Just that raw emotion, Richard, that we have not had for years. That was Crew Esports there, Sergio Aguero's esports organisation. Valen and Iago, the two Argentines, up off their feet, screaming whatever in front of each other's faces. That's going to do us, pretty much.
One more chance.
One more chance to get the ball forward. Should be defended well by Marquinhos. And 15 minutes played here. We're 15 minutes away from penalties. Between Direwolves and Fnatic. 3-3 the scoreline here in Group B.
Honestly, this is very, very tense.
It's only the first game.
We thought it'll be live 30 minutes. We're in 15 minutes away from penalties already. Incredible, honestly. This is what FIFA esports is all about.
I put a tweet out yesterday, Rich. Just some of the names that are here. Well, yes, we're in 2v2 formats, but you can't look past the single achievement accolades that we've had. MS Desari, Maestro, Dulla Mike, Gravison,
Nicholas, Tex,
Nicholas Razek,
Resende, Principe,
Olilito, the newcomers, Lemmy David.
You could list them off. If you look through the annals of FIFA esports history, this is it.
Any competition, any major tournament.
There's players here who play in it.
Yeah. Playoffs, E-World Cups, you can go around any tournament. Players in this room, 64 players in fact, have all featured in one or two of them and have won them. Back underway. Fnatic from left to right. It was a difficult one for Fnatic this year. Trying to find that teammate for Tex. So obviously Tex had that ultimate control over it and looked at the players that were available and said, you know what, Diogo looks like that fit. And I'll be honest, he has sort of ticked on the box as a perfect fit.
Chance.
The mould around his play style. Here's Bellingham. This is Tex in control. Jude Bellingham still with Tex. He's trying his best to put on a plate for his teammate and Mbappe. It just couldn't work on that occasion. 10 minutes from penalties to the side. A ridiculously big and important win in Group B. Eusebio finds Mbappe. Could be lucky to get one more decent chance each of both teams here. Pele finds Bellingham. He's off the bench, could be a gift, it's Tex with R9. Elastico cuts back inside, looking for the perfect way to manoeuvre his way around the defence. Credit where it's due to Direwolves, just standing strong there.
He stood up really, really well to that, did Direwolves. And potentially, with 5 minutes left to play, they could get the last roll of the dice to send Fnatic down into a loser's bracket.
R9 finds Ousmane Dembele, that fantasy item that's in a bit of a different position than his in-game item does represent, but nevertheless the French midfielder has been doing a job there. Here we go.
This is it.
Last chance, last roll of the dice for Fnatic, or we are on our way to penalties. Ronaldinho, this is Fnatic now. Eusebio, Tex in the driving seat with the Portuguese star, looks for the cutback.
Penalties.
We're on our way to penalty shootouts here in Group B. Up steps, Direwolves first with Ousmane Dembele. Steps up, saved by Fnatic. It's an awful start. Could have been the perfect start. Eusebio for Fnatic, scores.
Direwolves step up in a very, very important moment right now. CR7 from the spot, scores, slots it into that bottom left corner. Fnatic to keep their lead to 1. Ronaldinho scores.
2 for 2 of Fnatic. Direwolves must score this. Savannah, and he does. Is it 3 from 3? Perfect pens. I mean, it's Mr. Reliable over it. Fnatic. Diogo steps up, save! We're back on.
Well, here we go. Direwolves to take the lead. Ronaldinho saved. Fnatic now to go within touching distance. It's Pele from the spot, slots it down the middle.
Here we go. Direwolves must score. They need to score. They really do. They will. Simple as this. You score. It's a big win on the boards for Fnatic. It's Diogo that steps up. The teammate of Tex. Save! Sudden death.
Oh my goodness. Jude Bellingham stepping up to the spot. Scores. Fnatic must score. Must score penalty. Ruud Gullit steps up to the mark. Skills!
Oh, we go again. We go again in sudden death. Up steps Direwolves. Foot captain. Marcelo down the middle again. Score to stay in it. Save Direwolves. They're on their way. Oh my, we go again.
The opportunity to keep in the winner's bracket is on the line right here. Marquinhos steps up to the spot, straight down the middle. They've read the book. And now Fnatic with Patrick Vieira from 12 yards. Scores! Fnatic maintain their winner's bracket run.
Emotionless. He knows it's a long run, Tex. Fnatic on their way. Ice in the veins, he points to. Commiserations to Direwolves. It says a lot when a game has to go to penalties, just how narrow and tightly contested it was there between the two. Massive win on the board for Fnatic, Richard, in a very difficult Group B.
Oh, an incredible game. And I mean, if that's the level that we're expecting over the course of this tournament, sign me up on the dotted line. 6-5 on penalties. Tex and Diogo beat Direwolves. Direwolves, they're a serious threat in that loser's bracket. Really, real threat in this loser's bracket. 3-3 was the scoreline. Direwolves lose 6-5.
Well, here we're jumping around to some more games that are taking place right now. There was one game that made a huge roar. We are literally, I'm talking like a metre away from one of the player booths here. We are seeing all the reactions unfold here live in London from all of the booths. I think we're going to be checking into Neo up against Crew Esports. It was Sergio Aguero's esports organisation's team that he has made, and we're going to jump into it right now. We saw a roar. We understand why now, Richard. 108 minutes. This is also in extra time. It's the duo of Yago and Valent, the two Argentines, with Hensu and Dolomite, one of the youngest FUT Champions Cup winners of all time. This is another ridiculously tightly contested game.
So I'm going to guess that that roar that we heard during extra time in the Fnatic and Direwolves game was Crew Esports scoring last kick of the game to take it to extra time. 10 minutes on the clock.
Well, here we go. This game coming to you from Group F. Oh my God, what a horrible group. Heretics in there as well, and Timbers Esports, the Mexican organisation. Not a fun group. I mean, no group's fun.
None
here.
of them are. No, I'm not having a day out in any of the groups. I mean, it's not a walk in the park.
Surely not penalties. I don't think my vocals can take it this early. And it's R9 building for Crew. Very nearly. I'm picking the Dutch team.
Where we're currently situated at the moment, Crew Esports are 2 booths away from us. So if there is a goal, we'll just let them celebrate, to be honest. Because
I mean, it might be from penalties.
You'll hear it.
Correct myself. I mean, the German team, Neo. Former players of Neo actually here. Grilla, now of Excel Esports. Did have a period of time at the German esports organisation. Hensu made a impeccable sort of comeback after quite a quiet year.
Last chance.
Teams up with Dolomite now looking for their final chance of the game. Let's say Maximin makes an impact. Penalties again, Rich, fancy it?
Sign me up.
Well, here we go then. Neo up first with Cristiano Ronaldo. Which way will he go? Down the middle, it's saved. Crew Esports, have they got ice in their veins this time round in round 1? Maybe not.
I think we might be in for a long one. Kylian Mbappe steps up to the spot, does score. Green timed into the bottom left corner. Crew Esports to keep level. Ousmane Dembele from the penalty spot does score.
Well, well, well. Round 3 now. Miss scored. R9 scores the third penalty. Can Crew match it up with Team of the Year Kylian Mbappe? No! Panenka down the middle, it's saved.
It's a risky strategy, it really is. Rude Hullet now. He dinks it down the middle and it's saved. Crew Esports to take us into sudden death with a 2-2 penalty shootout record. Great penalty.
Here we go, it's even Stevens as we go into round 5. Jude Bellingham steps up, future stars of Neo scores. Can Crew match it up? They miss, it's a win for Neo. Up steps Hullet. We go again.
We do go again, indeed. Alan set Maxim in for Team Neo, saved. Crew Esports to take themselves into the winner's bracket. N'Golo Kante steps up to the mark, scores! And they go absolutely mental.
That is live scenes in round 1. Valen Yago, big win on the boards.
It's only round 1.
Penalties. Penalties. And I can assure you, somewhere in the world, Sergio Aguero might be watching that.
If Crew Esports make it to Sunday and they're in Championship Sunday, I feel for them sets. They're not going to make it.
Perfect start, perfect pens in the end. I mean, say perfect pens, there's a few rocky ones in there. A couple of Panenkas, the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, the Panenka, the dinks, the green time penalties as well. It was an outstanding game. We only caught the last 10 minutes of it, but the penalty shootout certainly made up for that.
And again, it's another prime example of this, Rich. Masters team, open team. You've teased about it. There's just been an element of having to really grind away and get your spot in this tournament. They are a team to watch out for. Valen and Crew Yago. I know Yago was in Europe last year, moved back over to South America. Seems a lot more comfortable, seems a lot more happy to be here. Wow. That was one hell of a reaction. You're going to get that from South Americans.
That's as good as it gets. It really is. 2 penalty shootouts in the first 2 games of the day. Outstanding for all of the players here. And look, if this is game 1, if this is round 1, who knows what we're going to see in the next few rounds.
No, absolutely. Again, so much to talk about here still at the Team of the Season Cup. I believe there's highlights from all different games taking place right now. And we're going to see MS Asari's first real involvement with his teammate in Dr. Nightwatch of Team Falcons. He came out on social media yesterday and announced that the Falcons are here in London. How did they get on in their 2 legs? They were up against M42 Esports, the duo from India, Charanjot and Crusher. A story like no other. It was a perfect start for M42 Esports and a perfect way to kick off their tournament in London.
Yeah, lovely green time finesse shot over the top of the goalkeeper, but they awoke the sleeping giant in Team Falcons. Beautiful play, Ronaldo inside the box. And a finish into the back of the net from Kylian Mbappe at the near post. Plenty of the same here. Good win of possession there from Kylian Mbappe. He won it back and they just countered with poise and power, did Team Falcons. Going into the second leg, it was 2-1, make it 3-1 just inside that opening 10 minutes. M42 Esports did get one back, however. Ball roll scoop turn into R9 Ronaldo. He scoop turned into CR7 to slot it into the bottom left corner. And this game also went to penalties. Team Falcons clutching up in the end, and Nightwatch letting out a big let's go.
He's been holding that one in for a while. Nightwatch, last time we saw him in a massive tournament, E-Champions League many moons ago, where he got a top 2 finish there. As we said, there's been many games that have finished now, so why don't we go and catch up with one of the biggest stars here in London. He's Tex. He's joined by Carl Walker.
Brandon, Richard, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Fnatic Tex. What a game, all the way to penalties. I mean, being here in the studio, we can hear all the noises, we can hear all the reactions, but how were you feeling during that matchup when it goes to penalties, Tex?
No, usually I'm scared for penalties, but I was calm because, like, usually there's 2 people that take penalties now. You take one, you save one, then it's your teammate. So I've got time to process it in my brain. Where are they going, where are they going? So I've played it like a game of chess, and I managed to save and score the winning penalty. But
I did mention that you can hear all the reactions. Some of the players here, they're getting quite loud, aren't they? How is that when you are trying to concentrate, when it's you and your teammate, when you're going against someone? I mean, from where you were sat just there, you can see Direwolves at their booth just up there. Before the game, I heard there was some pre-game antics, people trying to stare each other out.
yeah, no, they were trying to stare us down before the game. So if you see, I saved that penalty, I studied enough. You know what I mean? I gave him one of them ones, but nah, it gets loud in here. It's getting loud in here, but it's first game of the day. I can't give all my emotion yet.
Of course, of course. Now, last week you did actually mention that how good it was to be back at LAN. Last question, how good is it to be back here? You said you're looking in people's eyes. You're the best one here. That's what you said to me.
No, I am. I look around at the rest of the booths. I just don't think anyone's better than me. And Diogo, quality player, really good. So he's had it a bit tough in the Champions League, tight games, losing penalties. So this one, back on track now, and yeah.
Back on track, indeed. Well, good luck for the rest of the day. You've definitely put yourselves in a good standpoint moving forward. Brandon, Richard, you guys have heard all the reactions as well, but surely, this guy, he's going to have some reacting to do later. We know the emotions coming.
We don't see those same sort of celebrations, do we, from the UK players there. Thank you very much, Carl and Tex, for that interview. Good to hear from Tex again, back in LAN, back in London. Very happy after the Champions League. I think the hardest thing for him is adapting from 1v1 now to 2v2 in literally a matter of days.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not done here in round one, though, in this first group stage matchup. We've got a game between Inter Esports and CF Montreal. Inter Esports, obviously an FGS Masters team, that being Tor and Resende. On the other side of it, the FGS Open team, Brandon, is CF Montreal, and they are made up of...
Yeah, it's Lewin and Hozu that have made up that team. They came through back in December in that Team of the Season Open. Look at that for a start to the result there. Torin and Resende, I mean...
0-0 after the first leg, and
they've sort of fallen apart in this second leg, to be completely honest. Final 40 minutes, I'm pretty confident to say...
We're not going to penalties?
We might not have extra time, and then we might have penalties. But let's just see how this final 23 minutes have gone or so. Flown over from Canada, both of these two players, for the competition of CF Montreal. They're in a very difficult group as well. It's Group F they're in. So important to kick off with a win here in the Team of the Season Cup. With huge money and stakes on the line, the pressure is building. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Looking for his way back. Could be a gift for a third. It's good pressure from Jude Bellingham. 9 minutes left to play. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a good start for Inter Esports.
Unless there's some magic in this final 8 minutes from Resende and Tor. Back on LAN for the first time since Milan, when we saw Resende, obviously teaming up with Ethan and Elevens.
Oh, 9, can't turn. Vieira stands in the way. I think that was their only chance if there was going to be a comeback.
Well, the numbers have flood forward. The counter-attack is there.
A lot of interesting results happening around the grounds.
Top of the box, R9.
Could be a chance to solidify the result. That is premature FIFA there. You don't need a third goal. I mean, you probably could have got a third goal, but...
Yeah, I mean, personally, I stick that to R9 and wrap the game up 3-0.
They're happy to take an extra 2 minutes out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen very little here in the, 15, 20 minutes we've seen from Inter Esports, all the way back to the goalkeeper. I think that will be it here.
Is it Group E, a good start for CF Montreal, a team involved in the MLS.
Great win against Inter.
Big win against one of the Masters team. Again, it's another open team beating a Masters team. Could be a goal, nothing more than a consolation from Zidane, but they know it's too little, too late. Tor and Resende back to the drawing board for their second game of today in Group E. But that team on your screen, Lou and Hozu of CF Montreal, have done enough to bag their first important win here in London. That should pretty much do us. Added time of just a minute.
I'm just looking across the rest of the booths as well. I think this was the final game to wrap up here in group number 1. Up on the feet, great performance. CF Montreal off to winning ways here in London at the Team of the Season Cup. Inter Esports back against the wall.
I think they're the only team that have actually remained pretty calm after winning the game. They're here for business. They know it's a long, long, long journey across these 3 days. We've got 3 days of FIFA here. We've got group play to do now, then upper bracket to do, then lower bracket to do, and then a championship Sunday amongst all of that as well. So there's a lot of emotion to still hold in. We've seen that from some players. I mean, penalties do bring out some sort of different emotion.
Bring something deep within you that you don't know you've got until you win a penalty shootout, and then it just explodes.
Especially from Argentina.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Yago, you knew you were going to get that. we've seen Yago in numerous tournaments throughout the last sort of 4 or 5 years. He's got that inside him, as you see the final result there. CF Montreal 2, Inter Esports 1. Lou and Hosu getting off to winning ways here in London. Great performance in a really competitive Group E.
Yeah, and you say about that, Resende will be absolutely disappointed with what has just happened there. But as we said, that's it from us two in the commentary booth for this first round. For now, it's going to be over to our very own Mike LaBelle. It's going to be breaking down some gameplay for us.
Thank you so much, fellas. And of course, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We're going to revisit that matchup with Fnatic and Dire Wolves. I've been hearing so much about Dire Wolves, and usually I'm asking for penalty kicks. I have a request. That has not been the case today. It's already been answered. The emotion is different, and this match started off in a certain way where we saw a lot of offense and an early opening goal. And I love the inclusion of Ronaldinho. He's been someone that's now been used time and time again. We're seeing him in squads. A lot of that creativity, as you see the rebound here and the equalizer for Fnatic. And this was a back and forth matchup. There was a little bit of adversity both ends. Penalty kicks almost seems right. You're going to see a long distance finesse shot as kind of setting it up. You're just trying to get that goalkeeper out of position as best as possible. Eusebio, Vision, Vandersar, not today. Top corner, you can count those. They work out in your favor. And again, very, very impressed with Dire Wolves. And I would not be surprised if they're able to build from this upcoming or this loss that they had in penalty kicks and really take, even though it was technically a negative result, be able to build from that and work it into progressing through the group. As you see Mbappe again working, beautiful skill move, goalkeeper out of position. Schmeichel has shifted towards that near post, go across the body, and then an instant rebuttal, and this is what Tex is known to do, and you can tell that it was Tex wiggling and working. You see the freeze frame across the body. It's gorgeous, and that took it to 3-all. And then, of course, we saw penalty kicks, and even those, we didn't know where that was going to shift, but that was the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and Rachel has all the remaining results for round 1.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mike. I mean, there were so many results. Every single match has now been finished, of course, in round 1. And like Kyle mentioned earlier, it was so loud down here. Let's get straight into this then and go through these results for you right now. Group A then, upset there from Guild Esports. Obviously, they were our Masters FGS winners week 2. They're dropping down after penalty kicks there. Group B, Fnatic leading that. We just saw the result there, didn't we? Penalties over Dire Wolves. Atlanta United there, getting the win. They were another one of our FGS Masters Cup champions. Great to see them. 5-4, I believe the result was in the end there. Group D, Ducks Gaming, 1-0 there. Kawasaki Frontal, and then a couple of draws at the end as well. Group E then, as it stands, Blue United 1-0. KC Sports, they lost 1-0 there, and then 2 draws again. Penalties, extra time must have happened in that. Group F, Heretics, a load of results there. Great, awesome. There we go, so a lot of results coming in, and obviously there's 4 streams, so check us out on Twitch as well, because you can keep across all 4 of those main streams. So much FIFA action happening. And we have a new member of our team as well this weekend. Liv Cook, she's a world freestyle football champion, and she's going to be putting our players through some different skills over the course of the next 3 days. Liv, what have you got for us this time?
That's right, Rachel. I'm here with the winner himself, Diogo. You just won on penalties. How are you feeling?
Very, I'm a bit calmer now, but yeah. Honestly.
Heart was racing, I heard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, penalties are just a lottery, right?
I mean, my anxiety goes through the roof with penalties, even in Sunday League, so I can't imagine what you were feeling. But right now, I want to put your skills to the test. I've got 5 balls ready for you, Diogo. You get 5 shots. I want to see 5 crossbars. First of all, how many do you think you're going to get?
0. From here, 0.
0. Your confidence should be through the roof. You just won.
All
right, go on. Can
I start?
Go for a little chip. Yeah. Go. Oh! Yeah, that was good. That was close.
I'm gonna hit in the camera, by the way.
0 out of 1, though.
Better hide that camera.
Yeah, they've got loads of cameras, don't worry. Oh! Maybe take a little bit of the power off, you know. I think you're blasting it.
I can't.
It's not penalties anymore.
I can't think it without shoes on.
Third time lucky. Oh! Close. Nearly breaking cameras.
There's no way I get one.
You're getting it.
So
You're getting
far away.
it. You can go closer if you want. You got this.
I'm absolutely embarrassing myself.
Right, come on, last one. You can get one.
Listen.
It's like a World Cup final. Oh! got a 0 out of 5, Diogo.
Embarrass myself.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You're our first person as well, so you've set the bar.
Yeah, I've set the bar very low.
In a nice place for everyone else.
Yeah, I guess.
One question before I let you go, Diogo, because I'm hearing like some strange rumours about nervous poos going round. Can you talk to me about that?
Nervous poos. Yes, we all do them. You know, every FIFA player before a game.
Every FIFA player, everyone in this room.
I mean, if you can ask everyone, if anyone says
text behind us, I know he loves a nervous poo.
Oh, he absolutely loves a nervous poo. But everyone does. Everyone does. Yeah, it's just you're really nervous and you start getting butterflies, and it's got to go.
I heard that's why you missed your penalty, right? Because you didn't get to let your nervous poo out.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, you told me that. Yeah. But that's awesome. Thank you very much for taking part. 0 out of 5 crossbars for Diogo, but he got the win on penalties. Rachel, it's back to you.
Embarrassing.
You're exactly embarrassing, Diogo. I heard that over there. He's shaking his head at me. At least he can keep cool under pressure in PKs. Mike Labelle not able to hit the crossbar there. Anyway, let's move on. Let's bring you up to speed on what is coming up next. Of course, we're going down to the lower side of the bracket after those guys got defeated. Elimination time after this break. But let's quickly bring you up to speed then on exactly how this is going to work. Mike, just tell us what this means for a couple of the teams now.
Basically, the portion of the tournament that we're in is you win, you keep the dream alive. If you lose, you're going home early. So this is a complete elimination matchup. Everybody's going to be under max pressure. No one wants to really be in this situation.
This is game time, isn't it? Go big or go home is what we like to call it. So there's obviously a couple of teams who are in a sticky situation right now. And actually, Guild are one of them. Nrazik and Nicholas, guys, they may be going out of the competition. They're a Masters team, of course. Let's have a look at the 3 games now on stream then. I mean, Mike, you're going, oh, what does that mean?
Well, I didn't expect to see complexity here. They have potentially, or maybe the best track record in terms of the 2v2s, a lot of experience together. Dire Wolves, we just saw that matchup, of course, a loss and penalty kicks. And I will say this, it's very difficult to rebound from losing in penalties. The same way that you can build momentum, when you win in penalty kicks, you feel like the greatest players in the world.
I mean, the 2 massive storylines there, Guild and Complexity. Obviously, Yoxan and Maxi, you know, they've got 2 titles, 2 2v2 titles to their name. And I think Maxi actually mentioned it after the FGS Masters Cup. He's like, we are going for title number 3. I mean, he's got to do something about that right now, Mike Labelle.
No doubt about it. Otherwise, people will start to question, saying, well, maybe you were good back then, but not so much now. And even with Guild, there's always been a little bit, you got 2 individual players that are amazing, but is there maybe a language barrier? You got Nicholas, you got Nrazik. Is that maybe not working as this ultimate collaboration? On paper, it sounds great, but maybe there's some communication issues.
And Dire Wolves, how can they regroup after that one? We're about to find out, though, after this short break. When we come back, it's FIFA analyst and Ryan Pessoa. They'll be taking you through the next round of matches. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the Makidi cancel. In this case, I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see, he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the Makidi cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
We have always said Razek is probably been one of the most consistent FIFA players in the world.
The Xbox Finals, yeah, huge game. Oh, it's Razek kicking from left to right in that red strip. He needs an early goal, and he's got one.
When Tex won in Barcelona, who was the man he beat in the console final? Nicholas Razek.
And in Rastic, over the last 3 years, top 5 most consistent FIFA pros.
Time to get into our Xbox Grand Finals. And that scoop turn from R9 finds Messi. There's one. Beautifully played there from Nicholas Razek. Well, here's Neymar then. Dolomite goes for the finesse. 8-3.
Typically, if you beat in Rastic, you win the event.
Dolomite, congratulations. We are now in our grand final.
Will it be Nicholas Razek? The man has almost got to the summit of the mountain.
There's the drag back. Surely it goes for Razek. Nicholas Razek, congratulations. You are the FUT Champions Cup champion here in Bucharest.
No, I finally won the whole thing. I'm just super happy.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. You are joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa. And Ryan, to start off with, the first round was absolutely incredible, wasn't it?
Yep, great to be alongside you, Alex. And again, you spoke about the first round. The celebrations were, wow, they were loud to say at the least. Of course, being around some of the boxes and the booth where the players play in, you can hear it right here. And yeah, it was unbelievable scenes.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy. For the first round on the first day, we have got 3 days of FIFA to bring for you over the next few days. And a reminder for you at home right now, we have got a massive game coming up with M42 Esports up against Guild, which is already an elimination game.
Yep, already you would, of course, associate Guild as being a team you'd potentially say could reach the latter stages, but they found themselves losing the first game. And again, it wouldn't be a situation they maybe have thought they would put themselves in. And again, backs against the wall early on.
Yes, it already is. We are going to go ahead and take a look at the bio of Guild Esports to let you know exactly who is on that team, which is made up of Nicholas and Razek, 2 very, very experienced FIFA players.
Yes, of course, 2 Nicholases. Of course, Nicholas at 99, just qualifying for the Champions League last week, but he's renowned as one of the best players in the world, winning back-to-back playoffs on the PlayStation side of things in FIFA 18 and 19. And of course, he won the FGS 22 Masters Cup. So they do have experience in this 2v2 format, and his teammate, of course, Nicholas Razek, representing Guild Esports, are fantastic. And of course, taking a look at M42 Esports, we have Sites Crusher and Challenger 12. They both won the Singapore Open for the FGS Open in order to reach this stage, and they're fantastic players in their own right as well.
Yeah, we already saw as well with Richard and Brandon saying before about that you already have players that have been invited via their teams and also qualifying. And M42 are the ones that won that Singapore FGS Open. Taking a look at M42's starting 11. What do you make of that, Ryan?
I'd say it's the staple names. You've got R9 Ronaldo, you've got Pele, you've got Ruud Gullit, you've got CR7 and Mbappe, but most of these players you would associate being as staples in the teams. And I'm pretty sure you'd see the same thing in Guild's Esports team as well. The likes of Marquinhos, you've got Ruben Diaz in at centre-back. Goalkeeper, of course, is dependent on how you want your goalkeeper to perform. It's all personal preference. You can see Schmeichel in goal. There's Van der Sar. I think those 2 are potentially the main players you'll see in goal.
Yeah, it is all down to personal preference as we get the countdown and we get ready to jump into game number 1 of round 2 with M42 Esports up against Guild Esports. And I am very much looking forward to this one. Let us know in the chat or wherever you are watching, who do you reckon is going to come victorious? Because there is going to be a loser here and one of these teams will be going home.
Yes, I want to put you on the spot. First time us casting together. Who would you say is going to win this game? You're going to go with the favourites. I'm going to say Guild are the favourites, of course, because of their recent accolades. But would you say they could win this game?
I would definitely go with Guild. However, let's just say that there is going to be a lot of pressure on Guild Esports to perform. They know they have to as we go ahead and jump into it. M42 kicking things off from left to right in the red kit, and Guild Esports of Nicholas Razek and Nicholas as well. The Argentine coming over into England and competing over in European region, which is very different for him this season, who has been performing exceptionally.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing to mention. A lot of players would associate Nicholas as being a player representing in the South American region for the qualifiers and tournaments. But as you said, he made the move over to Europe, and he's done fantastically well. He settled in at his new team, Guild Esports, and he qualified for the Champions League, which was or is now an exclusive tournament in Europe. So he's traveled over to compete in those luxurious tournaments, and he's done well so far.
Yeah, and as we see already, Guild Esports looking to get on that front foot. Ronaldo making his way into the top side of the box. Little ball roll scoop to come back finding Kante. And we're just going to see how these two teams match up. Is it going to be a bit of a hesitant start? Is someone going to look to dominate and try and get that heavy press and kick things off early?
The thing is with 2v2, it's very difficult to see. This is the first 2v2 major event we've seen for the FIFA scene, with the huge amount of prize pool, the names up competing in this tournament. But again, you could be a fantastic 1v1 player. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the best 2v2 team. So again, that's something to see. And I think for M42, they come in with, I guess, no pressure on their shoulders. They're sort of maybe, they would know that they would be up against the likes of Gazoo build up on the edge of the box here.
Messi coming in, trying to look for that little fake shot, but it is Ruben Diaz who's going to take that away and look to break with Bellingham, but a bit of patience to come back and looking to get control. Now, there's a big thing that you say, Ryan, that sometimes the best individual FIFA players don't always make the best 2v2 team. So that, you know, you look at Nicholas Razek and Nicholas themselves, individually, some of the best in the world, knowing that they've got to come together and they have got to perform and definitely make it through this game if they can. But M42 Esports looking just to find their way into the game, get a little bit of control, which can play a massive part to just put that little bit of pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, and I paid a little bit of attention to their game recently. They lost their game, it was narrowly on penalties, but some of the goals that they scored was very scintillating, a lot of perfectly executed skill moves, scoop turns, elastico, so they're very, very good going forward. And again, you can hear some celebration in the background, some other games going on. So over to you, Alex.
18 minutes on the clock so far. Nothing to speak about. Both teams and players just warming in ever so slightly. We will jump over to Kyle and go and find out what was all that noise about.
Well, there is plenty of noise, as you can hear. Great start for Complexity Gaming, Yoxan and Maxi. 4 minutes is all it took for them to get that first goal, a very important one for them as well. I'll be keeping you updated throughout all of this game. 2 legs, we're so early in this one. 5 minutes gone. I'm looking at this, and Nom Esports, well, they're going to have to find a reply. They might be able to do it with this attack. As we're actually talking, they're on the attack. It looks like they could be coming close to getting the ball in, but no. Oh wait, here we are. Oh, it's a very quick response. No curse of the commentator right now. 1-1 it is. R9 getting a goal there for Nom Esports. Those guys making it 1-1 in that matchup against Complexity. Guys, I will make sure I keep you updated. 1-1 for now.
And that is all the action over from Group C. Thank you for that, Kyle. Complexity looking to make their way through with Nom Esports equalising, as we heard, in that 1-1. Nothing to shout of so far in this game between M42 and Guild Esports. Guild on the attack now, Mbappe finding his way down into that left wing. Lays the ball back to Messi, but again, Ruben Diaz, that Team of the Year item, being so prominent in people's teams. Mbappe finding his way, the little shot cancel. And again, a little bit of a rebound, manages to come through R9. And that is a huge tackle and interception for Marquinhos.
What a chance. Of course, it fell fortunately for Guild Esports there. I thought they were going to play the pass to the back post, a little cross with Cristiano Ronaldo lurking. We know how deadly he is in the air when it comes to aerial situations, but they're still building up here.
No, it is. Ruud Gullit being sent on that run, looking to go forward. The La Croqueta cancel, and Ruben Diaz again. That offside is going to be called. And for Ryan, when you're thinking about that extra pass off across in 2v2, how does it change in comparison to 1v1?
I think that's the key, because it's all going to relying on the computer to make the run for you at the back post. You can maybe do a play a lot, but with a 2v2, you're sitting next to your opponent or your teammate, and you can get them to control Cristiano Ronaldo, run into the box, and set up a cross a lot easier in that manner, I'd say. That's something that I love with 2v2, the off-the-ball runs, the way that they defend. It's not something where everyone's used to playing 1v1, having to defend, relying on second-man press. There's no second-man press in 2v2. You have to hope that your opponent is on the same wavelength. Your teammate.
That you do. R9 looking for that finesse, that red time coming through. Time finishing, something that we will talk about a lot today, being so crucial. And for you at home, if you haven't had a chance to play 2v2 yet, it is very different to the 1v1. You win and you lose together as a team. Some of these players playing with each other on a regular basis, getting their practice in, getting their training in, and just making sure that they're always on that same wavelength. Kante now just looking to recycle back to João Cancelo. Vieira sitting in that centre-back position for Guild Esports, who can be so difficult to get past. Kante now on the ball, finds that pass into Mbappe, edge of the 18. The fake shot comes back in, but again, Ruben Diaz is there for M42. 40 minutes on the clock. Is there going to be a first goal in this first leg of our elimination game between Guild and M42? The ball down the line now to Lionel Messi, looking to take on Marquinhos. Tries to find that pass, but Bellingham covering R9 all the way.
can see that both of these teams are playing with nerves because of the way they're building up. There's little passes where you'd expect in a situation where if it was a 1v1 tournament, they'd be keeping the ball for the last attack, as we're seeing M42 do now. You want to be sensible, you want to play for the last attack, because if you do lose possession in this situation now, it gives your opponent less time to try and stem a counter-attack and respond.
That it does. There is going to be no added time, so this will be the last attack, and it is going to be for M42. Hakimi driving down towards that byline, trying to see if he can find Cristiano Ronaldo. It manages to go all the way to Mbappe. The extra pass is on. The little step over is the scoop turn, goes for that shot across goal. Vieira with the block, and he does manage to kick that one out. And 0-0 in that first half of the first leg between M42 and Guild Esports. Now, Ryan, talk to me. You said there about at the end of that end of that half that you want to hold the ball, you want to make sure that you have that last attack. Is that something for everyone that's watching at home that they could implement into their game?
Absolutely, I think it's key. We always speak about conceding goals in the latter minutes of the first or second half or extra time, the 45th minute, the 90th minute. You want to make sure that if you have possession around the 83rd minute, I'd say just slow it down a little bit. You don't want to push too many bodies forward on triggered runs or commit too many players to the attack, because if you do lose possession, maybe on the 87th minute, your opponent then can stem a counter-attack and potentially punish you. But that chance there at the end for M42, the extra pass was on. I'd be very annoyed, I'll be honest. He done well to create the chance in it, in essence, anyway, with Mbappe, but it didn't work in their favour. But I guess you can sort of take a positive from that. It depends on the mindset you have.
I think for M42 Esports, as we said, Singapore FGS Open winners getting their way into the FGS event and just having that confidence going into that. And you can already see that there. Yes, it was a little bit cagey from both teams. They know how much is on the line in this game, but they can be relatively happy with that first half. There were some chances that they had. They defended well. Schmeichel obviously came in with that big save, pushing it onto the post as well. But for Guild, for Enrazic and Nicholas, they will want to come out the blocks and be a little bit more aggressive maybe and look to find their way. And as we've already said, these players are experienced. They've been here for many, many years. They know exactly what they need to do in those clutch moments. As we see Messi on the ball now for Guild, linking up with R9. João Cancelo steps in, takes that one away. Nice and easy for M42, who now may have an opportunity to break. They do just come back and find João Cancelo. And that item out on that left-hand side, he can pretty much play anywhere.
He really can, especially with the added 5-star weak foot compared to his other items in-game. As we see him, Hullet making the run here.
Now it's going to be Ruud Hullet on the header, and Van der Sar comes in with a save at the near post. The cross working out very well, but Ruud Hullet just couldn't find that finish with the head. R9 now trying to find that byline again, but Marcelo is equal to it, and Guild possibly to break from that corner. A dangerous pass across goal, and CR7 does not put that away. Van der Sar, quick off his line, comes out, close the angle down, and that is a huge, huge let-off for Guild Esports.
Wow. That is almost a certain goal when Cristiano Ronaldo is in front of goal at that angle. I think there was slight goalkeeper movement, so credit to Guild for that. But wow, a huge mistake that they were let off from.
And they've still got the ball now. Pele is finding his way through. He drives through, uses that little speed boost, gets that shot off across goal, and Marquinhos is there again, and a goal kick. We are going to kick things over to Kyle and get an update on some of these matches.
Well, guys, I've been watching the MGCF Esports taking on Dire Wolves. That's actually in the second leg right now. Dire Wolves have just taken the lead, so they are 1 goal up. There's only 60 in-game minutes to go. I'll keep you updated on that one. Going back to NOM Esports against Complexity, though. Last time out when you were chatting to me, NOM Esports got that equaliser. Well, it's Complexity who are running away with it. It's coming to the end of the first half of the first leg. They're winning 3-1, Yoksan and Maxi. On the screen, I can see them talking to each other. Their coach is there looking slightly frustrated, even though they are 3-1 up. But that one is half-time, only in the first leg, only the end of the first half. So there's plenty of FIFA 22 action to go. I'll keep you guys updated as the goals go in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle. And Dire Wolves, we saw, had that game against Fnatic in the first round. Went all the way to penalties. They did have the lead. Fnatic, Tex and Diogo coming through and managing to get that win. So that's going to be a very interesting game for Dire Wolves. As we said, the elimination games are already here. It could be an early exit for some of these teams.
Yeah, and again, there's many upsets. You associate some of these teams, especially the Masters teams, you'd say. For me, coming into this, I would actually favour the teams that won the Open Series.
Yeah.
Just because they've had the experience and they'll know how to reach important stages of tournaments. And to win it, you had to come #1 in your region to win and to get here. So again, they have the experience as we see a build up from the corner here.
Rude Hullet on the edge of the box, trying to find that way through. Mbappe's just moving around, trying to loosen up that gap, see if he can find a way through. But M42 just being patient with it. 60 minutes on the clock now. A chance to break for Guild. Razek and Nicholas need to step it up a gear if they want to go through and advance. M42 now looking to be in control of this early start in the second half. 62 minutes on the clock. Jude Bellingham just having that ball out, playing it out towards the fullbacks who can be utilised so well. Big pressure there from Guild Esports, looking to take that ball away. And Cristiano Ronaldo now linking up with R9, just on that centre circle. A little bit of patience. And over the top through ball trying there, which that... Oh, a little bit of opportunity. Mbappe manages to break that away from João Cancelo, but Marquinhos just says, João Cancelo, don't worry, you make that mistake, I will come across and cover. But we've already seen here a couple mistakes. One from Guild Esports early on across that goal. CR7 not finding the back of the net. And then another one there for M42. Can you sense the nerves?
You definitely can. And I feel as if there's sort of been one-way traffic up until that moment. I feel as if M42 Esports are in the ascendancy. And when you have this sort of level of control and chances in the 2v2 format, you have to make them count. And you don't want to rue those mistakes. But for them, again, it depends on the mentality. You'd want to take positives rather than dwelling on the missed chances, as Ronaldo was just offside from the lofted pass. Again, 20 minutes left to play, Alex. Still a lot to go, a lot of time to go. We've still got the second leg to play as well. But again, I still believe M42 Esports have had the better of the chances, but you can never count out Guild Esports.
That you cannot. Two very experienced players, as we've already said, but you let us know in the chat. Are you voting for Guild Esports, for Nicholas Razek and Nicholas, or are you going for M42 Esports, or Sights Crusher and Jaron Jar? Let us know who you think is going to take the first goal in this game as Hakimi looks to drive forward. Linking up now with Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm seeing a lot of Cristiano Ronaldo out on the left-hand side, right-hand side, possibly looking to utilise the back post headers.
I think that's something that has to be added into the element of 2v2. It's very easy to have the players that are useful for quick passing and quick turning, but having Cristiano Ronaldo
with the Elastico, Rude Hullet on the edge, just trying to find that way again, but still not managing to go through. Cristiano Ronaldo, as you mentioned.
Yeah, there's no space with the way the defending is just offside there from Cristiano Ronaldo, the man I'm about to speak further on. But we know, I spoke earlier about his aerial dominance, and especially if you put him up against a fullback like the Team of the Year Cancelo item, I guess he's 6 foot, he's got great jumping, but Marcelo is smaller, so you'd expect him to win the aerial duel, as we see a chance potentially.
The ball on the edge, Kante finding the pass into CR7, and Hullet tracking back that manual run from Hullet, controlling that player and bringing him across, getting what could have been a massive opportunity for Guild Esports. Getting inside that 18-yard box, which, as you said, can be so crowded, so difficult. Those chances come few and far between.
They really do, and especially in this FIFA anyway, in a 1v1 format, those chances are ones you'd associate with having a clear enough chance at goal. But we spoke about the run from Hullet, brought back into the box to make the manual tackle and to put another body in the area to sort of nullify them from potentially getting a chance at goal. And that's exactly what it does as we approach the latter stages of this first leg. Could we see a chance from either team?
We have 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Can Guild Esports find a way through? Jude Bellingham, that FUT birthday player item, being utilised so well by so many pros this weekend already. Pele now out on that left-hand side, just finding his way through, trying to find a man, trying to find someone free to pass to. João Cancelo will have that simple switch of the ball, finding his opposite fullback, Hakimi. Marquinhos looking to find that way through. Like you spoke about already, Ryan, coming up to the end of this game, players looking to be composed, mature, professional, ensure that they have that last attack. And will it be M42 who will find the first goal in what has been limited number of chances in this elimination game? We've already told you, whichever one of these teams loses now will be going home. 1 minute of added time from the referee. Hakimi drives that ball forward. Rude Hullet now. Can he find his partner in the middle? He can indeed. Jude Bellingham linking up nice and quickly. A little bit of a change of tempo. João Cancelo with a big tackle. And Vieira boots that one away and says, you know what? We will take that 0-0 draw going into that second leg. What did you make of that, Ryan?
Yeah, it was very, very nervy, as we mentioned many times, but a few mistakes that could have led to goals. But other than that, I say it's very, very tightly contested.
It was indeed, and we will go and find out what the second leg result will be very shortly. We'll go over to a quick break and be back with you in a minute.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back! Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central center mid, I'm passing it to my left center mid, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left center mid is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left center mid, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center mid, as you see here, finding it to the right center mid. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left center mid, and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Heading to Singapore.
The pressure that will be on them, they will be the first Indian competitors to qualify for a major tournament. That is massive.
Starting off really well here. Wow. Last minute.
Involved in everything, and that's the goal they need to bring them all square.
Crusher didn't have a team a month ago. Now he's got a team.
Last chance saloon for India. Neres! It might be ugly, but the whole of India do not care right now. M42 Esports are making history for their country as a whole.
Yes, and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup FGS event here in London. You're joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa. And we just watched what was a very cagey affair in that first leg of the second round, which is an elimination game between M42 Esports and Guild, which finished 0-0.
Yeah, again, it was a very nervy game. I was just watching that video there from M42. It gave me goosebumps, I'll be honest. I love an underdog story, and for their sake, I hope they do really well and they can pick up well, I say pick up where they left off in this second leg. I felt as if they were in control. They gave up, of course, gave up a few chances, but that's natural in FIFA. But I felt as if they had the fairer share of clear-cut chances in that game.
Yeah, they did. And if you're M42 Esports looking at the opponent of Guild, who are in that white kit, kicking from left to right, they can be fairly happy with that. As you said, they were on top. A few little nerves from either team, but when you know you're coming up against opponents of Nicholas and Nicholas Razek as well, such dominant players over their years of competing in professional FIFA, they can take a lot of confidence going into the second leg.
Absolutely, and I feel as if when coming into tournaments, potentially seeing yourself as the underdog, that might help slightly for some teams. They won't have that added pressure on their shoulders. They know coming into this game that Guild Esports are very, very renowned in the scene and have some fantastic players, but they can hold their own as well.
That they can. Now, as we see Kante on the ball with Guild Esports, a lot of runners you can see utilising the different formations, different tactics, using the wing with Cristiano Ronaldo trying to find R9, but does go out for that throw-in. Nice and simple now for M42. Just to regroup and look to defend very easily. R9 putting that pressure on, and it is going to be Vieira to distribute out the back. How crucial is that 3 at the back formation, the centre-backs being those ball-playing centre-backs, wanting to utilise the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the pitch, right?
I think it's very, very key to stretch the play with the 3-5-2. You have the wing-backs that offer the offensive threat as well, as we see potentially a chance with Vieira triggered, but there's a huge gap now.
A big break for Pele. Kante sweeping up. Tell me, what happened then with Vieira?
Wow, of course, triggering runs this year and whipping a cross in from far out is very, very effective at just bringing the ball into the area, transitioning from defense to attack within an instant, whether it's a direct header at goal or a header down towards the striker. But when you have Vieira running forward with his stature in an aerial dominance, you could potentially be worried, but it was a great tackle from Kante.
But a very nervy one as well for Guild Esports. You saw that Vieira make that run. M42 just managing to intercept it and come through. As you see Mbappe break through. Marquinhos now, of all people, in that final third. Cristiano Ronaldo driving that byline. Some fancy footwork. Tries to find that pass off across. And Kante is there again, who manages to come through and intercept. Guild Esports now looking to find their way through. R9 out on that left-hand side, driving, goes for that cross into Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo leaves it for João Cancelo. And an easy, easy interception. Messi now just linking up with Food Hullet. Nice and simple. Ruben Diaz just managed to lay that out to Pele. We are going to pass things back over to Kyle and tell us exactly how the games are going on.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I'm interested to watch this MGCF esports game. They're taking on Dire Wolves. It is in extra time, and Dire Wolves have just taken the lead, 2-1. So they are looking like if they can keep a hold of this lead, well, they could possibly be continuing in the competition. The last thing they will be wanting to do, though, is to concede a goal for it to go to penalties once again. As MGCF esports are in the box, they get close, but unfortunately with Mbappe, they weren't managed to convert that chance, weren't managed to equalise. Guys, I will be coming back to you later on. Plenty of action happening in the stadium, as you can see, plenty of goals, and I'll be keeping you updated.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle. As a chance coming through for M42 then. You did see Mbappe trying to get that fancy footwork to find his way through. But again, what has been a cagey affair. At that last ditch, every single time, Ryan, there's a defender there.
There always seems to be, and I thought as if he slightly overplayed it, if I'm being slightly critical. I'm hearing a lot of goals around, and it's, come on, we need a goal here. Because, of course, how important it is in this loser bracket game. The loser is eliminated, of course.
That they are. Bellingham find that ball out towards Pele on that left-hand side. We will go back to Ryan with Kyle with another quick update. What's happened, Kyle?
Another goal has gone in. When you left me before, MGCF, they were looking for an equaliser, but the goal has actually gone the other way. Dire Wolves have extended their lead. It is in extra time. It's now 3-1, half-time of extra time. So MGCF have got it all to do. 15 in-game minutes to go if they want to remain here in the Team of the Season Cup. Guys, stay with me, all right? It will be, come back to me very shortly to see what happens, because Dire Wolves, after that game, what they managed to do, if they can keep hold of this at half-time of extra time at 3-1, I'm sure they will be ecstatic at that result.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. Dire Wolves coming all the way over from Australia for this event, and definitely don't want to be going home just yet. That 3-1 lead, as you said, is coming through for Dire Wolves. But back into this game with M42 Esports and Guild Esports. It's been a very nervy, cagey affair. Some chances here and there, but nothing to put into the back of the net as of yet. As we said, the defenders are just coming in at that last minute. Both of these teams, all of these players, communicating well with each other, trusting each other in defence when needed.
Yeah, they really have been defending well. But again, I say as the time ticks on, you could maybe say that, we know Nicholas is renowned as the Iceman, the most clutch player in the 1v1 format, but maybe some nerves will creep in. Representing Guild at the first 2v2 FGS Team of the Season Cup with so many, well, the huge prize pool up for grabs, and of course the stature of winning the first 2v2 tournament is huge, so they would definitely not want to be eliminated so early on, especially coming in as favourites.
That they would not. Hakimi looking to break now. Managed to find that ball, but Marcelo is equal to it. 42nd minute on the clock. We have 3 minutes in this first half of the second leg. 0-0. Big pressure from João Cancelo coming through, but Hullet lays out to Kante. Kante with a great over-the-top through ball. Finds João Cancelo, who drives. He brings that defender towards him. He goes all the way. Ruben Diaz uses that strength, uses that physicality, and just says, you know what, João Cancelo, you're not getting past me today.
That's probably the best we've seen at Guild Esports build up there. The quick passing, the first-time ball over the top from Kante to put Cancelo in behind. They had many options there, but again, chose the wrong one as we go into the half-time break. Still 45 minutes left to play, plus the potential of extra time and penalties if it gets that far.
Well, we've already had lots of penalties, lots of extra time so far in round one. We're in round two right now, and we do see that 0-0 in that second leg. We've got the second half coming up very shortly, but let's pass it back over to Kyle. Kyle, what's been happening?
Oh, plenty has been happening. I'm focusing now on the complexity against NOM Esports game. Complexity in this second leg, currently 1 goal up, meaning on aggregate it is 5-1. So they look like they are running riot, let's say. As NOM Esports do come into the box though. Oh, great save there by Complexity. It remains 5-1 in that game. Going back to MGCF against Direwolves, 113 minutes on the clock, currently 3-1 to Direwolves. All of the goals in this game have come in the second leg, and Direwolves just need to hold on for the next 6 minutes to keep on in this competition. Guys, it's looking like they can do it. Maybe time is running out for MGCF Esports, but I'll keep you updated at full time.
Thank you very much, Carl. There will be 8 teams eliminated today as well. So we're going to find out who they are going to be. One of these teams will be leaving us here. Will it be Guild Esports or will it be M42 Esports? A reminder, they won the FGS Open in Singapore. They've got that confidence. They've played with each other. They've won a tournament. Guild Esports at the minute really need to step up another gear if they want to go through into the next round. Bellingham with some nice fancy footwork, linking back up with João Cancelo.
Good for Guild. I say they need to be able to snap a green time there just wide from Pele. But it's key to mention they did win the FGS Masters Cup for Guild. They played together, but again, they're playing nowhere near that level. They'll definitely be disappointed in the way that this first game and well, halfway through the second has gone so far, because they haven't really offered anything going forward for M42 to be concerned about. If I was M42, as the game goes on, I'd definitely be gathering a lot more confidence.
Do you like that though as well there, having that long range finesse from range? Sometimes if you can't find your way through, would you be saying, you know what, let's take a bit more of a pop shot from range?
Yeah, there's a lot of avenues to score, whether it's the extra pass across goal, a finesse shot.
R9 coming into that 18-yard box, goes that Elastico, Marquinhos again, and Hakimi with some equal strength to R9. Just coming through and taking that on away, and the Elastico just not coming through there.
No, not that time. It's a no-one stopping to an Elastico, which potentially could have worked. I thought that pass could have been played in for Mbappe there, but it's whipped in from M42, and it's going into no man's land, and it gives the chance for Gil to potentially spring a counter-attack.
That it may be. Hullet on the ball now, looking for that overlapping run of João Cancelo. But again, that patience, that time, neither team wanting to take too much of a risk. They don't want to leave any numbers out at the back, looking to always look for that patient way. We do see Vieira go on that run, and Marcelo possibly looking for that, chooses to cancel that cross as Vieira going into that offside position. R9 now on the edge of the 18, uses the Messi with that little 1-2, goes that cross to the back stick. João Cancelo, green time, but a big block again from the defender. We spoke about every time either one of these teams is getting through in on goal, there's always that one last defender saying, you know what, I'm going to close the door, you're not getting through. Across to the back stick now, Van der Sar claims with these.
That was more like it from Gil. They built up again, and they're using that run from Vieira as an option because one of the players has to track the run.
Yep.
Or maybe bring the goalkeeper out. It's another thing to think about. When whilst they're doing that, they're building up slowly into the area for them to have that chance. Maybe you could say an extra pass could have been played, being slightly critical, but they timed it perfectly green. And if there wasn't a man in front of there, it could have been a goal, as we see a potential chance.
Here's Mbappe on the edge of the 18-yard box. He finds his way through, goes for that green time power across goal. A good effort, but Schmeichel is equal to that. The ball gets whipped in straight away from the corner, but it does fall out to Mbappe on the edge of the 18, who's looking to drive towards that byline. R9 Not the one that you want defending in that area, but he does enough using that power of his body. Rude Hullet finds that pass to R9. The pass off across, and that is Cristiano Ronaldo, Nrazek, and Nicholas for Guild Esports, finally managing to find that breakthrough.
Yes, I spoke about the extra pass, and that is exactly what happened. Building up with Messi into Hullet, a light pass back into Hullet, bombing into the area, and another beautiful pass from R9 into Cristiano Ronaldo. Past Schmeichel, and again, I speak about the extra pass being very effective in FIFA 22. Probably the most tame celebration we've seen today from Guild Esports, with Guild, Nicholas, and Razek not really letting out too many roars. Probably just it's a silent outpour of emotion, a deep breath out, and they know now if they can just keep the structure that they've had in this second half defensively, then they can hope to see it out in the last 23 minutes.
No, you said earlier on about how Nicholas, ice in the veins, we know he's so calm in that area. Nrazek at times a little bit more emotional, likes to let the players know that he's feeling it. As you said, nice and calm there. Do you think that maybe is because they feel like they've actually not got into the gear that they want to be in right now?
I'd say for them, if they're being completely honest with themselves, they'll probably say they haven't performed at the level that they would have expected or held themselves to. But what matters is the result.
Yeah.
As it stands, they're in the lead. For M42, we can speak about the chances that they created or they missed in the first leg based on Guild's mistakes. They didn't make the most of them, and now they find themselves 1-0 down. But again, there's time to get back into it, and we've seen some of the goals they've scored earlier on today behind the scenes, and they have what it takes to be creative in front of goal and create that open chance to potentially get an equaliser.
That they do. Remember, they have already come from behind when needed as well against Team Falcons, taking that one all the way through to penalties. So they definitely will fight this. They will want to be a bit more aggressive, looking for that over-the-top through ball to R9. He's all by himself. He's going to have to have a little bit of hold-up play. Finds the little ball roll scoop, linking up with Pele, who goes back. Plays out to that left-hand wing to João Cancelo, who drives forward again. The little La Croqueta finding the Rude Hullet. Can he force that way through? Can he find that intricate pass? No, he cannot. Kante now an opportunity to break for Guild Esports. Can they put this tie to bed? Mbappe just forced wide from Ruben Diaz. Diaz doing so well to position himself.
Done really, really well there. I felt the run maybe could have gone towards the other side to give him more space to run into space there for Guild, but they didn't make the most of it as we approach the last 15 minutes now. This is it. This is the all-important game. If you lose, you are eliminated, and for M42, they would hope they could create a chance as a pause is queued now. Alex, what would you do in this situation? Because again, it's a 2v2 format. One player might want to throw the kitchen sink, as we say, to go all guns blazing to try and get a goal back. Maybe the other player would maybe think there's still a little bit of time left. Maybe don't want to leave too many gaps, but yeah, it's very tough to find a balance.
You know, as well as everyone watching this at home, 15 minutes in FIFA can come and go in a flash.
Yeah.
If you leave it too late and you try and put that press in that last 5 minutes, it may be difficult to get that ball. M42 Esports have 15 minutes on the clock to find a way back into this game. So you would expect them to come out, be a little bit more aggressive. And let's just, as they're making tactical changes, for you, 2v2 obviously being a little bit more new into FIFA, coming through for a lot of these players. 1v1, it can be simple. I make the change, I do what I want to do.
Yep.
There's discussions going on between these two. How does that play out in-game?
I think it's just a matter of adapting to your teammate, and of course, there is going to be a renowned team captain, you'd say. Somebody that makes a decision, someone, of course, in-game that moves the goalkeeper. Just something as simple as that will create the tactic. But again, you have to find a balance between both players. They might have a situation where in a 1v1 format, one player is extremely attacking, but then his teammate is extremely defensive. So in a 2v2 format, you have to find the balance and be aware that it might not be the best thing to be too defensive or attacking. It's just about finding the balance between the two players, and I think that's what adds to the element of 2v2 as we see a risky fake shot there from
that was very confident from Nrazek and Nicholas with Guild Esports. Just about getting away with it. They'll be grateful to see that one go out for the throw. And Kante now finding Rude Hullet. Mbappe makes a brilliant run out towards that right-hand side of the pitch. He's going to carry it. He's got that pace. The ball roll scoop coming back, linking up with R9. And Marquinhos just bodying enough. M42 Esports have 10 minutes remaining to find a way, to find a breakthrough against Guild Esports. It is going to be Ronaldinho now on the left wing. We can see a lot of these ball roll scoops, but so far, Guild Esports are just doing so well defensively to cover the lanes and stop that through. It is CR7 linking up, and again, Marcelo just doing enough. Van der Sar a little bit shaky, but he does clear that one away. Ruben Diaz with a vital header. R9 on the edge of the 18. Can he find his way? Does that La Croqueta cancel? De Bruyne linking up again with R9. And just one too many. Marquinhos says, thank you. We now have a massive opportunity to break. CR7 plays that ball through to R9. The sweat is on. He goes for it, Mbappe. And that is what you would imagine, Ryan. Game, set, match won.
Yes, the nail in the coffin from a cynical counter-attack there from Guild Esports. They made it look easy. The pass there into R9. Ronaldo played across to Mbappe, and it's an easy finish, an open goal. The defender couldn't do enough to get in front of the pass there, but 2-0 now, you'd say that's it. It should be game over now.
You would imagine, as we've already said about the experienced players of Guild Esports, Nicholas and Razak. But let's just go back. M42 had that chance with R9, trying to possibly look for the reverse elastico past the defender. Defender was equal to it. And as quick as that, you think, I've got an attack, an opportunity to equalise, you're 2-0 down.
That's the ruthlessness of FIFA Esports. You have to make your chances count when they come your way, and especially in these moments where you have to go constant pressure, you have to go fast build-up, direct passing. There's a lot more bodies bombing forward for you. So, you know, if you lose possession and you don't win it high up, you're going to be susceptible to a counter-attack. And that is exactly what happened. But for Guild Esports, for Razak and Nicholas, they'll be delighted with that as they, of course, give themselves the lifeline now into the next stage of the bracket, or the group stage format, where they'll be playing for their seeding, of course. But for M42 Esports, again, they will be eliminated, but they could take positives. Their first line event as a team, and they've shown out to show their ability so far.
And it's something that we do say all the time, even when you're not at your best, to find a way to win, as we see just another consolation goal, 3-0. As we say, it can be a sign of champions. Even when you're not playing the best, you still find a way to win. Razak and Nicholas for Guild Esports maybe wanted to step into that another gear, but they are going to be the ones that will advance through. And for M42 Esports, just not finding that way, and that will be them already out of this tournament.
Yes, it is heart-wrenching stuff. Travelling to an in-person tournament, the team of this season cup, it is, of course, devastating to be eliminated. But for Guild, they can build on this. Again, this is what separates the best players from the great players, the top tier. They're able to win when not necessarily performing the greatest. And yeah, that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, it was. Well done to Guild Esports, who will advance through, and commiserations to M42, who will be leaving this tournament. But we've had some very interesting games, as we've already been speaking to you about. Complexity and Nom is one that has been going on so far. So we will jump into that in just a second and let you know how that game is going. Complexity obviously losing their first match and will want to go through. But Nom is a team that you would expect to do so well. How do you make that matchup go?
It's a tough one. That group is very, very difficult, and we know the players that compete in either team. So again, it's going to be very, very tough, and interesting to see what happens as we go over to Complexity versus Nom Esports and see what's happening right now. But again, both of these players, all these teams, I should say, for all four players involved, it's tough because they know the stakes are really, really high, and they're already playing an elimination game. So as early on as it is, and Complexity have won a team of the FIFAe Club World Cup before. As we see now, they are 6-3 up against Nom Esport, and it definitely looks as to be game over. A 3-goal deficit for Nom looks extremely unlikely to overturn, as you can see. We can hear, sorry, some of the celebrations in the background from another matchup.
That is 01 Esports, who are very passionate right now. And by the sounds of it, they've either won their match or managed to get an equaliser. But it is going to be Complexity with the 6-3 win on aggregate, advancing through against Nom Esports, which possibly a little bit of an upset there. But for Complexity, they will be very, very happy to lose that first match and do what looks like a fantastic performance to go through and advance through into that next stage. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, as I said, that group for me is, you would say it's as weird as it's the group of death. I think it's harder to pinpoint who you'd say could be eliminated from that group. And Nom Esports, of course, winning the Frankfurt Open to reach the FGS Team of the Season Cup up against Complexity Gaming, of course, a Masters team. So the Masters team have done their job to keep themselves in the competition, keep themselves fighting. But again, commiserations to Nom Esports. Fantastic players and organisation, but they'll be back for sure.
That they will. Congratulations to Complexity, coming all the way over from America. Joxan and Max, two very experienced players as well, been around for a very long time in the scene, doing enough, which we've spoke about it again, that when you play that first match, you can't afford to have 2 losses, right? You have 2 losses, you're out of this tournament. You take that first loss, even when you may have played okay, you may have played a little bit better than what you would have anticipated to, but to then go into that and say, if I lose this game, I'm out of this tournament. So the pressure was on, and Complexity managed to rise up to that challenge.
Yeah, they've done what they needed to do. And again, I spoke about them winning the Club World Cup in the previous years, but they've done well today in order to progress into the next stage. And yeah, they've done what they needed to do.
That they did. We will pass things over to Mike, who will be giving us all the analysis from some of the games.
Thank you, fellas. Welcome back to analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And we're going to revisit, we're going to look at the guild matchup and that progression. Getting a win, getting that result is crucial for them to keep their dream alive, that lifeline. And you're targeting these attacking players. As you see the highlights, it's always going to be where you're looking to penetrate. And what you're doing with this is looking for creative methods and intangibles, kind of a mix and match between them. You're going to have an extra pass to Ronaldo, steps into space, first time finish. And because you go first time, goalkeeper movement doesn't matter, can't adjust, can't react quick enough. And it was the opening goal, and it really shifted the energy and shifted just the tempo of this game. That's been the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. And I believe that Kyle is downstairs, and he's talking to Rasik.
Oh, Mike, I'm actually with Nicholas. Yeah, Nicholas99 FC. What a game that was just there. After your first result, to have to come back, to have to ensure that you get a victory, the pressure felt like it was on. Were you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, a little bit. I think because it's 2v2, so it's different. You are like maybe sharing the pressure. But I think I was okay. I think we improved. I think the second leg, I think the M42 guys deserved the first leg, but we deserved the second one, maybe a draw. But I think that's it. You need to score the goals. They didn't. It's unlucky for them, but we didn't the second leg. So I think now we are. Maybe you know you need a win to feel like really better. So we are okay now.
Now, LAN events are back. Obviously, you've had a little bit of experience of that last weekend, but here we are once again, and everyone's watching. We were laughing before. Some of the Inter Esports guys were having a laugh and a joke with you. Are you feeling that pressure at times, knowing that all the other pros, they're sat here, they're watching you, you can hear their reactions as well in their games?
I really like, was the last weekend was 1v1, now it's 2v2, and 2v2 is different. I really like 2v2, it's so fun for me. It's like you have a teammate, you are sharing like pressure, as I said, you are sharing many feelings. And to be here with my teammate or meeting again another players is really good, because was many times, I don't know, the Inter guys here, Torre and Resende, I didn't see them like 2 or 3 years, so it's nice to be back here.
Definitely is nice to be back here. Final question, just want to talk about your partner for the weekend and Rasik. Obviously you said that you're sharing that pressure, but it must also be great to have somebody there with you, someone that's such a great pro as well, that you can both bounce off each other. It seems like you're a great team.
Yeah, I think so. We have a lot of experience. A good thing we have is like he is like more like I'm more possession gameplay, and he's like really straight, so we can share sometimes make possession style, and sometimes go straight, go forward. So I think that's okay, and I really like my teammate.
Definitely. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend. It was great to catch up with you once again. Guys, it's brilliant to see and hear all the reactions from all the players. To be here stood next to the players as well. You're seeing all the action, all the incredible goals. Rachel, Mike, what have you made of this guy, the Iceman, Nicholas99 FC?
Well, he's still pretty chilly, isn't he, Kyle Walker, at the moment? I love to see Kyle not in a box as well. Oh, 6'5" of you? I don't know how tall you are.
You're rounding up for Kyle right now.
Kyle is tall right now, making Nicholas there look really short. But obviously, they faltered, didn't they, Guild, in leg number 1, or match number 1, sorry. They've come back fighting now. They play another game, of course. What did you make of the tactics between Rasik and Nicholas and what they bring together as a team there?
Well, they've been slow to get started, and they're both individually so accomplished that there is that challenge of being able to mix and match and put together a final package that works for both of you, and you're still prolific. I would say Nicholas is the most structured FIFA player that we have. just in all of competition. So he talked about playing structured and then playing with that straight line. I really thought it was an interesting interview from Kyle.
Totally. I never know as well which one's kind of the coach, which one's the leader between those two, because they are such class players. Okay, but we did have to say goodbye to 3 teams after that round. Let's bring you up to speed on exactly who is out of the competition so far. Of course, Guild there, 3-0 over M42, meaning we say goodbye to that team. From Group B, it was Dire Wolves. They got the win, finally, 3-1 over MGCF Esports, who we say goodbye to as well. And then in Group C, Complexity with that awesome 6-3 result over Nom Esports, meaning Nom Esports, unfortunately, are saying goodbye at this early stage in the competition as well. We'll lose 4 more teams as well shortly. Mike, again, Nom, M42, MGCF, commiserations then, but what quickly did you make of the 3 teams there?
Some of them were a little more inexperienced, especially when you're looking at Sharonjot, who is in that online era, of course, and this is always good to build on. Biggest surprise, maybe Nom for me. I really believe in a couple of those guys, again, as individuals. Therefore, you think, well, maybe it'll translate. But the talent here is unparalleled, unmatched. Talking about the world's best.
It is indeed. And talking about talent, I think Liv Cook has some more talent on the Astro for us. Oh, she has Enrazic now. What are you going to get Enrazic to do, Liv? I'm concerned, actually.
I feel like all the players are concerned when I'm on screen, because you know it's going to be action. We're going to be bringing out a ball. We're going to be doing some skills. Razik, first of all, how are you feeling about the competition so far?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's the first LAN tournament in 2 years, so I was really looking forward to that, and it's really nice.
Yeah, doing well so far. You got the win. I'm hearing that they're calling you Mr. Consistent. Talk to me, where does that nickname come from? I feel like it's self-explanatory, but come on.
Yeah, I think I've been always really consistent. In like the last, I don't know, 5 years or so, like till 20, I didn't even win. I was like always in the top 4, but never won. And so, yeah, I think I was always really consistent.
Well, I love me some consistency. I want to see how it translates into the physical. So I have got 5 footballs for you. It's not a crossbar challenge like we did with Diogo. It is in fact an accuracy challenge. So I want you to get that ball into that mini goal. But, little twist, each ball you use, you have to use a different body part. So it could be inside of your foot, could be outside of your foot. You could head it if you want, whatever you want. Creativity's up to you. Let's see how many you get out of 5.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh, started with a miss. You have to warm up. You have to warm up, yeah?
I will go with weak.
First time flexing your leg, it's fine. Better with the weak foot. Are you right-footed?
Yeah, I'm right-footed.
But better with your weak foot.
The way.
Oh, let me move that. Let me move that. All right, go on.
Ravona. Pass auf.
Oh, a Rabona! Oh, he's done it!
All right, fair play, fair play. Yeah, that's my favourite so far. That's better than the crossbars. Ooh, posting, you've moved our net, but we're going to roll with it. You can adapt, right, Mr. Consistent? Yeah. I mean, I don't think it was a different part of the foot either, so we'll just pretend that one never happened.
Yeah.
Good effort, though. Rabona was my favourite. I'm excited. How are you feeling ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we got one more game today for the winner bracket.
That's to get the seed in as well.
Yeah, so we want to win that, and then looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, exciting times. Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Liv. I'm not sure what's more difficult, Kyle's interviews or Liv's little skills there. I'm not sure. The players will have to tell us that one. Mike, though, let's get into the next 4 matches and we're seeing on stream. Again, they're all elimination matches, all crucial here. Obviously, a win means you stay to fight another match. A loss means see you later. I mean, this one, on stream A, Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pajamas, taking on Team Footwood, and they are opposite each other as well in the stadium. They can stare each other out. But then, Timbers, your mates are in this one.
Yeah, you don't want to miss any of this action. Obviously, Stream A with Footwiz, and you see Ninjas in Pajamas being an early favorite, maybe going home early. Stream B, I would say with Neo as well. You got Dolan Mike, you have a champion in there.
And hang on, let's look at Houston Dynamo. Mike's Bezzy is in there as well. George Adamu and Remy taking on Levante United, Pap City and Maestro. I mean, these are massive matchups, guys. If you're not sure about these players, again, George Adamu, right, he was the EMLS champion back in 2020. These guys are top-level players. Going up against Maestro, who is exceptional. He's a World Cup winner himself.
And he was one step from going to the next portion of ECL. I'm sure that's sitting with him. If he went out early here, he's going to feel a certain type of way. I don't know if he'll be returning with Pabs. I'm not trying to put that energy out there, but I'm just saying it could happen. And then even with Inter, the two Brazilians collaborating, I expect Tor and Resende to do well. These guys have been very gifted and talented. They've had a showcase they really put on for the culture.
Well, Mike, this is cutthroat FIFA at its finest. 5 minutes 30 until your next matchup. 4 more teams are going home, okay? So join us after the break and we'll lose 4 more teams. It'll be with Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. We'll see you then.
I'm on screen.
Hey guys, my name is Max. I'm a professional FIFA player for Complexity Gaming, and today I'm going to teach you how to use the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow second variation. So for our first pattern here, we're going to be looking at how we use fullbacks to create space when attacking. Once we win the ball back, the first thing that I do is I trigger my fullback on a run manually. So now you see my fullback at the top of the screen. He's running down the right side, and so is my striker. That leaves 2 attackers down the right side, and he only has 1 left back. Once I recognize this, I have the ball with my center mid, and we just play the ball. Now here in this position, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys running, darting into the box, and he has 5 defenders that can cope with it. So I look into the box, I see there's no one there initially, so I have to recycle the play and go backwards. An open pass comes back, my center mid drops back, and then we're going to just keep passing. There's an open guy almost always in the narrow around the box. As we mentioned earlier, we got tackled, but the key thing is that we managed to advance the ball into his box off of like a 5-second attack. Hey guys, thank you for watching my 4-1-2-1-2 masterclass video. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup live in London. Before we jump into our next round of games, we have to talk to you about this, the PlayStation Tournaments Open Series. PlayStation have created their own on-console tournament platform that offers a variety of gaming titles for participants to choose from all around the world. You do not have to be a pro player to get involved in this. Daily, weekly, monthly tournaments for your chance to play against your friends and players from all around the world to win unique rewards. In-game prizes, in-game currency, cash you can even win. Sign up over at compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID to compete now. Massive thank you to PlayStation Tournaments, all their help with the FGS this year. They've been a big supporter of everything we are doing, especially here today. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley back in the commentary booth here live in London for the Team of the Season Cup. Game is nearly underway in our second elimination match here, Richard. Just under 2 minutes away from kickoff. How is this elimination game, by the way? It's going to be Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas against FUT Wiz.
Big game. Big game here in London at the TOTS Cup. Look, I cannot wait to see what happens because something has to give. One of these two teams has to be eliminated. Let's start with Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. What a roster they have assembled. Some say a God Squad, some say a Dream Team. They find themselves in a really tough elimination matchup.
Yeah, it's as simple as this. Well, Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas came together and said, you know what, let's make a FIFA team, and that's what they have done. TG.nip is how they go by. Levi David, 17 this man was a back-to-back European winner last year alongside Olito, of course, backed himself that major out in Atlanta. This is their team they're using, no surprise, it's full of Team of the Years, prime icon moments, and even a sprinkle of future stars with Jude Bellingham there. On the flip side, of course, they have a very difficult opponent. And the team that have just come off the back of a difficult defeat against Owen Esports, Richard, there's a lot there that they'll be frustrated with, but they have to try and turn it around.
Yeah, they might be frustrated, but these two know how to deal with the pressure. Both been competing many a year in the Global Series events. Marco was an EU World Cup grand finalist back in 2019. This man's been there, he's done it. Jamodo, E-League Australia 2020 season winner. They've both competed in the Oceania region when we were playing remote as well. They know what it takes, and they represent Team Footways very, very proudly.
Yeah, I don't think you'll find two players that have probably got better chemistry than anyone in this tournament. They've got their backs against the wall in this elimination game. It's just under 10 seconds before kickoff here in the Team of the Season Cup. It's our third game we're bringing you live here in day one of the tournament. And unfortunately, we will say goodbye to more teams at the end of this round. Who will be leaving the tournament on day one? Footwiz, the duo from Australia that have been over in London for about, I'd say about 2 months near enough right now. They have got a massive job on their hands. They would have not expected Team Hullet to be in this position, or even themselves.
And on the side of it, these two, Olito, the Swede, Levi de Weed, the Dutchman who seems to have won everything online. Can he do it on land? That is the question that many have asked. He had a disappointing tournament by his own standards at the E-Champions League last weekend. Here, he teams up with Olito to do it for Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Let's not forget, Rich, that they lost on a penalty shootout in their last game. You spoke to Olito literally just as we were coming up to the commentary booth. He said, how are you feeling? He said he wasn't feeling too bad. Chance, Mbappe! Oh, no! Score. How has he missed that?
I thought that was it. Beautiful heel-to-heel, a skill move that you don't typically see a lot inside this opening 5 minutes. Cut open that Footways defence, but have to think that the net should be rippling there.
But back to the point we spoke to Olito, he said, look, for someone who's just lost the game, he was pretty positive.
Yeah, it was. Look, I even spoke to MS Desari just outside getting a little drink of water. He said there were so many games that went to penalty shootouts. It's a look of the draw when you go to penalties. It really is. So it's really positive to try and stay in that mentally good place after losing a penalty shootout, to know that, you know what, it didn't go our way, but you will win shootouts throughout the course of the weekend. Just have to try and avoid it at best cost, try and win the game in regulation time.
Here's Ninjas in Pyjamas again, building at speed. A fearful duo in the FIFA scene. A really, really fearful duo. Two young, hot prospects of the last few years that have come onto the scene. However, this is elimination FIFA. You lose, you are out of the tournament. No one is safe.
We've already lost 4 teams today. We're going to lose another 4 by the end of play. 2 legs of FIFA. Our final matches of the day will be seeing who wins their specific group and then who finishes second in that pool play standings.
Well, it was Owen Esports that got the result against Team Footwiz in their opening game, and it was a penalty shootout between Team Makers Sweden, Olli Bolli and Optole. Had to beat their fellow Swedish teammate at a national level, Olito. Unfortunately, friendships have been just put to the side in this tournament.
Do you know what I love? Obviously, we've got our elimination matches here. I just look across this studio. Team XL in the booth practicing, Ajax in the booth practicing, Complexity have just come off the back of a victory, back in the booth, getting the reps in before their next matches.
Bellingham finds Pele, couple of ball rolls, goes down to ground, referee says get back up on your feet. Nothing wrong with that one.
They've definitely been on the back foot here of Footways in this opening 20 minutes, but they've defended well, have the Australians.
You speak about Team Footwiz, you said that obviously they've been in London for a little bit, scrimming and getting games ready. Marco and Jamie have been together for like the last 6 weeks. They flew back to Australia. They spent time in Australia playing in the Oceania FGS. I think they even celebrated Marco's engagement together. So they're such good friends.
And I think that's the difference this year, Richard. There's teams that have formed at the beginning of the season. And I think for some teams, it's like, you know, this is a strictly FIFA business relationship. Other people, it's friendships.
Chance.
Ball into the box. 2 hands on it from Van der Sar. But let's not forget that we saw these two at one of our last LAN events before the global pandemic, back in Milan, back at the Club World Cup. They were there. And years on from that, they are back together. Marco made his return to Footwiz not so long ago. Jamodo has been
probably one of the longest standing.
Yeah, a really long-serving player for Team Footwiz.
Yeah, across like esports organisations and football clubs. I would say him, maybe Danny Hackenberg, who's here as a coach slash cheerleader with Ajax this weekend. Seeing lots of Danny. They got a very good result in their first game of the day. We'll see Ajax in action against Fnatic a little bit later on today.
Starting to feel their way into this game, our Team Footwiz. A little bit of time on the ball. That's nice. Finds Mbappe as numbers start to queue up in the box. Mbappe from distance, off the bar. Is there a rebound available? R9 just couldn't quite get up above João Cancelo.
I love it though. I absolutely love the lateral heel to heel. They're coming in on the weak foot. Just wouldn't expect a finesse shot to be hit from there on the weak foot. Shows the confidence that this Team Footwiz duo are playing with, and the ball thrown straight back to Team Hullet. Ninja in Pyjamas. You see the bottom left-hand corner there. They're activating the offside trap. They're wanting the team to push higher up the pitch to try and squeeze the play out of Team Footwiz. Both teams level at the moment. That's a mistake at the back, and they could be punished.
They could be punished for this. They really could, especially when it's R9 running rampant at your defence. It's R9! You do not make mistakes at this level, because you will be punished, especially against a team like that.
Very, very similar, if you remember back to the FGS Masters, where it was Team Footwiz against Fnatic. Just a couple of lapses of concentration, a couple of mistakes here or there separated the tie at the FGS Masters, and you saw he went for the long switch across the box, I should say across from left to right, hit it a little bit short. R9 isn't on goal, and it's a very simple finish for the Brazilian across the goalkeeper for Levy and Oilito. We get back underway here.
I mean, there's been a lot of surprises today, Rich. We've only seen, what, 2 games, 2 rounds of fixtures today. You wouldn't have thought Guild Esports been an elimination game. They just about survived.
Inter Esports in an elimination game. We'll be catching up with Kyle Walker throughout this round of fixture to see how the other games are currently developing.
Is that my name?
Build him. Is Ruben Diaz at the back, getting Footwiz back on the possession. Team Hullet, no doubt, will be feeling comfortable now. They're up by a goal to nil. Mistake at the back was punished by R9. Of all players, you do not give that man a sniff at goal. Well, as we near enough approach half-time here, let's check in with Carl Walker. Carl, what's going on down on the ground?
Well, Brandon, I've been watching Levante taking on Houston Dynamo. Levante were 1 goal up in that first leg. It's slightly ahead of the game on Stream A. It is in the second leg, though. It only took 4 minutes for Houston Dynamo to equalise. And then within 20 minutes, Houston Dynamo now are 2-1 up. They have got that lead. I'm currently watching Maestro's face. He looks slightly frustrated, I'm not going to lie, as he talks to Paps. And then it cuts to the Houston Dynamo guys, Remy Martin, Adamu as well. These two in the driving seat, as it seems right now. But all can change, as we know, in FIFA 22. Maestro squad, he gives Pap a bit of a knock on the knee. He says, come on, we've got this. There'll be plenty to come, guys. I'll keep you updated.
Carl, yeah, literally, you can't see it in the studio. They are opposite each other. They're both on the upper tier, you could say, in the studio, literally staring across at each other. Maestro's been very much emotional. We had a couple of question marks about Levante because we commentated over their qualification game back in December. There was no communication there, obviously, because
they don't speak a language.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Maestro speaks great English, but there wasn't much communication in general between Papsity and Maestro. But they just got down to pieces and played their FIFA.
Yeah, I caught up with Papsity and said to him, how's it going? How's the practice going? What's the communication like? He said, he knows how to play a good FIFA. I know how to play a good FIFA. We don't need to communicate. We don't need to talk through every single play that we're going to do because we know exactly what is required of us.
However, one thing they haven't been in the position of, Richard, is being hot and flustered in a losing position, which he saw Maestro in not long ago. He was not happy about it at all. Rightly so, because now he's in an elimination game and he knows just how big of a game of FIFA this is. It's been a really big period for Maestro's career of late. La Liga next weekend. He was at the Champions League just last week. It's rep after rep after rep at the moment. And he really needs to find his way through this elimination game. It's a difficult task though. Houston Dynamo, Remy Martin, great to see him back on land. And, I mean, George Adamu.
Yeah, what a career those two have had. I mean, George Adamu has been so good in the EMLS and the North American region for such a long time, built himself a really good fan base over there as well, and it's great to see them doing well. I mean, all the teams that are here, they should get a pat on the back and say, well done for being here, but then progressing through these stages, whether it's the elimination bracket into the upper rounds of pool play, they deserve a real good ovation, and that's what they're getting a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and on this side, it's the battle of the two Masters teams that got that invite into the tournament. They find themselves in an elimination game of FIFA right now. It is Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas that lead by a goal to nil. It was R9 with the only goal in this game so far. Could be maybe two now. Bellingham does well, finds João Cancelo all the way from fullback. Is there a cutback available? It falls back kindly. It's R9, maybe didn't need the reverse elastico.
He did well, did very well defensively just to make sure that the space that he was trying to sort of create into with the elastico, reverse elastico, he shut it off really quickly.
2/3 near enough up here. FUTWIZ needs to find a way back in this one.
They just need something to get them going as well. They look a little bit deflated at the moment.
Well, there's that pause that's coming. It's coming from Team Hullet. And Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're going to be making the first change. Seriously keen to keep up to date with that Levante game against Houston Dynamo. That's also elimination FIFA. Nobody's safe here at the Team of the Season Cup. Into that pause when you will go now. Hopefully we can see a side-by-side on what could be changed there. FUTWIZ Dan sitting proudly behind Team FUTWIZ. He's been a massive believer of competitive FIFA over the years. One of the first real teams to sort of take an interest in the Oceania region, let's be honest. Picked up players at academy routes there and just offered an opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. And they deserve a place to be a Masters in this competition.
Offered opportunities and also sort of offered the limelight that Team FUTWIZ and an organisation can have. One of the forefathers, really, in my opinion, when you look at competitive FIFA esports, especially in the UK and further afield for that matter, they've always been there. They've always had a presence, whether it's at E-World Cups, Club World Cups, you name it, FGS qualifiers. You'll see a FUTWIZ player dotted around there. And I think at this tournament, it was only right for FUTWIZ to be here as one of the Masters teams.
I mean, they even dabbled their toes to the South America last year, didn't they? In the FIFAe Club World Cup. Vinny, now at Atlanta United in this tournament here, wins a corner. It's building pressure on Team FUTWIZ, unfortunately. Remember, there is 2 legs to play in this one. Back to goal, finds Jude Bellingham. He's going to hit it from there. Wicked deflection. Should be an easy day in the office for Van der Sar. Need to see more from FUTWIZ. Haven't really seen anything from them in an attacking sense.
Yeah, defensively they've been good. Obviously, that one mistake led to the goal. But there's still, you know that there's still more to come. There's more to offer for this Team FUTWIZ side, and this potentially could be one of those chances. Kylian Mbappe out wide.
Another big win. Ousmane Dembele has been a popular sub in this. I mean, there's no doubt about it. His FUT fantasy item in game.
Incredible.
Has been really impressive so far. Have this chance coming first from Team Hullet. What a ball. This could be Ronaldo's in the air. It should be defended well by Pele. Still, this chance is not over yet. He might have a second bite of this one, trying to whip it into the box. from the PSG defender. Building again, still are Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas. Lovely cutback, finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Usman Dembele, brilliant save. Corner. Played short, but quick nevertheless. Bellingham still trying to drive his way forward, and it should be picked up by Team FUTWIZ. We wanted more updates. Carl Walker, what is going on down there?
Plenty of action is happening, Brandon. This Houston Dynamo game taking on Levante. As I said before, Maestro was trying to G up, I would say, his teammate Paps. That managed to work. They managed to score a goal, bringing it back to 3-2, but Houston Dynamo seemed too strong. They then made it 4-1 on aggregate, 4-2, I should say, on aggregate, 4-1 in this second leg. They look like they are in the driving seat as Levante come close to trying to level it or bring it close to being level. Timbers Esports, they're taking on Team NEO. It was Timbers who took the lead in that one, and Team NEO, they've managed to pull it back. They're now winning 2-1, 85 minutes gone in that first leg. They'll be hoping to continue that and hoping to remain in the competition. The third and final game, well, Case Esports and Inter, that was 0-0 until the final few minutes of leg one, where Case Esports managed to get the goal, so they're currently 1-0 up against Inter after leg one. Come back shortly for more updates.
Thank you very much, Kyle. We'll get back underway here. Quick chance, Usman Dembele just fluffs his lines. Big shock on the cards. Levante, coming into the tournament for a lot of people, were favourites. You got to think that with them being eliminated from the tournament, there's so much on the line for Team Levante. We're going into the final couple of minutes here. Team Hullet Ninja in pyjamas, bossing the possession. You would say dominating the game, but not the scoreline. Only 1-0, and that can be quickly turned around here if Team FUTWIZ can get their foot on the pedal and start cycling towards a comeback.
Just a quick one, Rich. Inter Esports on the way down. Is he going to get there? 2 hands on it, Van der Sar, just about. That should do us for leg one here between Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas and Team FUTWIZ. At the halfway point, surprise, surprise, the games still do remain narrow here and tightly contested at the Team of the Season Cup. Still plenty more to come. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we get back, we'll have that second leg for you ready here.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jamie here, professional FIFA player for Team FUTWIZ, and today I am back with another EA Masterclass. I'll be focusing on my 2 attacking presets in-game that help you get a goal back when you need to get a win. So in this situation here, as you can see, 2-1 down with about 20 minutes to go in the game. So it's not quite last chance saloon yet. I switched to my attacking tactic, which is press after possession loss. I want to win it back as soon as I lose it in attack. As you can see here, we unfortunately lose the ball and turn it over, but however, our players straight away pressing after we lose our possession to win the ball back in an attacking position, which then means we have an easy shot on target we wouldn't normally have. And now I want to talk to you guys about my ultra attacking tactic, which is my high risk and a high reward last chance saloon tactic on FIFA 22. So as you can see here with our ultra attacking tactic setup, we do lose the ball in our opponent's box late on in the game. However, the importance straight away, as you can see on the mini-map, in this freeze frame of having 90 depth on our team. The only 2 players that are back are our centre-backs, and that's all you want. Every single other player on the pitch is high up and obviously constant pressure on as well. It means they're suffocating my opponent, and as we progress the clip, we're able to win the ball back in a position like this where we're swarming my opponent's defense and we're able to win the ball back quickly. So that was my attacking and ultra attacking masterclass for you guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the pitch.
Well, what an incredible day one it has been so far at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. Let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from the games that have been happening. Timbers Esports taking on Team NEO. Team Neo, yes, this first leg, let's have a quick look at how both of them got down. As you can see, Timbers Esports, they were the ones to open up the score in 37 minutes in. Both of them, you can see how much it means to them. Team Neo, though, made up of Hensu and Dullen Mike, they made sure that they were pushing to come back into the game. As you can see here, leveling the scores on 49 minutes. Interesting with Dullen Mike there. I saw his reaction after his other game where he was beaten. He was not happy. And scoring this second goal, you can see just how much it means to him. It did not stop there, though. They managed to get a third going into this second leg, and they ensured that all of them were going through as winners after leg one. Right, let's get into some more gameplay. Richard, Brandon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yes, great to see some of the results taking place here in other elimination games. Must be said, Hensu and Dullen Mike, they've got chemistry there. They've been teammates at a national level since the start of this E-Nations qualification process, and they're currently on the way to saving their tournament status. Let's turn our attentions back to our match in focus, though. It's between these two, FUTWIZ and Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. We left it at the halfway point with only one goal to talk about, Richard.
Yeah, we did, and it was for a mistake as well, if you did miss that opening leg. Went for a switcher play from left back to right back. Did Team FUTWIZ slightly under hit. Team Ninja in Pyjamas just capitalised on that error at the back. R9 Ronaldo belting down on goal and just slotted it past the goalkeeper into the far corner. I'm intrigued to see how this second leg does start, as there is plenty of opportunities for FUTWIZ to maybe get back into this game.
5 minutes in. This second one, absolutely, Richard. We need to see more from Team FUTWIZ. They want to stave their tournament status. Chance, Ninjas in Pyjamas! Just everyone seemed a little bit off balance there. Mbappe is back to goal. Pele wasn't rightly just about adjusted. Golden chance squandered. And it could have been 2 goals to the good.
Maybe should have been 2 goals to the good, and FUTWIZ come down the other end.
Mbappe finds João Cancelo. Team FUTWIZ on the hunt for that all-important equaliser. Big tackle, Jude Bellingham back defending.
They've struggled at the moment, have Team FUTWIZ, just to get that final opportunity, whether it's the dribble, a skill move, a pass, just that last fine bit of detail in the opposition box. That's where they've sort of broken down a number of their attacks. Maybe looking to find it here.
Just look how organised Ninja in Pyjamas are, team. Look, look at the player switching there. Every single time. Pele's back defender. They're trying their best to narrowly... Look, there you go. Pele can't get anywhere past Jude Bellingham on that occasion. It's just so regimented.
Yeah, they have made it very hard for them in the offensive aspect, because defensively, Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas have been so good. They've just not let them have any space. I think they are playing that 5-back. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas, Hakimi and Cancelo as the wing-backs, and then the 3 centre-backs. Vieira, Ruben Dias and Marquinhos.
What's that run of R9? Mbappe can't get past Marcelo. His foot captain in-game item deemed good enough for pros to feature in this team. We'll see the team of the season just around the corner. Hours away. Who knows throughout the remaining of the year how teams could change a bit more. Better though, Zidane taking a bit of a gamble from that far out.
I thought Van der Sar was rooted there for a second. The ball just seemed to sail towards his far post. Didn't even move. Did the ex-Champions League winner.
Zidane does get a start. His prime Michael moment is certainly another great option you can choose.
Yeah, I really do like that prime Michael moment, Zidane, just for the simple fact that he can defend, but also his offensive ability is second to none with the 5-star, the height, the physicality that he offers you. He's such a viable option.
Chance on a play, literally on a play for Mbappe. I think they're just as in disbelief as we are.
Have to score. They've had 2 like that. 1 in the first leg, 1 in the second leg.
They can't react. They have to just get back onto it and hunt down for another goal.
It's such an opportunity, an easy opportunity to score. You wonder how this game, maybe it hasn't been wrapped up yet, but it's not been. And that's what you have to remember.
Came from a mistake again. João Cancelo picked up the pieces, laid it into... Might have been Pele at the time. It was on a plate for Mbappe, literally. Somehow spooned it wide to the left-hand post. Building up again now. This is nice from Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas. They've made it really difficult for Footwiz. Little Elastico finds Pele on his own. It was brave to go on his own. Maybe a bit too much.
Yeah, that's greedy, where I'm from. The chance of scoring, an opportunity inside the box there where you've got two defenders in front of you. Granted, there's not a guaranteed pass on. A little bit of patience, maybe. Just, is that angst? Potentially a little bit of anxiety creeping in there for Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas. They'll know that they should have wrapped this game up by now with the chances that they've squandered. A one-goal game is a dangerous scoreline.
I mean, Team Footwiz, if these chances aren't going in, Richard, they're going to think, you know what?
This is our day.
They are still in this game massively. They just need to get the ball together. It's building an attack. Oh no, and is he onside? Big tackle, Ruben Diaz does give possession back again to Team Hullet Ninjas in pyjamas. Just got to weather these storms. However, they're relentless, these storms. Hakimi, in he goes towards that back post again. Defended well by Mbappe, who's pinned back in his own box.
It's not just a storm, it's a monsoon.
Whatever it is, hasn't stopped since the start of this second leg. Just how good they've been able to get these fullbacks involved. Look at Cancelo that time. Something's got to give here for Levy and Dolilito. Because they're going to be able to break. Cheeky chip over the top. Cancelo's been superb. Him and his teammate Ruben Diaz. They've picked up a Team of the Year in-game item. They have been irreplaceable ever since they've come out.
I just see Team Hullet Ninja pyjamas soon as into half-time here.
I mean, what needs to be said at the halfway point, probably from Footwiz down, who sits behind his players now?
It's a tough one because at 1-0, you don't go for the game yet, in my opinion, because if you go for it and then lose 2-3 goals very quickly, Ruud Gullit couldn't find a man, and that will take us into half-time. You probably kick yourself thinking, I didn't need to go for it yet. I didn't need to really push on for the game. But you see the stats there, it's been relatively a dominant stage in that 0-0 45 minutes.
Yeah, half-time here. Carl Walker, there's been some full-time results, I believe, from around the other games. Let us know what's happening.
Yeah, well, before Team Neo were 3-1 up when you came to me. Timbers Esports, though, have managed to score 2 in this second leg. 48 minutes gone. It's now 3-3. I'm sure Dull and Mike will be hoping that he doesn't lose this one again. As Team Neo come close, they do. They score just like that. And you can see on the stream B just how much it means to Dull and Mike. His reactions have been incredible today. Jumping across, though, to Stream D into Esports against Case Esports. As I said, Case Esports, they scored in the 90th minute before in that first leg. Well, into Esports, they managed to score 2. They're now winning 2-1. 60 minutes gone in that one. In the second leg, guys, come back to me for more updates.
Thank you very much, Carl. Plenty of goals going in other elimination games. Inter involved, Neo Esports also involved with their German duo Hensu and Dull and Mike. We'll keep up to date with all of those games here taking place at the Team of the Season Cup. Back to this one, though. It's 45 minutes, Richard, for Team Footwiz to save their tournament status. It's that simple.
And this game is far from over. It's far from done because they only need one good opportunity. They need one chance to Team Footwiz to take us into an extra time penalty shootout scenario.
Team Hullet and Ninja pyjamas, they've just been creating, though, Richard. Chance after chance.
But they've not been converting. They might have been creating, but they've not been converting.
Here's another one of those chances, potentially. Pele. On his own, Pele still. Recycles well. Out of Bellingham and R9. They just look relentless when they go forward. But they have to give themselves confidence that Footwiz are just about managing with it. Yes, there might be a seed of luck with that Mbappe miss, and there has been a few big saves they've had to rely on from Van der Sar. But regardless, They're dealing with it. They just have to have a bit of belief to go forward and say, we're only one goal behind it. You're right to say it, Rich. All they need is one good chance, one piece of magic. Oh, fortune. R9 very nearly getting that slice of fortune.
I like the play as well. That ball played down the far side. You saw R9 just trying to get in front of his marker. Hullet with a big win in the middle of the pitch. And potentially numbers coming forward here for FUTWIZ.
Brilliant ball, finds R9. Is there a finesse on? He's timed it reds.
That's a good chance.
It's a confidence builder, that's what it is.
If that's green, we might be looking at a 1-1 scoreline.
Timing of the shot just slightly off there. They will be made to pay for it now. Mbappe in a runner race with Ruben Diaz. Mbappe, R9 on a play. Bellingham! That's the second goal they've been looking for. Finally, they have it.
And we just hear there Olelito saying, that's all you, to Levy. The extra pass into the path of Jude Bellingham. Van der Sar, no chance at all. You put two goalkeepers in, they're not getting close to that one. High into that top left corner. And that's maybe the final blow for Team FUTWIZ. I know they've got 27 minutes left to play. But they're so good defensively, are those two players on your screen. Team Hullet, Ninja in Pyjamas. Change has been made on both ends here.
Sort of seems like Olito's on hype man duty as well for that game. I mean, let's look at it. They've been knocking on the door for so long, Rich, and I think they got to a stage where there was a little bit of doubt coming in. Are we going to be able to break them down? Are we going to be able to score? But they were creating. It was only a matter of time. Mbappe did really well. The one more pass was everything on a play for Jude Bellingham. As we said, he's that perfect midfielder. Get forward, get back. That's what you want.
He's like a Swiss Army knife. You need a corkscrew? Yeah, okay. You need a bottle opener? Yeah, okay. He can do everything. Can Jude Bellingham. And there's a reason that he released in, what, January, and he's still in the teams now.
And any future star player that gets a sniff
anywhere near
in these pro teams, to be completely honest. All to do for those two on your screen to the right. Team FUTWIZ, 2 goals needed. Is it just too much to ask for Jamodo and Marco? No doubt they've got a strong community that'll be watching this live from the other side of the world in Australia.
Plenty of changes being made here for Team FUTWIZ. I mean, yeah, the Oceania region will be supporting them, but also FUTWIZ global brand. They've got fans all over the planet. Do the green and black.
They just haven't been allowed to play.
Yeah, they've really, really struggled to break down that back five. And could potentially, I mean, they lost the first game on penalties against Makers Sweden, did Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas. You could be looking at 2-0 if they won that first matchup on penalties. Could be a chance for 3 here. Van der Sar does well to come out. FUTWIZ need something to get their tournament going.
It's as simple as this now for Team FUTWIZ. Just have a roll of the dice. Go for it. 3 at the back. Constant press. Go for it. Otherwise, you're going to be out of the tournament. Don't need me to tell you. Mbappe. Little scoop turn, can't find his way past Jude Bellingham. This is where they're going to make it so difficult now. They're going to sit in a back 5. There's going to be 2 walls of players, defenders, midfielders, of white shirts. And you'll be lucky to get the ball, if anything. Lovely switch of play, finds João Cancelo. Look, there's options at the back post, queuing up, waiting for it. Mbappe's there in the air. Didn't time that one well. Bellingham recycles into CR7, who doesn't
need to go forward.
Invited onto the pitch as a late substitution. Game management now for those two.
They've been here before. They know what it takes to win. They know what it takes to also throw away games. And really, all the emphasis put on Team FUTWIZ. They have to put this Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas squad under pressure.
Coach Renzo as well, standing behind them. Proudly, they've got a lovely little thing going on here at the Team of the Season Cup. Everyone can be on the same mic via our partner Astro. Allows it just to be like a communication around the players and the coaches live throughout the games. Pele cut back, finds R9, dives to the ball, it's bouncing around, they needed that, if any chance.
If that goes in, we've got a game. We've got a game in the final 10 minutes. It bounced around the box.
Look at Mbappe, Akers.
I don't even think it'll go in. Doesn't need to.
Why would they lose possession or waste it? We've got a 2-goal cushion to protect. Ousmane Dembele, maybe it will go across now. Cut back, Mbappe, it's 3-0. Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas will save their tournament status. They will be in the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, they'll be in day 2. The question is, will they be going through as the 3rd or 2nd best seed? We'll find that confirmation out very shortly indeed. Ruben Dias was on the floor. Mbappe just lifted it over the top of him. The Parisian playing Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas and continuing their story in this tournament.
Final 5 minutes left of this one. It'll be commiserations to Team Footwiz, who will be leaving the Team of the Season Cup. Ousmane Dembele on a play. No, it's not for Jude Bellingham. It still is just about alive. But they lead by 3-0. They might be able to get on 4. Extra confidence moving into that next stage of the tournament. What's impressed you about them, Richard?
Defensively, they've just not conceded chances. And I think we saw that 5-back formation. I was speaking to Levi David and Lorenzo about it a couple of days ago in the hotel, and they were saying, look, we played this 5-back, we played it a couple of games, and there are a few other teams who copied it and sort of matched it, but we feel really confident in this 5-back formation, and you see another clean sheet to add for that duo.
Yeah, commiserations to Team Footwiz. Congratulations to Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. They do remain in the Team of the Season Cup here in London. I believe we're going to be jumping around some more games that are taking place from other matches. That's your scoreline, 3-0. Congratulations to Levi and Olilito, who remain in the tournament to fight another day. We're hearing extra time could be on the cards between Timbers Esports, the Mexican team, and Neo. One of our teams that did qualify, or just get an invite, I should say, through the Masters run. That's a good team, that. Hensu and Dolomite, 2 very good German players representing their country. Dolomite is a FUT Champions Cup winner in his own right.
Multiple time FUT Champions Cup winner as well. And also you mentioned with Germany, they've played and the Club World Cup there as well. Yeah, there's chemistry there, but they have been struggling, and they find themselves in an elimination game here against Timbers Esports. 5-4 the scoreline currently as we join this game with 15 minutes left to play.
5-4 in extra time. Must have been an early start for Team Neo. German esports organisation. Can find one more goal. Certainly will be on their way. João Cancelo in. Acres of space. They do win, fortunately not a corner. It'd be a goal kick for Timbers.
And I mean, they've won this second leg, have Timbers Esports. It's been a very evenly contested matchup, but they do find themselves 1 goal down as we approach the end of this first half of extra time.
Well, it's the duo, Richard, of Divine and Rapid Bunny, 2 Mexican FIFA Pro players that qualified back in December.
Remember commentating Divine in the Liga Santander Fan Cups all over the world. That was a tournament that we featured in last season, Brandon. We covered that for the majority of it, and he was a really good player in that tournament.
Yeah. Rapid Bunny as well, which is a name that we've seen quite a few times that they are on screen. Team Neo in the zone, rightly so. They know how big of a game this will be. They lose you out the tournament. We're in elimination games of FIFA here in the Team of the Season Cup. Nobody is safe. Just a little look over to Team Footwiz right now. Rightly so, just sat in the chair and feeling that result, Richard. It's not a nice one for an event that they would have waited a long time for.
No, absolutely. As start to disperse and move into the latter rounds. We've got this game coming up. If you were interested with Excel, I think they're going to be in action very shortly indeed. Fnatic and Ajax, what a game that's going to be. They've had plenty of battles throughout the years. So they're just getting started here at the Team of the Season Cup. Make sure you join us over the next 3 days to see who will be walking away with $100,000, part of a $500,000 prize pool.
Added time of just a minute in this first 15 of extra time. Team Neo still just about in the lead. Shot on the edge of the box, could be available for Hullet. Recycles well to João Cancelo. Oh, 9! Lovely little cut back inside, still just about in possession for Neo. That will do us though. Marquinhos out of play, half-time. 15 minutes away from saving their tournament status in what is a really difficult group that they do find themselves in this tournament. You can't forget that they have got some ridiculously big names in there that they're currently up against in a very stacked Group F. Team Heretics in there, Crew Esports. They're teams you don't want to play against, are they? But
no, I don't think anyone's playing against
I haven't heard
Heretics.
much about Heretics today.
Well,
I mean, they've been winning, obviously, that's why.
Just going about their business, aren't they? They've won that first game, and they're going to be taking on, I think, is it Crew Esports, if both teams match up in the bracket? That's how it could go, so an incredible matchup.
That'll be that's Matthias Banana playing against his old team, Richard.
Where he had so much success last season over in Argentina, so I'm very intrigued, excited.
They're one of the new teams yesterday as well, Heretics, that were here, as you said.
All day.
About 10 AM, didn't leave till 10 PM. They were just grinding and grinding. Coach right behind them as well. Played at least 7 or 8 two-legged games of FIFA against other teams that weren't in their group around here.
You said they won most of them?
Yeah.
It's confidence building.
Spoke to Dark Wolves as well. They picked up a result. They are in the tournament still.
Yeah, we'll see them in action. Taking on the loser of Ajax and Fnatic for that second place spot. But they've guaranteed themselves a ticket into tomorrow. That's the big thing in these elimination matches. You're still in the tournament no matter what if you win this upcoming game.
Yeah, top 2 in the group, so to speak. Upper bracket run, you're guaranteed $10,000 and a slightly longer tournament run. Finish 3rd in the group. You are in the lower loser bracket. Call it as you please. Team Neo are 8 minutes away unless Timbers Esports can find another equaliser. We'll be commentating our 3rd penalty shootout of today, Richard.
Can't get away from the penalties.
The games have been, the ones we've seen on broadcast, so
incredible, like,
tightly contested.
Tightly contested, but also just incredible quality as well. The level of the play that we're seeing has been truly magnificent.
Oh, wow. Alan Saint-Maximin. Mbappe, one more. João Cancelo. We might be a fallback, but this time he's not. He's on the score sheet. The German duo of Dolomite and Ensu have saved their tournament status. They are on their way through to the next round of this tournament. He's a player that could do everything, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, João Cancelo, he's so good across the board. Finds himself inside the box, slots it into that bottom corner. You talk about them guaranteeing themselves into tomorrow. That's what they've done. Now the question is, will they be finishing 2nd or 3rd, which will put them in the losers bracket going into tomorrow? We'll find out over the next few hours as they play their final matchup. But Team Neo, probably a team that came into the tournament, not many people talking about them, not many people mentioning their name. They've got winners on that roster. Dolomite has done it at LAN, and that's the big thing compared to a lot of these other teams who maybe broke out in the remote era, in the sort of during the pandemic. Dolomite was doing it back in FIFA 19.
He was in his first competitive year as well. Let's not forget about that. Alan Saint-Maximin looking to drive forward. Is he onside? João Cancelo just offside. Added time of the minute. Commiserations to Timbers Esports. They will leave the team of the season cup. Congratulations, Dolomite and Ensu. They will continue their run potentially into day 2. Stressful. You can see how stressful these games are for the pros. High fives all round though. They are winners in that game.
And that's the most important thing. It doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter what type of goals you score. They're the team who's going to be continuing their FGS Team of the Season Cup here live in London. Unfortunately for Timbers Esports, they crash out of the tournament. Rapid Bunny and Divine had a great run, but just came up against a real dominant German side in Team Neo. And the question now for everyone watching, how far can Neo go? They've picked up a win under the belt. A win can do magical things for you. It can give you confidence, can give you momentum. What potentially could this Neo roster do?
Absolutely, and again, let's not beat around the bush. There's been some shocks. About an hour ago, we could have lost Guild, and we could have lost Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. 2 big Masters teams. He's been arguing all weekend about the open teams, making things happen. Case Esports.
This is what we're here for. This is what we're here for.
Bagged a big goal. That's Case Esports. Literally, there.
Yeah.
Just up there in the booth. They're absolutely loving it. They're an elimination game of FIFA as well. No surprise, they're over the moon. But you're right, open teams, Rich.
What did I say? I don't lie about these things. I said the FGS Open teams, people might not have seen them too much. They might not have the razzmatazz that the Masters teams have got coming into it. But they are dangerous. They've had to win a tournament to get here. Don't count these FGS Open teams out.
No, do not count them out indeed. We're going to head over to Mike LaBelle now. He's going to be breaking down some gameplay from those matches we just saw.
Thank you, fellas, so much. Of course, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and I think you just made up a word, razzmatazz, but we are going to look at that FUTWIZ versus Ninjas in Pajamas matchup, an elimination matchup, and I really want to talk about mistakes and capitalizing on those mistakes. It's something that we're going to see at the competitive level. You have an unforced error here, and then look at the transition speed. R9 into space, players trying to recover, but you have that matchup advantage. You can take advantage of that matchup, and it's just maximizing the players in these types of situations. 5-star weak foot. It's relatively simple in terms of the absolute the finish, but it allows them to also play out this matchup and then add to it later on. They didn't have to shift anything, and it was crucial for their success. And these players had already had a loss. You needed that result, but that's the analysis brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. And word downstairs on the pitch is that Kyle's with Olito and Levy from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Cheers, Mike. Yes, I am indeed. I'm joined by Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pajamas, Olilito, Levy David. Guys, tough second game that was. You were talking to me before, Ollie, saying that you're feeling quite emotional after that one. Being back at LAN seems to be taking out of all the players.
For sure, and I think especially sitting in a room with a lot of other guys, you know, like screaming, and I think that gets me and Levy both fired up a bit, and I think we should have won that game, the first leg, with maybe like 2 or 3 goals. Now we didn't. We only won with 1, so it was a very, very tough second game, but we scored quite late and then had 1 more, so feeling good now.
Going back to the beginning of the day, to that first game, it went to penalties. Difficult, again, another very difficult start for you both, but are you working together to ensure that you stay positive, Levy?
Yeah, of course. And that penalty shootout was especially tough for me because he scored all his pens and I missed all mine. And yeah, it's MK Sweden. It are his friends, so we wanted to win that badly. But I think if we win now against or MKers again or the Saudi Arabian guys, we are still joining the winners bracket tomorrow, and that's very important for us.
I can tell that you guys, obviously, it's been a difficult start, but what are you actually going to do to ensure that you get over this, that you keep on going, that you remain positive, because there's some incredible players here, and you're all watching each other, you're all listening to each other's reactions as well. How are you ensuring that you're focusing on your own game?
I think the most important thing is to just keep our heads cool, to be honest. And me and Levy and Lorenzo, our coach, both know that if we play well, we can beat any team here. So the most important thing is to just focus on our game and do our stuff.
Just on other players, though, the reactions, we are hearing things. How different is it from being at home, from being remote? You've had a taste of LAN experience now. How are you feeling about this?
This here is something else, I swear. Like, everybody is shouting loud, like they won the lottery of 50 millions with every goal. And normally I'm not shouting, but now I'm fired up as well, so I'm shouting every goal we score.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing lots of reactions from yourselves. Hopefully plenty of goals will be scored, plenty of reactions from you guys. We keep on saying this, how amazing it is to have people here. But the players, they're now realising what it's really like to be back at LAN.
I feel like saying to Levy, welcome to the party. You're like a kid in the candy shop here, Levy. This is how it's like. It's been like this before the 2 years and the pandemic, and Ollie obviously knows it so well. Oh, Levy, we just missed him cooking up a storm there. Anyway, that's what he was doing off camera. Ollie, Mike, though, he seems like the leading figure in that partnership. He's so cool, isn't he? He knows how to get this job done.
They need some sort of balance. You've got Levy who's ready to chef it up. He's going to cook some dishes, and he's telling you about the emotion in here. You can see it during the commentary. Because it's 2-on-2, it's a little bit different. These guys really build energy. And when you hear somebody yell, you want to yell back. And then you've got, of course, Olito, as you mentioned, being a lot more calm, composed, maybe understands it's a bit more of a long haul.
It's a long haul. It's a long haul flight. We're going over to the, west coast of America over here. Let's have a look at the players who have been eliminated. And you were talking about the tensions. I mean, Neo, I'm going to start down there because Neo just defeated Timbers there. It was 4-4, went to extra time 6-4. And Dylan Mike, he nearly pushed over his computer. I went over there and said, can you calm down? Go and meditate for a bit. Let's go through Inter. Got knocked out Mike LaBelle to Casa. esports there, went to penalties, of course, and then Levante, that's a massive deal. Houston beating those guys 4-2, and then finally we just saw them there, didn't we? Team Hullet Ninjas in Pajamas, they got the 3-0 a win over FUTWIZ, meaning FUTWIZ are going home as well. So 4 more pairs there are saying goodbye to this stage. So we've now lost all of our 8 first round matchups, okay? So we'll look to the upper side of the bracket in a short while, but obviously it's time for Liv Cook to do some crazy skills with some players. Liv, who have you got right now?
That is right. I am joined with Ollie Lito. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, not gonna lie.
You excited?
A bit. I hope I can hit at least one. So.
See, I feel like I'm making all the players nervous. When they come over to me, they know they're getting the skills put to the test.
Exactly,
They've got to kick a ball.
Yeah.
It's not this playing, it's physical.
Not. Yeah.
And I've heard a little rumour that you play at almost like a semi-pro level in Sweden.
Nah, I wouldn't say semi-pro, but on a okay level.
You're being a bit modest there.
Yeah.
You're being modest. What position do you play?
Centre mid.
Centre mid, so you're a playmaker.
I would say so, yeah.
Your accuracy should be good.
It should be, but I don't know if it is. That's the main thing.
I'm going to call you Mr. Dictator. You dictate the game. Right, the game I've got for you is crossbar challenge. 5 balls. Yeah. How many crossbars do you think you're going to get?
I'm hoping for 2. Wouldn't be too bad to hit 1.
Okay, well, no pressure, because Diogo went and got 0.
Diogo got 0?
Diogo got 0, so that's 0 to beat. Let's go.
Okay, let's go then.
Ready when you are.
Okay.
Oh, that was a lovely top bins, though.
That was close, right?
Yeah. Great start. Oh, he's done it! 1 out of 2.
Okay.
Things we love to see.
Nah.
You like that top right, don't you?
A bit of like...
I love a good top right. Oh.
Okay, that was poor.
Right, last one. You got to get this one to get you 2 out of 5.
Okay.
Oh.
No!
That wasn't the crossbar, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Nah.
You're cheating on me there. It was close though, but 1 out of 5.
1 out of 5. I think it's decent. If Diogo had 0, I mean, I'm better than him at least. So.
You handled the pressure well.
Right.
Talk to me as well about pressure. How are you feeling about this competition? Because there's a lot of pressure on you. Like, I'm hearing your name floating around. You seem like one of the tournament favourites. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think I'm more used to it than Leif is, as I'm a bit more experienced than he is. But I think it's more like when we are playing good and we focus on our own game, that's the most important thing for now. But for sure, you're feeling the nerves a bit, especially in that first game where we had penalties and we lost. So that was like a hard one to take. Now we play decent again, which is good, and we have 1 more game today, which is super important for us.
Definitely. Well, you're off to a winning start, so best of luck, and I'll be seeing you around. And Rachel, it's back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Liv. Well, Ollie there was a little bit better than Diogo when he tried to hit the crossbar. At least he got 1 there. Well done, Ollie. Right, let's talk about the next round of matchups. This is determining the top seed, isn't it, going into tomorrow? We're not going to lose any more teams at this stage. 8 have already gone home on day 1. So let's have a look at some of the names we're about to see on stream next. Stream A then, Team Falcons, MS Dasari and Nightwatch, of course, up against UT7. They were the guys, remember, who defeated Guild on penalties in round 1. Ducks Gaming, this is massive. Gravison and Danny Aguilar
like this matchup.
taking on Excel, Tom and Gorilla. That is the matchup of all matchups there. Mike, I've got to get your thoughts on that. I'm not even going
it's on
further.
the calendar. I've got all the dotted lines. These are 4 household names, and everybody's in for them.
I mean, go over to Excel and what those guys have done. They were a Masters winning team, weren't they, when we had that mini set of tournaments, of course, so they know how to get the job done in a pair. And I spoke to Tom yesterday. He said, you know, we've been kind of, I guess, preparing for this for a long while now.
And who doesn't want to watch them play? I love watching Tom play individually, the same with Gorilla. Gorilla really shifted the game at an earlier point within the competitive ecosystem, and now as a collective again, this partnership and the emotion that you're seeing, I mean, these suites are shaking. You can see it, you can feel it, I want more of it.
Totally. Well, Excel are sitting opposite Ducks, but it is, of course, Falcons. They are going up against UT7. They'll be on Stream A. You'll be watching the King of the Jungle there next to Nightwatch, the master of the game. They'll be up against UT7 after this break. This is going to be tasty.
Looking real stupid if you in that love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. Some told me that I couldn't
Mental health in gaming is a really important topic that should be discussed.
Es importante estar bien de salud y de mente.
네, 긍정적인 부분과 부정적인 부분이 그렇게 차이가 좀 있는 것 같습니다.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
A way for me to stay positive is to really appreciate everything else that goes on in my life.
It's good to talk to your family, friends.
Y en veranito pues ir a lo típico a la piscina o a la playa. Y a mí es algo que me viene muy bien.
Just walking, getting some fresh air, going out there and just having time to think to yourself.
저도 잘 실천하지 못하는 좋은 습관 중에 운동을 규칙적으로 정해서 매일 꾸준히 하는 게 굉장히 좋다고 합니다.
Practice makes perfect into kind of breaking bad habits and building good ones.
Confía en que tú puedes hacerlo.
Stay strong, keep yourself motivated.
Que no pasa nada por pedir ayuda y que los profesionales para algo están.
I promote.
나는 긍정적인.
Yo promuevo.
나는 긍정적인.
I promote and practice positive mental health.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
He said, every event I see myself improve, and he's just on fire right now. Ronaldo!
MS Dasari, known as the King of the Jungle. He's won basically everything there is to win. He is a FIFA World Cup champion.
The fake Rabona coming out. Played one more. Finesse. MS Dasari, your first FIFA World Cup champion.
And of course, he's been consistent throughout the years.
MS Dasari, arguably the best player in the world.
He's always been a champion. He's won events in West Asia, in the qualifiers, and he's been absolutely phenomenal.
It feels good to be the king of the jungle.
Yes, hello and welcome back to the Team of the Season Cup here in London. $500,000 as the prize pool. You're joined by myself, the FIFA analyst, and Ryan Pessoa, and we have one of the most exciting matchups coming up very shortly for you, which is going to be Team Falcons versus UT7. And one particular player that I'm very excited to look forward to seeing is MS Dasari.
Yeah, the King of the Jungle is back. We haven't seen him at a LAN event in quite some time. Of course, the pandemic has kicked in, and now we're back at in-person events. So it's great to see him back competing at the highest level as always.
Yeah, and MS Dasari absolutely thrives for these events, the LAN events. He wants to be here, he wants to perform. We've seen him do that in the past, and this is going to be a match for seeding. As we go ahead and take a look at the team bios, we have Team Falcons.
Yes, of course, his teammate in Dr. Nightwatch was the runner-up in the E-Champions League in 2019. For MS Dasari, though, the list is a lot longer than this. He's a 3-time FUT Champions Cup winner, and of course, the world champion in FIFA 18. So he's, as I said, renowned as the king of the jungle, the FGS Tournament West Asia playoffs winner. So he knows what it takes to win tournaments. He has the know-how and expertise. And of course, the matchup with Dr. Nightwatch as well, I think it's sort of underrated, in all honesty, as we look at their opponents in UT7. Again, a fantastic team. They won their first round today, of course, matching up against Guild, winning on penalties. But we do have Danny Pitbull, who won the East Area last year, the 2021 champion. And this year, he also won the Cup 2 championship in the FGS qualifiers, and of course for the FGS 22 Open. The reason UT7 are here at this event is because Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi won the Milan FGS Open. So again, you could say in some ways that favors them, Alex, just because they have the expertise and the previous experience on playing in a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah, that they do. And if there's one thing that we've heard from today, obviously with the players being so close to one another, is that UT7 love to be passionate. They get their emotions out. We've heard it from their booth. So it is going to be a very interesting matchup. Fabio Rabi having Danny Pitbull next to him, very experienced player, the E-Serie A team winner of 2021, will feel very confident going into this. But on the other side of things, Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari as well, equally as prepared for this. We'll go ahead and jump into the match very shortly as the players get ready. You got any calls for this one, Ryan?
Oh, this one's tough to call. I think it's hard to go against Falcons. Both of these players, of course, both of these teams have won their first game. So even if they do lose, they still had another shot in order to try and find their seeding for the knockout stage. But I'm going to have to go with Falcons. I know MS Dasari is easy to go with him, but I'm also leaning on the side with Nightwatch. I think he's a very, very underrated player, especially in a 2v2 format. And I know he hasn't performed at levels he would have held himself to, but again, 2v2 format I think is perfect for him.
That it is. So Team Falcons kick things off in the black and green kit, kicking from left to right, and UT7 Esports from right to left in the red kit. Let us know wherever you are watching who you think is going to win this match between Team Falcons and UT7 Esports. Will it be MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch, or will it be Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi? Already we can see Team Falcons wanting to be aggressive, wanting to start on that front foot.
Yes, they are. And I briefly spoke to Nightwatch before the commencing of this tournament, and he said they haven't had too much practice, if they're being completely honest. Not as much as they would have liked to have, but that's of course comes with the territory of course MS Dasari competing in another region. But coming back into London, they put the hours in the practice arena up against the other teams competing in this tournament, the best teams that they can practice against, and they feel very, very confident.
Yeah, and when you've got someone as experienced as MS Dasari coming in, as you said, 2018, he was a massive, massive player, big winner on a lot of tournaments as well, and then Dr. Nightwatch in 2019, the E-Champions League runner-up. You can feel comfortable knowing that, you know what, both of these players can back each other. As we can already see, looking for that finesse shot on the edge, but it is going to be blocked. Pele just out jumping R9 and managing to scrape that one away. But Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi, Danny Pitbull, very experienced, won things in the past, the E-Serie A team last year, but this year in the E-Serie A, a little bit disappointing, bowed out in that first round. So already he'll be wanting to come back, knowing that he's got his duo. They won that Milan Open for the FGS back in December. They're going to feel confident in that pairing that they have.
They really will be, and I think for Danny Pitbull, in his personal perspective, he'd want to rectify his lackluster performance in the E-Serie A 2022. So we're hoping to rectify it with a positive result in not just this game, but in this tournament. And again, it's key to mention that the winner of this game advances as first seed into the knockout bracket for tomorrow. They'll be done in the pool play, but if the loser of this game, of course, isn't eliminated, but they're playing for their seeding. So if they win the loser bracket game that they'd get knocked into, they'd advance as seed number 2. But if they lose both this game and the next game, they're still in the tournament, but they would just be in the loser bracket format for the knockout stage already.
Yeah, and this is at times where we can see these players kind of let their nerves off a little bit and actually relax and play the game the way that they want to. Cristiano found that way. The little Elastico goes for the shot Marquinhos is equal to. But going back to that point, when they know, you know what, we're through to tomorrow, the pressure's off. Yes, this is for seeding. We want to have that best seeding possible. But let's go and play our game. Let's go and play football. Let's make sure that we can go into tomorrow looking as good as possible. Kevin De Bruyne finding that ball over the top to Marcelo, who just baits in the defender ever so slightly. And Maldini for UT7 Esports, Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi choosing Maldini there, which actually I think that's the first time that I've seen him today.
In all honesty, you wouldn't say it's an obscure choice. However, when you have the likes of the team of the items in Marquinhos, you've got Ruben Diaz, you'd obviously lean towards them in terms of stats on the face, the face card for the items. It's tough to say because Maldini in previous years would almost be a staple in the defensive setup for most teams as we see UT7 advancing, but the man that I mentioned, Ruben Diaz, stepping forward for that interception.
I heard you say before, Ruben Diaz, you're a little bit unsure of. You love him, he's quick, he's good on the ground. But if he's up against Cristiano Ronaldo, you worry a little bit at times with his jumping, is that right?
Yeah, that's likewise with Maldini as well. I think the jumping attribute is very, very important, and of course it has to be looked at as we see a triggered run there, cancelled. It was, I believe it was Maldini making the run forward, but Ruud Gullit this time making a run. And that's something that you see a lot in the 2v2 format. Triggered runs from deep for the defenders of, my mistake, it was Marquinhos for Team Falcons making that run that was cancelled in the end. But again, you're going to look and see these chances that are going to be created are going to be very, very frequent.
That they are. We are going to pass things over to Kyle very quickly. Kyle, give us an update.
Plenty of goals already in the other games that are happening. Atalanta United taking on SAF times Goliath Gaming. SAF Goliath Gaming, they're winning 2-1. There's that one. The first half of that comes to an end, and then going across to a huge matchup. Dux Gaming, Gravison, Daniel Aguilar taking on XL Esports, Tom and Gorilla. Those two have took the lead 1-0. Another massive matchup. Fnatic taking on Ajax. Well, Fnatic, they have scored 2. They are winning. Tex and Diogo will be hoping to continue the form we've seen from them so far. So plenty of goals all around. Hopefully, guys, you get some in Team Falcons against UT7.
Yeah, thank you very much. Carl Walker there bringing us all of the action. We did see Team Falcons coming through. MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch testing the gloves of Van der Sar as they try to work their way through into that 18-yard box. But for Dr. Nightwatch, having someone like MS Dasari next to him, Ryan, a World Cup winner, 2018, multiple FUT Champions Cup winners as well. You must feel very confident each game.
Absolutely, and it would be great to be partnered alongside someone like MS Dasari with the mentality he has and the strives he has to become successful, and he's always in and amongst the top players every single year. I don't think there's been a year since he's come into it where you wouldn't renown him as one of, if not the best player in the FIFA Global Series. So it's great to see him back competing at events, and again for Nightwatch, it's something to embrace because Nightwatch doesn't have the same accolades as MS Dasari to say. However, I just feel as if he has the expertise and know-how to compete in a 2v2 format. I think it's a perfect combination between them. Again, we'll see what happens in the remainder of this tournament, but they started off brightly, winning their first game.
That they have. MS Dasari, I was speaking to him yesterday, always feeling confident. He's glad to be back at LANs. It's where he thrives best, as we said. One of the most decorated FIFA players over the recent years. He's always up there, always performing. So for him, Team Falcons and Dr. Nightwatch, they are looking to get that first seed if they can in this group. A loose pass there from Bellingham, 44th minute. It is going to be last a chance to Team Falcons. Gullit does make that run forward. De Bruyne, can he find him? He chooses to go out wide, and that is going to be offside. And it is going to be the end of the first half with Team Falcons very much on top.
Yeah, I would say they had their fair share of possession. It wasn't too many clear-cut chances, but they would definitely feel as if they're in the ascendancy and they're knocking at the door, hoping that they can break through and get that first goal. But for both of these players in Nightwatch and Dasari, they're very calm, especially Dasari. He's very calm. He's very humble as well. Despite the amount of trophies he's won, he's somebody that he's an ordinary person. That's crazy. He's a fantastic person as well. So not just being a great competitor, having that aspect of being a great person is always important as well. But for UT7, Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi, I think they'd be happy with the way the first half has gone. They haven't performed to the level that they would hold themselves accountable for, but it's 0-0. They're still completely in this game.
Yeah, that they are. They can be very happy with UT7, just looking to soak up a bit of pressure. That could be in their game plan. Obviously for Team Falcons, MS Asari and Dr. Nightwatch, just about trying to find their way through, get that first goal, and then really look to dominate. But both of these players for Team Falcons, Dr. Nightwatch and MS Asari, have been there, done that. They've been on the big event. They know exactly what they're doing in these moments. They're probably just having their conversations now and just wanting to do enough to obviously go ahead and get that goal. But again, just as we're in this quick break at half-time, we'll pass things over to Kyle to get an update on the other games.
XL Esports taking on Dux Gaming. That is a huge matchup though. XL coming on the attack. They're looking for a second. They're looking to double their lead, but not managing to. SAF times Goliath Gaming, but they're still beating Atlanta United 2-1 in that one. Atlanta United, well, they are one of the Masters teams. Vinny and Paolo Neto, plenty of experience between those two right there. They'll be hoping to ensure that they continue, that they do go on in this tournament, staying in the winners side of things, but they need to make sure that they get a couple of goals if they want to do that. The other huge game, Ajax taking on Fnatic. Well, it's still 2-0 to Fnatic. 66 minutes gone in that one, guys. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much, Carl, as we come back in to the game versus Team Falcons and UT7 Esports. Ryan, tell me, with the teammates of MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch, who calls the shots?
Oh, I would say you have to say Dasari will do, because again, it's hard to go against what he would say. He's won it all, he's done it all. So if he tells you to do something, it's more likely you're going to listen to his instructions. As we saw a build-up there whilst we were listening to Cal Walker. We're going to see that build-up towards the byline, that pass inwards very frequently amongst the competitors. We see a fantastic ball roll.
João Cancelo looking for that cross in at the back stick. Rude Hullet is going to jump. Van der Sar just about claiming that. He thought Butterfingers were going to be there, but R9 just not managing to get ahead of Van der Sar and take that one away. And again, Team Falcons knocking on the door of UT7 Esports, putting that pressure on. And it's only a matter of time before we do find this goal, I imagine. Messi receiving that ball from a big switch. Maldini linking up with Hakimi, just looking for that patient. I think UT7 Esports, Danny Pitbull probably just saying to Fabio, you know what, let's get in control of this game if we can. Try and find our way in to the 18-yard box. And R9 does exactly that at the near post. Calm as you like. They took their time, they took their patience, and they found that goal.
Oh, that was slick build-up from the partnership at UT7. You can see the highlights here. Bellingham into CR7, a ball roll and an easy pass into R9 Ronaldo. He's never going to miss from that angle with that power in his boot, and it makes it 1-0. You would say it's against the run of play. They haven't created too many chances, but they've taken the lead.
That they have, and it was as calm as you like. Didn't overcomplicate it with the R9, just took the touch out, opened up that body, and said, you know what, I'm going to put this at the near post, and let's go ahead and take that lead. Let's see how MS Dasari, Dr. Nightwatch and Team Falcons want to bounce back. They will be very disappointed to concede that goal with them being on top so far in this first leg. Lionel Messi driving down that right wing, manages to find CR7. He looks that sweat off across. Ruben Diaz doing what Diaz does best, and it is going to be Bellingham winning that ball. But coming back out to Cristiano Ronaldo. Kevin De Bruyne spreading that one wide. Just as we carry on, we will quickly go to Kyle for another update on our games.
Huge equaliser in that match that I've been talking about. Dux Gaming taking on XL Esports. For Dux Gaming, Daniel Aguilar and Gravison. Those two, plenty of experience, as I keep on mentioning with them. Well, they've used that experience to draw the game level 1-1 in that one. In the other two games, still the same scores. Fnatic still beating Ajax 2-0. Atlanta United still trailing 2-1 against SAF times Goliath Gaming. This XL Esports and Dux Gaming, yeah, they've got started once again after the goal. 64 minutes gone in that one. XL Esports, they'll be looking to restore that lead, hoping that they can continue in this side of the competition. None of them will want to lose. None of them will want to have to play that game to decide the seeding of them. They want to ensure they stay at the top of those brackets moving ahead in the competition, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Carl bringing us all the action from the other games. And in the meantime, in that one, Ryan, we've just seen Team Falcons equalise.
Yeah, it was great build-up play. The triggered run from Pele, the pass back into him from Cancelo. As I said, the other player controlling Mbappe. In fact, goes to R9 Ronaldo, and it's an easy finish there on his favoured right foot. into basically an open net with Van der Sar moving the opposite way, but it's a fantastic equalizer. They're calmer, they're composed. They've got their coach, Enzo, in the background, someone that's been coveted in the scene now for a number of years, guiding MS Desari. Also, Coach Tex back in the days as well, in Texas rise to prominence. So I think it's great having a coach in this scene, especially in 2v2. I think that's going to become more of a common thing.
Yeah, that it will. We saw some fancy footwork there from MS Desari as well, working that way into the 18-yard box. The ball roll combined with the scoop turn, the 5-star skill move, doing enough to beat the opponent, finding that pass off across, and a very similar finish with R9, just a simple touch, bang, finish.
Yeah, and I think that's what you associate a lot with the 4-4-2 this year in FIFA 22. Build up with the fullbacks in towards the wide midfielders and triggering the runs with one centre midfielder, slightly pulling them out of place, but then you can utilise them to have the extra pass, and then it's an easy goal if you get into that situation. And it's very hard to defend, but it's a rewarding goal when you score it because of the passing sequence.
That it is. There's 15 minutes remaining in this first leg between Team Falcons and UT7. Will there be a second goal, or will we take it all level into that second leg? Let us know in the chat exactly what you think to this first game. MS Desari and Dr. Nightwatch coming from behind, getting that equaliser, and Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabbi will be looking to find their way back into this game, try and see if they can find that second goal. Pull it on the ball now and get out towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, Cristiano Ronaldo being utilised on that left wing and right wing. We see Cruyff now laying that pass into Mbappe, goes for that shot and he gets a deflection. Van der Sar is sent the wrong way. Confidence from MS Desari to say, you know what, I'm in a good position to shoot. Let's take that shot, take the gamble, and they get the goal.
Yes, and it's Cruyff off the bench into Mbappe. As we spoke about the deflection off of Marquinhos, a slice of fortune to send the goalkeeper the wrong way. But again, when luck falls on your side, you have to take it as it comes, and that is exactly what happened. Falcons turning it around now, 2 goals up, well, 2-1 up now. Similar to their first game when they played, they went 1-0 down and they turned it around. So again, it seems as if they start to kick into gear when their backs is against the wall.
Yeah, let's see how UT7 are going to respond from that with less than 10 minutes remaining in this first leg. Mbappe finding it out on that right wing with a bit of patience into Bellingham. Messi. Pull it, and R9 again. Lays that pass into the middle, but Ruben Diaz is there to intercept. And we spoke about it earlier on, Ryan, that MS Desari and Dr. Nightwatch, the experience that they have there, that's something as simple as MS Desari saying, sometimes in FIFA, don't overcomplicate things, get into that 18-yard box, and if there's an angle to shoot, you never know what can happen.
Exactly, they always say you can create your own luck, and that is definitely a scenario there where they took a shot, and it, as I say, it fortunately favoured them in the fact that it took a deflection to send the keeper the wrong way, put the ball into the opposite corner. And again, that's something that you can take the positives from, in the fact that they're creating chances now. That was, it was, in my opinion, that's a clear-cut chance where they could have looked to the extra pass or maybe a stop and into a skill move, whether an Elastico or a Lacroqueta cancelled into a pass. They created that situation, and once you get square on in the box and you have a chance to take a shot at goal, there's a great chance that you could end up scoring, and that is exactly what happens as we
see that one go out for a goal kick. There is 2 minutes of added time. Will there be another twist in the tail in this first leg between Team Falcons, UT7 Esports? We've got MS Desari back at LAN. Him and his teammate Dr. Nightwatch were 1-0 down. They were dominated in the first half in the grand scheme of things, but second half they've come out and they've shown why they are one of the best teams here at this event this weekend. And it is going to finish that way in the first leg. It's going to be Team Falcons picking up that 2-1 win against UT7 Esports. Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabio maybe felt a little bit hard done by, but they've got it all to play for in that second leg. Do you think they're going to come back and pull it back?
It's tough. Again, it's only a 1-goal deficit, so there's still all to play for, as cliche as that may sound. But again, they will need to start progressing further up the pitch, sort of probing more chances in order to get back into the game. And for their sake, the most positive thing is that it's only 1 goal between them.
That it is. But find out what will happen in the second leg very soon with us, and we will see who will become the victor between Team Falcons and UT7. See you soon.
Hola a todos, soy Matías Bonano, el jugador de FIFA para Team Heretics y hoy les voy a enseñar las variantes de la 4-4-2 contención. Acá, como ven, salimos de contragolpe y vemos que él no tiene a su extremo acomodado, entonces la situación perfecta para hacer esto. Acá, como vemos, él tiene el lateral solo contra nuestro extremo y contra nuestro lateral. Lo que hacemos es darse al extremo, pivotear, esperar que el lateral termine subiendo y cuando él tenga que agarrar inevitablemente el lateral, porque en algún momento lo va a tener que agarrar, le tiramos a un pase largo al lateral nuestro y bueno, después ya terminamos definiendo con pase al delantero y demás. Bueno, acá, como ven, una situación más parecida. Si bien el extremo está en una posición más aceptable que en el anterior clip, se puede hacer igualmente para saltar líneas. Es muy difícil que te corten ese pase del lateral extremo. No, tampoco se va a pensar que vas a hacer eso. Yo creo que no lo hace tanta gente, entonces es bastante clave hacerlo. Acá, como ven y como decía anteriormente, es inevitable agarrar el lateral en algún momento e irte a presionar, porque si no vas a llegar solo en profundidad a la banda. Acá lo que intenta es cortar el pase de Roberto Carlos, entonces ahí tenía todas las opciones yo de ganar y nada, él se terminó arriesgando y terminó fallando en la marca y terminó haciendo el gol. Bueno, yo soy Matías, esta fue mi masterclass de 4-4-2 contención y nos estamos viendo.
Of matches we have had so far throughout the day. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from some of these games. Fnatic taking on Ajax, Finn and Levy representing Ajax, Tex and Diogo representing Fnatic. This is the first leg of these ones. Now these two going head to head, it was Fnatic, Diogo and Tex who have had a great day so far, breaking the deadlock 5 minutes in, and then they managed to also double that lead in that first half. They're going into that second leg, 2 goals up against Ajax. Ajax have got it all to do, Finn and Levy. They'll be hoping that they can pull it back. The second game that we have highlights for, Ducks Gaming, Daniel Aguilar and Gravison taking on XL Esports, Grilla and Tom. XL Esports in the purple just here. They were the ones to break the deadlock right there. Grilla going in for the fist pump. Tom, though, looking slightly frustrated. However, you can never count out Ducks Gaming, managing to get the finesse shot from just the edge of the box right there. Gravison with the cap on, looking super cool. He'll be hoping to continue this form, but it was XL Esports. They got that second goal. Look at Tom's face. Look how much it means to him. So there we have it. Let's get into the rest of our matches. Yes, Ryan, Alex, it's over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle. And there's some absolute fantastic games going on across the arena here in London for the Team of the Season Cup. $500,000 in prize pool, $100,000 for the one team that will be crowned champions on Championship Sunday. But for now, it is all about seeding. 8 teams have already left this tournament, and we are now looking at Team Falcons and UT7 which is MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch for Falcons, and it is Fabio Rabbi and Danny Pitbull for UT7. We saw the first leg, 2-1 to Team Falcons, who were a little bit backs up against the wall, really, in that first half. But UT7 just couldn't capitalise enough, could they?
Yeah, I thought it was a nervy start, of course. UT7 breaking the deadlock to go 1-0 up, but in quick fashion, Team Falcons turned it around. They sort of kicked into gear. They needed that goal, that goal they conceded, just to push them up to a higher level, a higher gear for them to perform at the levels they're capable of performing at. And that's exactly what they've done to put themselves in a 2-1 advantage. But yeah, we saw the highlights there. Fnatic up against Ajax. Funnily enough, we always speak about the rivalry between MS Dasari and Tex, being renowned as the 2 best players in the world. The way that the groups are set up, we could see a matchup based on the results in both games. Well, it would be incredible to see the match early on, but any stage in the tournament is unbelievable.
That it would. Let us know if you're excited for a potential matchup of Team Falcons with MS Dasari up against Fnatic with Tex. That would be absolutely incredible. But for now, let's see how this second leg will play out. Can UT7 get into the gear that they need to be in to overcome what is an absolute giant of a team in Team Falcons of MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch? Hullet laying that ball out to Pele on that right-hand side. Team Falcons kicking from right to left in this second leg of the first half. Hullet now chooses to go back out instead of going into Kevin De Bruyne. Pele trying to take on his man, and João Cancelo, that Team of the Year foot item, always does so well in that area.
He's spectacular. As you say, the Team of the Year item for Cancelo offers everything. He's not just a fantastic fullback. He has the attributes to excel in midfield. Potentially, you can even play him on the wing or up front. He's got everything it takes, as we see Falcons win possession.
A big press there from Team Falcons. It is Mbappe. Goes for that pass off across to R9. Marquinhos does enough. You saw that aggression from Team Falcons. MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch putting UT7 on the back foot there, pressing heavily in that final third. And sometimes the best form of defence is to go and attack and be aggressive in that area.
It really is. We even saw the throw on it gifted there from UT7, panicking to play it out there with a wayward pass. We see a pass in again.
Cristiano Ronaldo lays that pass off to Mbappe. He goes for that finish at the near post. As calm as you like. MS Dasari, Dr. Nightwatch, a very, very calm finish.
We even saw the synchronized swig of the water there as we see the pass in towards the byline, played into MS Dasari, and it is Mbappe at the near post to give them the 3-1 lead. Sort of a safety blanket. Well, they seem very synchronized and systematic with their build-up play, as I spoke about in the first leg, building up with the 4-4-2 on either side, the left side or the right side, playing the pass inwards towards the box and then another pass across goal, and it seems to be an easy finish every single time they get into that situation.
A very beautiful finish there indeed. But Kyle, you've got some more updates for us. What's been going on?
Indeed, there's been a huge goal in that game with XL Esports against Dux Gaming. XL have extended their lead in that second leg. It's now 1-0 in the second leg, 3-1 on aggregate. They're continuing, though, to push for a fourth. They've just had an incredible opportunity as they try another one from outside the box. But that game there, 3-1, 23 minutes gone in that second leg. Jumping up to Fnatic against Ajax, second leg, 39 minutes gone. Still 0-0 in that second leg. However, on aggregate, it is 2-0 to Fnatic. So as it stands, XL and Fnatic, they're winning their games.
Thank you very much, Kyle. As we see Team Falcons again driving through, MS Dasari on the ball, lays that pass off across, but Hakimi there for UT7. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, it seems like right now, MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch are here to play.
They're in control. You can see it. It seems as if both are starting to get in their element. We're seeing the skill moves and the fantastic play and flair from MS Dasari as Nightwatch has possession with Mbappe. And he builds up
to Ruud Hullet. Just a bit of patience here, but as we said, we are seeing some next gear from Team Falcons. They do lose the ball there, though. R9 picking it up on the halfway line. Can UT7 break? Can they find a way back in? Ruud Hullet doing what Ruud Hullet does best. It is going to be MS Dasari intercepting that and laying it out to his teammate, Dr. Nightwatch. CR7 breaking out on that left-hand side again. Just having to force back. Hakimi pressuring, saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you down this flank. And a big switch of play. João Cancelo. Team Falcons trying to find that fourth goal, which really would seal the deal in this seeded match. Remember, this is all for seeding. Kevin De Bruyne hits it. It's a great time. And that on the weak foot from MS Dasari.
Woo! Woof. Oh my goodness. Kevin De Bruyne, you can see the reaction from Nightwatch. I don't even think he expected it. Pele building up there with MS Asari, back to Nightwatch with the Cancelo item. Played in, and a first time left-footed strike, green time, top corner. Wow, MS Asari, take a bow.
And we've spoke about the man, the king of the jungle, who comes here to play. He backs himself in those areas. He does what he needs to do. And that, unfortunately to say for UT7, you would imagine is going to be the game. It's 27 minutes in the second leg, but what a goal. It comes straight through to R9 from the kickoff. Schmeichel with a massive save in that one-on-one scenario. And if UT7, Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi wanted to find a way back into this game, you'd think they have to score that.
Yeah, they really do. That was it. I felt as if there was going to be a chance to get back into, as you said, they needed to score that as it fell their way, but it wasn't meant to be. Potentially they could break through again here.
Ronaldo on the ball looking for that pass over the top. De Bruyne intercepting it, and it is going to break away there. But tell me, Ryan, for everyone that's watching at home that's thinking, I want to be the next MS Tisari, I want to be able to do what he does, how can you even do that? As an over-the-top through ball comes through straight away, the offside trap doesn't work. Mbappe, can Team Falcons finish it? He gets the shot off, but the keeper does enough. It falls back to Mbappe again, the La Croqueta, and it's bouncing around all over the place. An offside trap there from UT7 that didn't pay off. Looking for that over-the-top through ball straight away, hitting on the counter. Ronaldo's by himself. Ball roll back in, finds the pass off to Pele, goes one more, Mbappe, and it is going to be a goal back, and maybe I wrote it off a little bit too early.
Yeah, I felt that they could potentially even overplayed it, as we see the highlight there. The ball over the top into Cristiano Ronaldo for UT7. Again, played across the box, and it was found to hit the back of the net there for UT7. They've got a chance now, a slight lifeline. It's only 4 goals to 2 now, a 2-goal deficit, and we've still got a little while left to go.
I feel like there's going to be much more goals in this game, and I cannot wait for it. 36 minutes in his first leg, in his first half of this second leg, I should say. I stand corrected. Marquinhos switching that ball out to the left-hand side. Bellingham with a big header, and Bellingham we see a lot. Marcelo winning that ball high up the pitch again. Can Team Falcons find that killer pass, that way into the 18-yard box? CR7's been sent on that run. Going to the byline, but forced backwards there. Rude Hullet. Team Falcons and MS Tisari and Dr. Nightwatch just losing the ball there, and again giving UT7 the chance to break, to hit on that counter. It is Mbappe up against Marcelo. There's plenty of runners in the box, and there's an offside trap, goes in at the near post, and that looked to be a howler of a mistake, but thankfully Schmeichel for Team Falcons gathers that one. What happened then, Ryan?
Wow, I believe it was Tisari that played the offside trap there. That could have been a huge mistake, and it was almost as if time stopped there. You felt as if there was a lot of space in behind to get an equaliser, but it wasn't meant to be for UT7.
No, it wasn't. But Kyle, you've got more updates for us. Tell us what's going on.
Guys, I'm focusing on the Ajax against Fnatic game. Fnatic have extended their lead once again. It's now 3 goals to 0 on aggregate in that second leg. 30 in-game minutes to go in that game. Jumping down to the SAF Times Goliath gaming matchup. They're facing Atlanta. Well, that's 4-2 on aggregate. Yes, 2-1 in the second leg to SAF and Goliath Gaming. So it's looking like Paulo Neto, Daniel Aguilar, well, Paulo Neto, I should say, and also Vinny, they've got it all to do. 23 in-game minutes to go. They need to find 2 goals, and I'm wondering if there's enough time. I'm sure they're thinking the same.
Thank you very much, Carl. Thank you for bringing the updates for us throughout the day. We have got the second half of the second leg coming up very soon, which has been a Team Falcons that looked like they were very much on top, scoring goals for fun. Kevin De Bruyne from range, but UT7 just about do enough to bring it back to a 2-goal deficit. How's that second half going to play out?
Again, this is where the combination between the two for UT7 in Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi, they need to know when to push forward, because, of course, having a 2-goal deficit, there are times if they go all-out attack now and leave too many spaces in behind, with still a whole second half to be played, they run the risk of running out of stamina. They run the risk of leaving too many spaces in behind that could be capitalized from MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch for Team Falcons. So for them, I'd say just play the same way, try and see what happens in the first 15 minutes or so of the second half, and see if they can get a few chances or maybe even a goal to narrow it down to just a 1-goal deficit.
And it will be a very interesting second half. And that's the thing here at the Team of the Season Cup in London. It is a 2v2 event. The players playing next to each other, with each other on the pitch. You have to communicate, you have to talk, and you have to find a way to win. You win together and you lose together. Can Team Falcons see it over the line and get that win? Or will it be UT7 finding that way and bringing the game to Team Falcons? Second half is underway. It is going to be Team Falcons kicking left to right and UT7 right to left. Kevin De Bruyne spreads that ball out wide to Marcelo. Some interesting choices at fullback. We see a lot of Cancelos. Marcelo's coming through a little bit more. Being so versatile, same as João Cancelo. You want to have fullbacks that can go forward, that can defend and do everything. Cristiano Ronaldo lays it back to the man himself. And Hakimi is there to intercept. The ball's bouncing around. Neither team wanting to get control of it just yet. And again, it is going to be Hullet who breaks. Cristiano Ronaldo makes that run. UT7 choose not to use him. Danny Pitbull and Fabio need to find a way sooner rather than later. Messi comes in on that left-hand side, goes for the finesse, which you see a lot. But Schmeichel makes that look as calm as you like.
Yeah, it was from a distance that maybe would have favoured the goalkeeper as a mistake here.
Ruud Hullet manages to pick that up for UT7. A massive mistake for Team Falcons. MS Tassari and Dr. Nightwatch just feeling a little bit of pressure by the looks of it. And it is Mbappe still for UT7. Messi finds that way through. Hullet intercepts, and now an opportunity to break. R9 makes that run in behind, just brings that Maldini with him. Can we find a way through into that Mbappe? Maldini standing up R9 very well. Onto the edge of the box for Cristiano Ronaldo. We know he can hit them, we know he can drive. And it is Messi, of all people, intercepting. It breaks again. It's like ping pong, it's back and forth. He went for the pass. João Cancelo. It's just going all over the minute, isn't it, Ryan?
I felt he chose the wrong pass there. It looked as if Cristiano Ronaldo was running in there for UT7 Esports. Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi, they could have had a chance there, but 30 minutes to go. I spoke about having the first 15 playing the exact same way. Now, I think maybe you could opt for a slight change of tactics. There's another chance here.
Pele whips that one in. Cristiano Ronaldo lays that ball down, and R9 does not react. That could have been it for Team Falcons. A big press there. And UT7 just about doing enough to survive that. The over-the-top through ball now. Diaz up against Cancelo. Laying that one in. Very simple, as calm as you like. And right now, we said at the start of this match that, you know, both of these teams, they're through. They're not getting eliminated. They're through to tomorrow. This is for seeding. So we might feel like these players are going to relax and play football. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and of course, they know that their place in the tournament is secure. But again, the seeding is very, very important in terms of potential matchups, as we see.
R9 laying that into João Cancelo. Switches that one out to Jude Bellingham. He goes that ding ball over the top to Mbappe. The keeper movement, the near post, and it is 4-3. Do not write this game off. UT7, Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi bring it down to 1 goal deficit.
I believe this is a huge mistake here. It will be the goal here, and the goalkeeper movement from MS Tassari, moving the keeper out of the way, anticipating a first-time shot across goal, which is very likely in FIFA 22, but nonetheless a huge mistake, gifting UT7 Esports a chance now. They've got a lifeline. Danny Pitbull with the goal there, and a great ball over the top from Fabio Rabi. So now I would say, I spoke about them maybe changing to go a bit more attacking. I'll be honest, I'd stick the same now. I wouldn't go gung-ho yet. I'd wait until maybe the 77th, 78th minute to go full team press, but it's only a 1-goal advantage for Team Falcons now. 4-1 to 4-3, and now you'd say that the pressure is definitely on Team Falcons.
The comeback is definitely on, but you also say that there about the goalkeeper movement, a big call from MS Tassari, but you could also flip it the other way and say, you know what, Danny Pitbull, a lot of players maybe just go for that snapshot across goal. Like you said, it's the finish that so many people will go to. That's calm and composed there.
Yeah, definitely. Those chances, you would say, are sort of premeditated. You know the run has been made. The pass over the top is the ball that has to be played in order to create that clear-cut chance. And as you said, normally the first-time volley or half-volley, the first-time strike is aimed to the far post, which is why the goalkeeper movement was made. But you need to be calm and composed in those situations, both offensively and defensively. And it was that situation where the attackers in Danny Pitbull and Fabio Rabi were way more composed and chose the right option.
Do not go anywhere at home. Sit in, get excited. There is 20 minutes remaining in this match. Can UT7 get that extra goal and possibly take it to extra time? Or will Team Falcons see this one out professionally, or maybe get another goal. Let us know exactly wherever you're watching in the chat. Tell us, is it Team Falcons or UT7? MS Tassari back at LAN. We're excited by that. He's been performing very well today, but right now him and his teammate just want to do enough to see this over the line. Kevin De Bruyne trying to find a way through, but Messi again coming back, and defensive duties are there for him, sticking to that task that he has been given to be there when needed. Marcelo finding a killer pass through to R9, links up with Hullet. He is going to drive forward and take on that defender. Goes for that shot across goal. It's tipped onto the post. R9, the fake shot, and that is from MS Tassari. Absolutely filthy.
That's unbelievable there. I believe it was a fake shot or a shot cancel. I'd love to see the replay as we go into it. It's a pass there, the drive from MS Tassari into the box there. The shot across goal, off the post, and they couldn't react in time. The fake shot, Van der Sar's already committed, turning on to the weak foot. And it's a fantastic finish there from MS Tassari, and the great build-up play between him and Dr. Nightwatch. See how much it means to them. It's sort of a relief because you don't want to be giving away a 3-goal lead as they did, from 4-1 down to potentially it could have been 4-4, but now it's 5-3, and you say definitely you'd anticipate them to see it out. I don't want to jinx it, but they're in control now.
I asked you earlier on, Ryan, people at home, they look at MS Tassari, they admire him. He's such a talented FIFA player. He's won so many things. And they think, how can I do that? And that right there is just one of them things that you can't even teach.
Yeah, it's fantastic. He chose, again, the right option for the fake shot or the shot cancel there to send the goalkeeper. And again, it's very composed, very calm, as we always associate with MS Tassari being a world champion. That's exactly what one of the traits that comes along with it. You have to be calm. You have to make the right choices at the right times. And that's exactly what he done. And again, you could say in the sense that he made a mistake for moving the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
But he's rectified that straight away, and that's something that you have to give credit to him for.
That you do. But let's not write off Fabio Rabbi and Danny Pitbull just yet. There's 15 minutes remaining. They've got a 2-goal deficit to chase. We've already seen them find that way back. They were 4-1 down. They brought it to 4-3. A huge goal for Team Falcons, doing enough. You can see them in that 4-4-2 formation. A few tactical changes, just wanting to try and tighten things up in defence, see out this game as best as they can, and get that best seeding that they possibly can in the Team of the Season Cup tournament here in London. Let's see how the remaining 10 to 15 minutes of this game will go. It is going to be UT7 finding that ball out to Messi in the 18-yard box. Drives, takes that shot across goal. Schmeichel, very, very simple save.
It was on Messi's weaker foot there, but you're going to see a lot more higher pressing from Danny Pitbull and Fabio. They're going to try and press high as we see potentially another chance.
R9 trying to force that way through, but it's big defending from Marquinhos. An opportunity to break now for Team Falcons. Can they put this game to bed? Ronaldinho up against João Cancelo. He goes back, just trying to wait for some support from his teammate. João Cancelo hustling. He's managing to get that ball away. He breaks in the middle to Bellingham. Ronaldo looking for that first-time pass into R9, but Ruben Diaz, he has been a brick for so many players. A big, big flick on there, actually, and that's going to be an opportunity to break for Mbappe. Will they go for the goal, or will they just take time off the clock? The ball roll scoop. Maldini doing so well to defend that.
Yeah, really well there. Good build-up between Dr. Nightwatch and MS Tassari to try and get down towards the byline, just to die the clock down. As we see UT7 push forward, but it is, again, MS Tassari stepping with João Cancelo to intercept the ball. And, well, you say now there would have to be a huge capitulation for MS Tassari and Dr. Nightwatch to lose this game or to give up potentially 2 goals. Maybe I've jinxed that mistake there, and the ball now in the corner, or near the corner, for Danny Pitbull and Fabio to try and build up a last attack.
3 minutes remaining for UT7. Can they find a goal away? A big tackle from MS Tassari and Marquinhos, and they will look to break. 88th minute. This game is done and dusted. Team Falcons doing exactly what they needed to do. MS Tassari and Dr. Nightwatch have come here to play. They've put on a show. Commiserations to Team Falcons, who have given a very valiant effort coming back from 4-1 down to 4-3. And they obviously will have their seeded game as well from that. But it is going to be all she wrote on that side of things. Team Falcons picking up that 5-3 win. And I feel like we have seen a very, very good MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch. A few little shaky moments, but as a whole, they're going to be very happy with that performance.
Yes, definitely. That comes with the territory in FIFA esports. You can make mistakes, but the key is just to rectify them, and that is exactly what they've done. Advancing into the knockout stage as seed number 1, winning 5-3 up against UT7 esports. But again, UT7, they still have another game to play in the loser bracket for this group stage, where they'll be playing for their seeding. So they want to see if they can finish seed number 2 or seed number 3. And again, they'll be confident to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. We'll look forward to seeing that as well. But I just want to go back and talk a little bit about Team Falcons and MS Dasari, Dr. Nightwatch. We spoke about before the game, and you'll be watching this at home and you would agree, it is a very, very strong duo. When you have someone as accomplished as MS Dasari and Dr. Nightwatch, it makes things so much more comfortable for you in that 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, I'd say for Nightwatch, you could look at it 2 ways. You could say, oh, I'm playing with potentially, well, renowned as the best player in the world, the king of the jungle in MS Dasari. I might feel some way in terms of I wanted to reach his level in terms of performance and everything. But again, for Nightwatch, he backs himself. He's very, very confident, and he's a fantastic player and person as well. So he knows that he has what it takes to be a perfect matchup for Dasari as well.
That he does. And if you are UT7, Danny Pitbull and Fabio, when they're going into their next matchup, do you feel like they can be confident going into that? Yes, they didn't get the result that they wanted against a very strong Team Falcons team. But can they feel confident knowing how they performed?
I'd say so. There were like ups and downs in their performance, but again, they played well in some parts.
Yeah, we will have to see, obviously, how they get on in their next game. I think they performed very well. Danny Pitbull doing enough to just really try and take that team forward. And obviously, unfortunately, they didn't get the result that they wanted. But as a whole, they came back. They can grow from that as well and obviously try and have the best seeding possible. But we're going to go pass things over to Mike, who will bring us all the analysis from the previous games.
Thank you so much, fellas. As always, we have the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments, and we've got to revisit and to talk a little bit more depth about some of that creativity and inventive play from the Dr. Nightwatch and MS Dasari, Team Falcons, of course. And I just love this goal. You never see it. It's very rare. You're almost creating a new meta. We've seen this in the 2v2 now. These long-distance shooting has to be time green. You have Kevin De Bruyne. He's got that 5-star weak foot and top corner, best corner, long distance. It's just brilliant all the way around, and it's unpredictable, and it doesn't allow you to move the goalkeeper. And that gives you a competitive advantage when you're looking at these slim margins. As they get the job done, they're undefeated, and they just have a beautiful combination or collective at the moment. And that's been the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We're going to go back to the casters. We've got more matches underway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. As we saw there, Team Falcons getting that #1 spot, 4 seeding, and that Kevin De Bruyne long-range shot. The green time as well being so crucial. As Mike rightly pointed out, if you green time that, you take it first time as well. You don't give the goalkeeper a chance to obviously move across and save that. But we are going to pass things over to Kyle, who's with the king of the jungle himself, MS Dasari.
I am indeed. Thank you, guys. Dasari, what a performance so far today. First off, though, what I want to say, LAN events are back. You've got all your competitors. It feels like over the years we've built this storyline about the GOATs going head-to-head. Now you're in the same room as them all. How does that feel?
Well, it feels really great to see everyone's back, you know, and to play and to have that much joy and, you know, the nervous of being back at LANs. But yeah, I think like I love Tex more because we stopped during COVID. No more battles, so I love them more. And yeah, happy to be back.
You can see on your face how happy you are being back here. It's great to see your performance as well today. What have you made of it so far?
I think that's a great step for us. Second game, like the first game we won some pens. Second game we won. Obviously it was on Steam so everyone can see. We played really good defensively, attackingly, and I'm really confident moving forward.
Obviously, this is an interesting format, 2v2. You're paired up with Dr. Nightwatch. How has that been working with him?
Well, I think results can tell.
I mean, simple as that, the results can tell. How do you work well together, though? What's the dynamic like between the two of you?
Well, I think Ivan is very flexible in terms of anything I can get him into the game, you know, either like tactics or adjustments we want to do. And he always wants to listen, and that's something great. And I think with the knowledge both of us have about the game, it can be maybe an easier, let me say. So both of us have been in LANs a couple of times. And both of us can, after what happened today, can kick off with a really great boost confidence.
And final question, you've never been afraid to voice your feelings after an event or during an event or about how you're doing. So come on then, this is only day #1. I'm sure you're here to win the whole thing.
Yeah, indeed I am. Especially, to be honest, after the results and the performance we had, like everyone can see, like I think should put us as one of the favorites.
Have you been practicing your famous celebration?
I did. They already took some photographs of that, and I was like, should I do or should another one for the comeback? Well, I decided like it is what it is.
I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that on day number 3. For now, though, you're done talking to me. You got to show your football skills. I'm going to pass you to Liv, who's going to get you on the football.
Hello. So you've had the fun little interview with Kyle.
Yeah.
I'm not as nice. I want you doing something physical. How are you at football?
I'm good.
Good?
Yeah, good.
You're confident, like your game as well.
I'm not bad.
Before we get into that, can you talk me through this nickname? Where did King of the Jungle come from?
It comes between a great battle between me and Tex. And I will watch Khabib very often. Yeah, so he wants to say it. There is only one king in the jungle. And then when the whole like rivalry and stuff happened between me and Tex, I was like, yeah, here we go again.
I like it. I like the confidence. What animal would be the king of the jungle? The lion, right?
I don't know, but I'd be with anything. Well, just the king.
I thought you'd go for like the lion, and then the celebration might be something like. What is the celebration?
Like I always do like this.
Yeah.
So people like, let me hear you, or just the fans or whatever. And
I like it.
I did it once, and everyone like started clicking to do it again, and that's like common like signature.
I love it, giving the people what they want. And what I want right now is success in this crossbar challenge.
What's the best score here between all of the pros? Like how many? Just one?
Yeah, I think one. We've had 0 and 1. Ooh. So the bar isn't that high.
Okay.
5 balls, 5 shots. How many do you reckon you're going to get?
I think I'll go with 3.
3?
3, yeah, I'll go with 3.
All right, okay.
The first one will be like testing the ball.
Sure.
Should I go?
When you're ready? Yeah, go for it. Oh! 1 out of 1. What a start. It's that confidence.
I told you, I'm not too bad. If you want, we can play here. We can play here tomorrow.
Oh, close. Close. It was a nice top bins. I'll just grab these. Right, 1 out of 2.
Nah.
You got a flyer landed on you as well. It's good luck.
Oh.
You're so cool with it. Oh! All right, 2 out of 3. So you're top of the leaderboard so far.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. I want you to change your celebration to like a roar, like a lion. Right, come on. You can make it 4. Oh!
I'll go with 3.
Yeah.
3 is good. 3 is good.
3 is good. 3's our best. So we've had, what, 0, 1, and 3. So you're top of the leaderboard. You've got to be happy with that.
I'm really happy. If they want to switch to real football, I don't mind.
Well, how are you feeling about the rest of the competition, though?
I'm confident, to be honest. Like, we've been through the second game. Like, we've really played much better. So that's obviously a boost of confidence. We can kick off from there tomorrow. And it's really important to have that much of confidence because there wasn't much events 2v2. Me and Nightwatch was competing in.
Yeah, awesome. Well, best of luck. I love the
you.
confidence. Remember the lion celebration I want. And Rachel, it's back to you.
King of the crossbar, right? That's what we call him now.
Of course he's great at football
Obviously,
as well.
king of the crossbar. I mean, celebrations there were on point. Look at those skills. Love to see that. I think he got quite a lot of cheers as well, didn't he, from the competitors. They'll cheer him when he's doing the skills on the pitch, not when he's doing this virtual skills, of course. They want to beat him as well. But he sounds pretty confident, Mike, didn't he?
I've never played football with MS Desari, but I'd like to. I mean, there's a lot of confidence there.
Would you though? Surely he'll beat you at that, as well as
we could still be on the same team. It's not a one-on-one game. We're good to go.
Okay, well, let's get Desari on Mike's team. Otherwise, he'll get a bit jealous that he's good at multiple things. Okay, well, should we just have a look then exactly at the stream games coming up next? There's some big matches, of course. We've just seen the guys that are going through undefeated. Now let's go to what's coming up next then. Team Heretics taking on Crew Esports. That's a big one, as is SPQR and Makers, of course. They're Makers Sweden as well. O1 Esports and Blue United taking on CF Montreal. Again, no one's going home now at this stage. It's about getting seeded 1 or 2. Mike Clabet is loving what we're seeing
There's
now.
a lot of emotions. A lot of emotions on these 4 games.
Go on then, tell us about, what's your favorite?
Heretics and Crew, because I know they're going to yell at each other the whole time. They're also located pretty close by, so you're going to hear what's happening. They're literally above each other. I don't know if they can see this, but they're above and below. So if you do enough noise up top, they're going to feel that below you. It's going to be like an earthquake.
Yago, can you see the boys down there? Team Heretics. You're coming for them, right? Yeah, Yago's coming for them. He's talking to me from the balcony up there. Obviously, underdogs almost, because obviously they're the qualifiers. Team Heretics are the Masters teams. That's on Stream A, coming your way with FIFA Alnus and Brandon Smith after this short break. Yago is going for the boys down there. See you in a minute.
Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball, I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. I've been Tom, I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
We speak so highly, firstly, of Matthias Bonanno. It's because we followed South America last year, Rich. We got first-hand experience.
I was sitting at home just hanging with the boys. So we got bored, decided to make some noise. We got the tape player out and we pressed record. Started spitting out rhymes like never before.
Someone that we know is capable of winning competitions. Do you think he can do it once again?
Still not fully dealt with. Ronaldo now drops the shoulder. Matthias Bonanno. He is the best.
Our grand final here at the CONMEBOL Libertadores.
But you just don't stop this man when he is in full flow.
There's so many shirts around him. Bellingham on his own sends him back in. Look no further at a prime example of just how special this FIFA player is. And what a special FIFA player he is, Matthias Bonanno of Team Heretics. You join us back now for the Team of the Season Cup here in London. We are getting through the games as we've said goodbye to some Masters teams, goodbye to some of the Open teams that have come through qualification here. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Alex, more commonly known as the FIFA analyst. What a game we've got here, by the way. We're joining another top seed game here, Alex, between Crew Esports, the team of Matthias Bonanno. It was his breakout year last year for Sergio Aguero's esports organisation. Now he's playing against his former club. With his new club, Team Heretics, it plans to be a great game, this one.
Yeah, it will be a great game. Obviously, we've just previously had some games as well in that top seed. So it's all about going in with that confidence and just wanting to play your game as best as you possibly can.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about some of these big results that have just come in, Alex. It's big results for Team Falcons. MS Desari back in London. He loves playing his FIFA here. They are top seed. So are Fnatic, Saf Glyph Gaming, top seed. Penalty shootout win after a 4-4 game against Atlanta and an XL Esports. They might have started play late today, but it hasn't stopped how they've wanted to go into this competition against Dux Gaming and Kawasaki Frontal. Big results there from Group A to Group D. Now it's our time to turn our attentions to Group B onwards. We've got 8 groups here, Alex. This is a big one because if you win this game, you guarantee $10,000 and you sort of miss a step, so to speak, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's just having that confidence going into it. Like you said, the prize pool obviously is a massive thing, but having that confidence going into that next round, being in that winner's bracket, certainly makes things easier for you.
Well, let's have a little word about these teams all involved. Team Heretics, you don't need really to have much of an introduction of those guys. They are incredible. On the flip side, Crew Esports, it's Valen and Iago, former teammates with Matthias last year. Did continue his run at Crew, was living in Europe for a period of time, just didn't work out for him, went back home to Argentina, and it seemingly has worked out since then. Teams up with Valen, another good player who has done superbly well last year in the FGS online season. It sort of feels like since Nicholas came into the scene, Alex, more names have come in, more big Argentine names, and they're all desperate to be the top player, I guess, in South America.
Yeah, the region of Argentina at the minute has some fantastic FIFA players. And Nicholas, obviously the ones that we talk about, you know, he is obviously what's known as the Iceman. Very difficult to knock that crown off. But if you are from Argentina, some great players coming through. And Iago obviously wants to come through and perform as best as he possibly can. And it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
Well, here we go then. We are underway in just 5 seconds time here as we continue day one in the Team of the Season Cup. It's game time between these two. Let's jump into it. Matthias Bonanno and Hidalgo, a brand new esports organisation that stepped into FIFA esports this year. They sit just above, well, below, I should say, of Crew Esports. I can tell you right now, they have been very, very noisy. They're about 2 doors along from us, aren't they, in the commentary booth, Al? And we have been hearing them in penalties, when they were in penalties in the last game, they had a last-minute equaliser. They are very, very loud and very noisy. But again, this is why we love LAN events. Back at LAN, you get that pure emotion, don't you?
That you do. Having that, the excitement, the adrenaline going through your veins. And I love it. I love hearing the players celebrate, having that excitement. And for everyone at home, it might come through on the broadcast at times, but that is what we're here for. Players at LAN. It's very different to competing at home from your room. And sometimes it brings the best out of the players. You know, having it from home and then coming over to a LAN, you can really get more excited.
Yeah, well, let's talk about their group very briefly. They're in Group F. Team Heretics were in their Crew Esports alongside, obviously, Neo and that all-important side in Timbers. It's been a very difficult group. Let's not forget about that. But let's also realise that if they win this game, they'll be top seed. They will go and play the team that finds their way through in second seed from Group E. That could be Blue United, CF Montreal, or KC Sports. Inter have already gone out that group, so it could be a favourable tie for them heading into day 2.
That it could, and you want that. You want to try and have the most favourable tie going into that day 2 to give you the best possible chance and almost the quote-unquote easiest route through to Championship Sunday.
Well, it'll be Crew Esports kicking from right to left in this one, in the white strip. Team Heretics, and there's many Spaniards out there that have probably been questioning my pronunciation of Matthias, or Matthias, as I should try and call it. Just force of habit for a player that took a huge move this year. He took a move that Iago made last year, moving to Europe, relocating. I think one thing that he has in favour as they come forward with their first attack of this game is that he's been living with his teammate Hidalgo since the start of FIFA 22. And I think one thing that we've seen from all these 2v2 teams, Al, is that The teams that have got friendships have got good chemistry. Yes, we know they're fantastic FIFA players, but you need to get along. You need to like each other to really compete in these tournaments.
Yeah, 100%. I've been saying it a lot throughout today. You win and you lose together, and you are going to make mistakes. And when it's 1v1 FIFA, you make that mistake, it's only yourself that you have that conversation with. But 2v2 is so different that if you make that mistake, you not only feel the pressure for yourself, but also for your teammate, which obviously plays a huge part.
Here comes Crew Esports with their first real sniff at goal. It's not too much to deal with. It's Ruud Huller that naturally is a plaster in all the teams. It's a different midfield combination. It's Kante, Huller on one side. Jude Bellingham features again. It's that future star item that, I mean, rightly so, is across the first 3 rounds for today has proved his worth in these teams.
Yeah, he definitely has. And it's an interesting one as well from Crew Esports to go for that 3 at the back, which we've been seeing more so recently, pushing that right mid and that left mid up. You're going to see a lot of space open up for Hakimi, João Cancelo, having that overload for Team Heretics. They really need to be on their game to make sure that they're not pulling men out of position and they're dealing with that overload as best as they can.
It sort of works both ways, doesn't it? Defensively, you can sit back in a 5. It can be really hard to break down. On the offensive side, it allows you, as you rightly said, get the fullbacks. Look at the bottom of the screen now. João Cancelo finesse from distance. It's the first real warning shot fired from Crew Esports at Team Heretics. But nevertheless, it does allow you, rightly so. You can go 5 at the back or bomb those fullbacks on forward.
That you can, but I also love that as well from Crew Esports, is just to get it out to the wing, bring it back into the middle, and say, you know what? Let's have a finesse shot from range. Now, for Team Heretics, they have to think, I've got to make sure that I'm on my goalkeeper movement, I'm covering that finesse as best as I possibly can, which can actually be reverse psychology and open up room elsewhere on the pitch.
Well, Matías Bonano came so close. Chance. One more around the corner. No way that time. He came so close to victory back in Zaragoza just a few weeks ago in the La Liga Cup. But just last week, he qualified for the Champions League. I said this earlier in commentary to Richard. It's a big change for him. He's just been in a 1v1 tournament. Now he has to change his way to a 2v2 where it's not just you responsible for everything you do, rightly so, as we just said. It's not an easy shift, is it? What, in the space of 5 days?
No, it definitely is, and that's a challenge that all FIFA players this year are having to deal with. Going from 1v1 then to a 2v2 tournament certainly does make things a little bit harder, but these guys are professionals. They play with each other on a regular basis. They'll adapt as best as they possibly can and just make sure that they're prepared of coming into the tournament.
Yeah, their first year in FIFA Esports. Team Heretics, the Spanish organisation. But pen to paper with 2 very talented players. Hidalgo, his teammate, maybe doesn't get all the credit he deserves. Some would argue that when he's next to a player that's won so much last year as Matías Bonano, it's hard to get the plaudits, but I think rightly so we've seen this year in 2v2 FIFA. It's not always the best 2 FIFA players. It's a mixture, isn't it? You have maybe one that's really talented and someone else that can come through. I mean, we're seeing that across the board with some of the best teams we've seen today. Here comes João Cancelo, building up nicely. Jude Bellingham will pick it up for Crew. It's back to R9 now. They can just about find a way past Jude Bellingham. The press is relentless from Crew. They're going to hunt impacts for this ball back. Hasn't worked out on just that occasion, but would you agree to that point of Hidalgo? Maybe some would argue that doesn't always get the plaudits.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And the thing is with Team Heretics as well, they come into this tournament being arguably one of the best defensive duos. They are so hard to break down. The communication is on point. You know full well when you're playing against Team Heretics, you're not going to score.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I was going to say not many goals, but they go down the other end, take it past the goalkeeper, the little ball roll and the finish, as calm as you like. They're so good in the defensive side of things, but here, showing us how good they are in the attacking. The ball roll past the keeper.
Just triggering the run. You rightly said, you said about not scoring against them. They're going to score against you. They've come out of absolute nowhere. Team Heretics, I think the one word I'd use is regimented. They are very regimented in how they play. Their coach behind them as well has been working with them since the start of the FIFA 22 season. He's involved heavily with the Spanish national side in the E-Nations build-up to yesterday when we were doing our rehearsals here, Al. They were there. I was saying this to Rich. They were the first team, I believe, that were here, and they were the last team to leave. They were sitting there from about 10 a.m. I didn't even see them leave the station. They were literally playing away 6 or 7, maybe 8, best of 2 games, just getting in the reps, getting the practice. And that, for them, is their attitude. They're here to win.
Definitely, and that's going to, prove a reason why. And I said, being one of the best defensive duos in this tournament, you look at that and you say they're there and they're constantly practicing. One of the first teams here, one of the last teams to go. That is obviously going to show throughout this tournament. We do see some tactical changes coming in already from Crew Esports, just changing up a few bit of their custom tactics. Not happy with some particular things as well. Dembele on that left-hand side in that 4-3-2-1 and the 5 at the back there. And the thing is for Crew Esports right now, though, when you're coming up against Team Heretics, who are such a good defensive duo, the last thing that you wanted was to go 1-0 down.
I mean, what do you make of that change? 35 minutes in, they've just brought on Ousmane Dembele, that foot fantasy item that no doubt deserves all the hype it gets. He's featured today in a couple of games. What is that telling you from Crew Esports?
Sometimes you go into matches on FIFA and something just isn't quite right and you want to make that change, you want to make that substitution early, you want to get that tactic right. You don't want to leave no stone unturned. If you're not feeling something, change it.
Just about dealt with there by Ruben Diaz. For Team Heretics.
Yeah.
They're a team that picked up a Masters Cup victory just a few weeks ago. We haven't had much data to go off with these 2v2 teams, in all honesty, but there was a couple of Masters Cups that were run on the build-up to this tournament. They featured in the second week of that tournament. They picked up a result there, a chunky bit of cash as well, a confidence booster for Hidalgo. And Matias Banana back to goal, 4-1-9, could be 2, defended well by N'Golo Kante. And a chance to break again for Crew.
You just saw Team Heretics there, sending that Hullet on the run, asking that question, can I look for that cross? Can I try and find Hullet? Obviously, great physicality stats, very difficult to beat in the air. And the beauty of that is, when you send someone on a run into the box and you threaten that cross, like we said earlier on about having that 3 at the back, it actually opens up more room. You go for a finesse, you go for the cross. It just keeps playing mind games for your opponent.
And it seems like a popular way as we go into half-time here, 1-0. Heretics do lead. Everyone's matched each other up this weekend, so all the teams I've spoken to about how you're going to approach a certain game, it's like, yes, we've got a formation we'd like to play, yes, we've got a tactic we'd like to play, but we're also very happy just to match the opponent up.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing as well, that you want to be able to play your game and your formation, but there's some times where the opponent comes out with maybe something a little bit more unique, a little bit more different, that maybe you haven't seen too much. And the easiest way at times for some of these players to deal with that is go, let's just match them. And if we match them in that formation, it's then about who performs better in that formation. You've got no overload on either side, just about making sure that you're tracking the runs, you're asking the questions of your opponent, and that can be an easier way to deal with those formation battles.
And what's so difficult as well at this level as well, like you're looking at what? Teams are identical, 9 players you'd say, 9 players really, maybe a goalkeeper, maybe the odd forward if someone backs a Hullet Jude Bellingham or a Hullet Kante or a Hullet Zidane. Same formation, same players, you are literally playing for the smallest of margins. Who's got a skill move up their locker? Who's got a bit of goalkeeper movement within their locker? That's the level that we're at now of competitive FIFA.
Yeah, they're definitely right, and that is a thing for them, and that's the beautiful thing about watching FIFA at the highest level. They all provide something different. Some players are better in the 18-yard box. Some want to look for a cross a little bit more often, and some want to go for that finesse. And it's just about finding your way, because like you said, teams, very much the same. Formations, very much the same. It's just about what can you do that's different.
Nicely done there. And managed by Ruben Diaz. Team of the Year Donnarumma gets the shout in here. We've seen a different mixture of goalkeepers this weekend so far. Schmeichel, if you're a Tex fan, that's normally his goalkeeper of choice. No surprise after his performance in the Champions League for him last weekend. Van der Sar, for me, though, always seems like the most strongest of goalkeepers. Plenty of other games taking place right now. We'll keep you up to date with all of those as they're going. Top seed games taking place. We've lost players and teams already from this tournament. The likes of Inter crashing out early doors. M42 Esports, they're out the tournament.
Yeah, nice to see Crew Esports there, just starting off that second half a little bit brighter, looking to get into that final third, find a way through, put a bit of pressure on Team Heretics as well, as they just look to kind of slow things down. Again, I remind you, one of the best defensive teams in this tournament. They're going to have a lot of patience at times.
Well, it's seeming like in that midfield 3 of the 3-5-2 or the 3-5-2, however it lays out to be, it seems like there's a sacrifice there of one of those players often being an attacker player there that certainly could do the job. You see Alain Saint-Maximin involved on that occasion, building up nicely for Hakimi. Crew Esports trying to find their way through to unhinge and unlock the door of Team Heretics. Marcelo a little bit too forced there. It's R9 still in a battle, but
a big pressure from Kante there.
Falls back to Kante. He looks to whip it in. Easy pickings for Donnarumma.
I'm really enjoying the fact that when Team Heretics come in to the defensive side of things, they're saying, you know what, you can have the wing, I'm all right with that, but I'm just not going to allow you to look for that extra pass into the middle. They go out to the wing, they try and come into the middle and find that man. They're doing as best as they possibly can to stop that in its tracks, which obviously is one of the most effective ways to score on FIFA 22 this year. Rude Hullet there, just doing, he's incredible at what he does, putting that pressure on, covering off those passing lanes. For everyone at home that's wondering, you know, my midfielders, they don't seem to get involved. You've got to grab them. You've got to control them. You've got to bring them into that passing lane, apply the pressure to the ball holder when you've covered that passing lane. That's the beautiful thing of it. It's a difficult skill to master, but you can already see how Team Heretics and Crew Esports, both of them rightly so, using their midfield so well to drown out that opponent.
Nice little scoop turn, Marcelo. Finds Kante, Mbappe, brilliant fee! Oh, Marquinhos, right place, right time. The intensity was there from Crew Esports, it was just blocked by the Brazilian defender.
Crew Esports doing so well there, changing that tempo, that quick change of pass. They've been a little bit slow and patient at times, but that just first time driven pass, utilising that R1 and X, getting straight into the striker, inside the 18-yard box. But I must say, Brandon, the extra pass off was there, chose not to use it, block comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think just back to that point you said about Hullet, I think it was more impressive that we sit here years on, R9 and Hullet were icons that were back in the pro scene years ago. The fact that there's never been an in-game item still to this day that is good enough to push them out of the team just shows how good they are and how respected they are by the pro community as well.
Yeah, definitely. You want those players just... You can rely on R9 so much inside that 18-yard box. From distance as well, you can look for that finesse. You can go on either foot.
He was crossing the ball in early today.
He can do absolutely everything. And then Hullet as well gets up and down that pitch so well, offering in the attacking area, offering in the defensive area, a physicality battle in the middle, which is just so hard to get past when you've got someone like Rude Hullet there.
20 minutes to play. Here you join us in Group F. We're in upper bracket games, trying to find who will be the top seed, I should say, in the upper bracket. We're not there just yet.
Not just yet, and you can see a little bit of a tactical change using the D-pad in that bottom right. Team Heretics happy to do that.
Big switch of play eventually dealt with by Hakimi.
It was interesting there, Brandon, that if I'm stand corrected, the little overload ball side has been put on, which, as you can see, Mbappe is basically in the middle of the pitch there, which means that all of the players are on where the ball is, on that side of things. Makes things easier for you, much more difficult for the opponents to come through.
So much space down here for Dembele to try and do what he can. Marcelo from distance! Oh, hello! The third captain that slotted into pro teams just a matter of weeks ago. He might be out on the right-hand side, but that left boot will work as a wand. And it's an unbelievable goal for the Brazilian fullback. There he is on the ball. Cheeky finesse. He timed it green. That was the difference.
Massive, massive goal right there. And we said about it, Brandon, at the start of the game, that Crew Esports came in and they took a shot from range. They looked for that finesse from range, and we haven't seen another one since. Going to that second half, what have they done again? They've said, you know what, if you're going to give me the space, I'm going to green time finesse it, pressing that shoot button, and then just before Marcelo strikes the ball, pressing it again and coming up with the equaliser.
And that's the sort of confidence these pros are going to have on the players. Whether that's João Cancelo out on the right back side, yes. That might be his normal position in game, but his team of the year was a left back. He's got weak foot availability, so's Marcelo. That's brave calls they're happy to make, but they back these players. They play game after game with them. And he's just become a hero. Heretics on the hunt for a second goal in this game. Hakimi bats a goal. It's a gift! A gift for Alain Saint-Maximin. He was just breathing down the back of the neck of every defender in the box there. You'll see it again on the replay. Alex, talk me through this.
It's exactly the response that you want from Team Heretics, going and obviously conceding that goal. Mbappe driving the ball roll and then a scoop turn, using that strength. Hakimi just loses out on the battle, Mbappe winning it. Saint-Maximin, you mentioned him earlier on, being in that right position at the right time, capitalising on what was a bit of a sloppy goal. But don't take away from the Mbappe drive. To have that scoop turn, the ball roll, battling, using that L2 button just to shield up against that Hakimi, the strength department, and that's why you have Mbappe as well in that area.
It's just that level of unpredictability, isn't it? You don't know where the team of the year item's going to go. It makes you make a decision. It makes you might pull a player out of position ever so slightly. 6 minutes to play. All that hard work for Crew Esports doesn't feel any better as they are down by just 1 goal, but we've seen enough FIFA in our time to realise that 1 goal really isn't too much, especially across a 2-legged game. Marcelo wants to get back involved again, the goal scorer for Crew Esports. Last 3 minutes plus additional time here. A little ball roll falls back to Usman Dembele again, who says why not?
He goes for that near post, and for everyone at home, you're thinking, why would you do that? You go for the finesse, banking on the goalkeeper movement, but Team Heretics say, no, we're not going to do that. Keeping the goalkeeper there, Donnarumma equal to it.
Maybe the last chance of this game. Corner played short, Marcelo involved, so's Kante. Is there a way past this? Look how compact that is. R9's back. Every single Heretics player is back behind the ball right now, making it absolute hell to try and break it down. Is there a way through? Cheeky roulette from Hullet. Just bundled off the ball ever so slightly by Hakimi, and that should do us for leg 1.
And that is going to be Team Heretics taking the victory in the first leg. But they're going to be very, very happy with that performance. I think, you know, the only thing really you got to think about is that they conceded the goal from range, which... Yep. Nothing inside the 18-yard box.
Absolutely. Well, the question is, can Crew turn this one around in the second leg? We are off to a quick break now. If they can hold on, Heretics will be in an upper bracket tomorrow. Only time will tell. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional FIFA player, and today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker, I see my winger is wide, I play him out wide, and then I see my striker and my winger are open, so I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker, I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him, so I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run. And I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decided to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. That was it for our masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments and by Astro Headsets.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, February 23rd, 2020. FIFA 20 Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. Tasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, play one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Tasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores!
After 795 days, we are back. Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup continues now. Well, welcome back to London and welcome to the Team of the Season Cup. You join us now for round 4 of games as we look to crown another top seed here heading into day 2. Not just that, also $10,000. They literally are sitting one on top of the other. It's Team Heretics at the bottom there. Just above them sit Crew Esports, the duo from Argentina, playing out for their chance to call themselves the top seed from this Group F. You're joined by myself, Brandon Smith, and FIFA analyst for this one. At the halfway point, there's only a goal to separate the two, and what a first leg it was.
It was a very good first leg with Team Heretics making it so difficult to break down, grabbing that first goal. But Crew Esports, they came back, they got that goal from range, and then straight away Heretics went ahead and took that lead straight away from kickoff. But they're such a difficult team to break down. I'm excited to see how Crew Esports do in this one.
Yeah, Heretics from right to left in this second leg here. You win this game, you as rightly said, $10,000 guaranteed. You'll play the second seed in Group E tomorrow. Of course, that could be Blue United, CF Montreal, or Case Esports. That's Casemiro's esports team in a difficult game in the winners bracket side tomorrow. There'll be a number of teams that'll be happy just to get there, just take the pressure off their shoulders ever so slightly. I mean, it is top seed in some ways, but regardless of who you're playing, it's not going to be an easy game, is it?
No, that it isn't. You do want to have that top seed, though, just to give you that confidence. And as we said earlier on, the easiest route, technically on paper, never works that way, though, in FIFA Esports.
Could be a ball over the top now, defended well by Ruben Diaz. Just a word on that, Ruben Diaz there. He's been a little bit like João Cancelo since he came out into the game, just irreplaceable, so it feels, for the Portuguese defender.
Yeah, they are centre-backs choices. As a whole, we've seen Marquinhos, Ruben Diaz, the occasional Maldini. The thing that catches my eye off is that there's no 3 at the back, 5 at the back in this game from both teams, which obviously we saw in the previous first leg. So already, tactical changes coming in, which sometimes you can find, Brandon. You play the first leg, you suss out your opponent, you get an idea of how they play and what they want to do. That second leg can just give you that little bit more confidence. Say, you know what, I actually feel more comfortable going into this formation, given their play style.
Crap wrong as well. Maybe Houston Dembele does get a start for Crew Esports in this second leg there. Wearing number 18 on the pitch. Lots of shouts and roars going on. That was coming from team makers, the Italian duo Cosimo Guarneri and Principe. We'll keep up to date with everything that is going on here at the Team of the Season Cup as results do come in. It's a build-up chance for Crew Esports. Houston Dembele, little ball roll. Oh, it's beautiful from the Frenchman. Yago's on his feet. A really well-taken goal. Valance says, get me another drink of water. It's game on.
Composure at its finest. The driven pass into Dembele from Ruud Gullit. You can see the selection of the player. The ball roll absolutely sending the defender. Green time power shot at the near post, which if you're going to do that against Donnarumma, you need to ensure that you green time it. It gets more power, it gets more accuracy, and it says to the goalkeeper, look, if you're going to save this, it's going to be a worldie of a stop, and he didn't get there.
Perfect start for Crew. Took him a little while in leg one just to get used to their opponent, but if there was any respect, it's been thrown out the window for Team Heretics. They know that they might be one of the biggest names in this tournament, one of the Masters teams that did get an auto-invite. And I think what Rich was saying rightly earlier is that the teams that have gone through the Open, there's just a bit of grit in their teeth. That they've said, look, we wanted to get invited. We wanted to get here without that qualification run. And it's sort of an aspect of proving themselves, so to speak.
Yeah, it definitely is. If you want that and you come into that and knowing that, you know what, we had to fight our way to get here instead of getting that invite, can just give you that bit of a more of a reason to go forward and try and make that name for yourself and go all the way. $100,000 for the winner.
This is nice. Heretics, reverse elastico on and can't get past Ruben Diaz or N'Golo Kante. Just does his best to pick up the heavy touch from the Brazilian. Defended well again.
Yeah.
Sort of offers you a bit of both, doesn't it, Kante and Hullet?
Definitely. You can have that Hullet, as I said before. Going forward offers so much. Kante defensively covers the ground so quick and just ensures that if you get caught out ever so slightly, he is there using that sprint jockey and just ensuring that he makes it so difficult to get past the man.
Yeah, just a little bit more pace on the French midfielder. Mbappe have acres of space here. Heretics building. Back pose could be an option. Easy pick up for Schmeichel. Goalkeeper's always a conversational topic. If you could have any goalkeeper in the game, who would it be?
For me, it's Van der Sar. The height that Van der Sar gives you is just so difficult to look for that finesse against him, combined with a goalkeeper movement. The thing that I found there, actually, which maybe we're going to see that a little bit more from Team Heretics, trying to utilise the Ronaldo at the back stick up against that Hakimi. Ronaldo being known to climb so well.
Speaking of Kante, to drive this attack forward and make it a bit more dangerous. Ousmane Dembele, the goal scorer of the only goal in this game so far for Crew. Confidence booster it was. Double tap pass finds Pele's feet. R9. Look at that from composure, by the way.
Very composed, but again, going back to it, we spoke about Ruud Hullet 10 seconds ago and saying why he's so good. There he was again in that last-ditch tackle. Composure from Team Heretics. Some players panic in that situation.
Anyone's jamming a button there, aren't they?
Yeah, they click past, they go into the middle, they try and find a man straight away, and you can concede so many goals. But that is what makes the difference between me and you, Brandon, and these pro players. They're composed in every single scenario.
To be honest, I think just between me and you, I'll be jamming the button there, and I'd be probably conceding a goal. That's the.
I've seen you play FIFA, Brandon, so you'd already be 4-0 down by this point.
Probably, yeah, maybe more as well. 7 minutes away from half-time. For esports, they've been able to do what they can to get back in this tie there. Came off a penalty shootout in their opening game. It was a 1-1, difficult matchup.
Big switch out there to Cancelo, using him higher up that pitch, and loose ball given away, but utilising that wing and then again coming back into the middle, trying to find the way through that midfield of Hullet and Jude Bellingham, which can be very difficult to do. But if you utilise that wing, I spoke about it in the first leg, Heretics doing so well at dragging those centre mids back. But you can just see that Crew Esports want to keep saying, I'm going to ask that question. If you do not cover that pass into the middle, in between the lines of the midfield and the defence, that's where they're going to look to punish.
That man on the ball heavily, João Cancelo, has played his part. He picks up the ball again, just offering that extra width to its attack. Half-time, I have to say, Crew Esports, the best 45 we've seen from them so far. They seem in control, the team that's dominating this game, and right now, they're on the front foot.
They definitely are. Team Heretics really struggled to get going in that first half. You have to give credit to Crew Esports, holding the ball, having the patience, the composure to get into the 18-yard box, look for that ball roll and get that finish off. They will just want to say, you know what, let's do the exact same thing in that second half, and let's try and make sure that we can get that first place seeding.
No, absolutely. 45 minutes away from deciding who will be getting that first place seeding. Taking on second in Group E. Tomorrow in that upper bracket. Alongside that, $10,000 will be guaranteed in the process as well. Some of these players have been waiting for a payday. They've been waiting for their first LAN event for a long time. So just getting into day 2, knowing you've got a bit of cash in your pocket. I mean, don't get me wrong, that won't be their ultimate aim. It'll be continuing to drive forward into Championship Sunday. Haven't said that for a while. $100,000 in offer to one of these teams. It's high fives and fist bumps all round. It's 45 minutes left to play here.
And this is what these players live for, being at LAN events, being here in person. It is time to decide who will be the winner between Crew Esports and Team Heretics. 2-2 on aggregate. Which way is it going to go? Patience from Team Heretics from kickoff. Not had the great first half. Will want to find their way into the second one. Just a little bit more easier, I suppose. Have a look to have the ball, maybe. Try and get a little bit of control back on. They didn't have it in that first half. Crew Esports dominating and finding that goal, as we saw. So at half-time, the conversations were probably, look, let's slow things down. Let's try and get the ball. Keep good defensively. But when we have the ball, let's try and see if we can drag some players out of position from Crew Esports. And let's see if we can get ourselves on top.
Yeah, as you said, there's a storyline behind this game as well. Matheus Bonano did play for Crew last year. There might be a little bit of just anti in this one. Desperate to get a result back on their former teammate that, don't get me wrong, moved on to another great opportunity at Team Heretics. They made their first move into the competitive FIFA scene, got themselves a Masters spot, and have not looked back ever since. I have to agree with you on that. No doubt the one thing that they need to do more is get on the ball, Team Heretics. They haven't really had anything of it. Crew have dominated possession as they do now. And the more they do that, they're going to force pressure, constant pressure from Heretics, them to be a bit, and to feel uncomfortable, and to really come out and press that ball. They win the ball back now and look to hum for this first real attack of this second half. Mbappe, little ball roll scoop turn, the most popular combo in FIFA esports, so it seems, and it's possession back again to Crew.
I like that there as well, though, Brandon, that Team Heretics won that ball from bringing that Cristiano Ronaldo back from that striker position to press the ball holder and win that in that middle of the pitch, which you can do that so well in 2v2 because you can grab one in the middle and bring that striker back to apply that pressure.
Pretty awful throw in there from Crew Esports. Corner given away and pressure piled on. R9 with a bit of custom movement there.
One of my friends says that throw-ins are the biggest skill gap in FIFA. It takes a lot of thought.
Clearly at that moment, Crew Esports weren't thinking at all that. Possession away, R9 plays as well to Marquinhos on a play! Oh!
One from the training ground that was. That has been rehearsed over and over and over again and nearly finding the way into the back of the net, but Schmeichel just has a little bit of a simple save. But I really like that. That was so different than what we normally see.
Some games, honestly, it will be a simple set piece that makes all the difference. Right, these teams have had so much time to work on that.
Yeah, rightly so. It's sometimes an area where players don't prioritise as much because it's set pieces. It's not as pretty, maybe. You know, people want to play the tiki-taka, nice football, nice FIFA, but some players spend a lot of time on those set pieces, and we nearly saw it come into advantage. And I'm sure we'll see more throughout the whole of the weekend. Big switch of play now. Seems that Team Heretics just wanting to utilise Bellingham as best as they can in that holding role, linking up with the Hullet, utilising the left back, the right back, the switches, trying to pull players out of position, trying to bring those centre mids over to find the gaps in the middle.
Have built themselves a bit more into this game over the last few minutes. Have Team Heretics, but there's the gaps you mentioned with the three at the back potential. R9. Tricky dribbling, still R9 now, look at the space! Wins a corner for his efforts at least, and into a pause menu we shall go.
That interception from Hakimi was absolutely crucial. R9 driving the byline, utilising the full length of the pitch, trying to find that driven pass off across, just unlucky that Hakimi was there for that last-ditch tackle.
Oh, absolutely, R9 just was able to bag himself so much space. We spoke about it previously, how good he can be out wide, down the middle. We know he's got a 5-star week, but also can have such a good impact in terms of just getting out wide and getting that ball into the box there. No changes needed to be made by Team Heretics as they're deep in conversation at the moment in their player booth, just to the left of us now. They do currently sit. It's a difficult one, isn't it, in the 2v2? It's like one man has to take the captain role, don't they, and be the person that makes the changes. Yes, there'll be input from your team, mate, but you would have done this so many times in practice.
Yeah, ultimately, you have to have that decision, the decision maker who says, like, what would you like? And they give their input and then say, you know what? I'm going to go on my experience, previous times that we've been in this situation. I think this is the right man for the job. Bringing Messi on at right centre mid, for example, to look for that long-range finesse. We spoke about it so many times. Crew Esports utilised it in that last game. They got a goal from that, and they also used it at the start of the game. Didn't get a goal from that, though, but having that long-range finesse can be so crucial. But having, it might even not be one of the players, actually. There's times where you look at the coaches, the decisions to change tactically and with players on the pitch, sometimes players choose to go, you know what, let us just play the game. The coach who's watching from that other side of you can make that decision for us.
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, by the way, everyone in the Crew Esports sort of camp there's got sort of like a highlight in their hair. Everyone's, is that the way you join the team? It's just highlight in the hair to left. Coach has got one, Yago's got one, Valen's got one. It's the way they've approached their tournament here.
Might make you play better, who knows?
At the moment, they have played the better of the two. They're on the front foot with this corner. 70 minutes in. Watch the quick, fast change. Hullet could have time. So tactical, literally. Just a quick change of player taking the corner. And it's just trying to make your opponent not be alert to it. Marcelo could be in for a cutback if it's available. Ronaldo back to goal, was in no man's land. A bit of a panic there from Heretics. They had to get rid of it. Still, though, under pressure. Another corner again.
Yeah, Crew Esports really applying that pressure now. Very difficult for Team Heretics to play out from the back there. Let's see if Crew can develop a chance from this corner.
Played short quickly. Finds Marcus Rashford, of all people, that gets himself a little cameo off the bench.
That's the first time we've seen him this weekend so far, Brandon.
Building nicely, Pele. Can't turn away. Final 15 here. Haven't seen Heretics at their best in this second leg. If there's a tactics masterclass from Crew Esports, you might be looking at it right now. There's not many teams that can make it this difficult for Heretics.
Definitely not, as we do see the centre-back go charging up that pitch. Marcelo trying to find that pass straight away. Normally players then would look for that cross, look to send it into the box, play for knockdowns, play for the second ball. They chose not to use it, which is a very interesting choice. I think for Team Heretics now, 10 minutes left on the clock, Brandon. They really have to try and step up into another gear.
Switch to switch, just to try and gain a yard or two. Cancelo driving forward. Goes for a goal kick. Looked like it was near enough to be a corner there. We might be on our way to extra time again. It sort of feels like every game has gone that way today. How narrow and tightly contested these matches have been. It's unfortunately meant we've had to go to penalty shootouts.
Yeah, we've said it as well so many times that 1v1, sometimes there is a bit more of a, let's say, different in class. Some players can dominate more. It's very hard to do in 2v2 because you've got that communication, you've got the man next to you, and you need to have that so well. And it can be very difficult to break down the 2v2. There's no second man press, but you have the extra man to apply that pressure.
This could be nice. It's Crew Esports. He was teeing that left foot finesse. He wanted it.
He did. We saw Messi come on earlier on. You know what Lionel Messi can do in those areas. That left-footed finesse. Just trying to find that way into the area. Sometimes for players as well, because it's so predictable go for the left-footed finesse with Messi, they actually just drive the byline instead. It was actually nice to see Crew Esports saying, let's try and utilise Lionel Messi's item as best as we possibly can. And a little bit of time wasting just to ensure that the clock goes down, which is very smart from Team Heretics to take that time off the clock and say, we are going to have the last attack in this game.
There might be a lot of people thinking, what is that all about in terms of waiting for the last chance of the game?
We all see it. We concede in the 90th minute, the 45th minute, because we go for an attack too early. We send men forward thinking, hey, I can get a goal before half-time or at the end of the game. Next thing you know, you lose the ball in the middle, your right-back's going up the pitch, and the opponent gets that last attack. And that is what they're trying to utilise it.
Well, they've been building up for it. They're not going to get it. Last 6 seconds, no one's going to get it. Extra time needed here between these two. We're playing for top spot, top seed in Group F. And 180 minutes later, there is nothing to separate these two teams. It honestly has been the closest of games, this one. A proper tactical match, a game of chess, you can call it, if you had to describe it in any sort of form. It was a case of who is making the first mistake. In all honesty, no one really made a mistake in that game.
Very composed on both teams, but rightly so when you look at Team Heretics and how good they are defensively. When someone's so good defensively, you're not going to have many high-scoring games because, naturally, when you're so good in the defence, you don't tend to score too many goals. You back yourself to say, you know what, we get a 1-0, 2-0, that's fine. We'll keep it at that. Unfortunately, the game plan didn't go that way. Crew Esports definitely on top in that second leg, taking it through to extra time, which I would say is probably the right result so far.
Yeah, well, we know these two both had very narrow and tight games in their last game. As we jump back into this one, extra time needed.
And the thing to remember as well with these teams, they're qualified. The nerves won't be as high. Yes, they want that seeding. They want to have that best possible chance going into tomorrow. There's no need to be too nervous. This isn't an elimination game. You're good. You know that you're making it through to tomorrow. That's the key thing. We've already seen 8 teams go today. There is no more that will be leaving us. So they can just be relaxed in this extra time, as best as they possibly can. It's easy to say when we're up here, oh, just be relaxed. I'm sure they'll disagree with me and say that they're very nervous right now.
And for a lot of players, it's the first time they've been involved in an EA major. It's been our first one for just over 2 years, dating back to for Champions Cup Stage 4 in Paris, the 23rd of February. That one was in 2020. It's been a long time since we've had FIFA back on land. And certainly the emotion has been easy to see from a number of these pro players. Crew Esports looking for the ultimate goal, potentially the match winner. Can they pull apart this Heretics team? Messi on the left foot, teasing it, cuts it back. Hullet! Oh, it was composed, but Ruben Diaz just stood strong.
A crucial block there from Ruben Diaz. Lionel Messi finding that space inside the 18-yard box, finding that pass off across to Hullet. Maybe, just maybe, one touch too many. Hullet has that 5-star weak foot. The shot at the near post could have been a possibility, but for Crew Esports, they tried to go for the calm and composed result, and unfortunately didn't get that shot off into the back of the net.
Do you think it needed the first-time shot there?
As I said, Brandon, it's very easy for me and you to say, go for that first-time shot there. I think it was the right decision to take the touch and then possibly look for the shot, but maybe one too many.
We're pretty much there already. 15 minutes of extra time. He's near enough up. Unless Crew Esports will get one more chance. Kante runs it out of play.
Yeah,
what a build-up it was. Just teasing it. It's such a difficult one because you know what the players look for. You get Messi in that position, naturally you're looking for a left foot finesse every single time. But it's trying to be that one more step unpredictable of looking for the one more pass, which they tried to do. Hullet then sold his man back inside. You're thinking, okay, there was a shot available. Right place, right time, the position in there of Ruben Diaz, team of the year, just standing strong. We are in half-time of extra time here between Team Heretics and Crew Esports. It's been an absolute incredible game, this one. So tightly contested, 2-2 at the break. I think it's one of them that just sitting there. How do we break this opposition down? It's just so hard.
It is very hard, but I'm sure they're having the conversations right now, the players and the coach, and just saying, you know what? We are getting into the right sort of areas. Let's just keep digging deep, keep getting into that same sort of area, and the next time we get there, the chance may fall our way. You saw that opportunity with that Hullet. It was a golden chance to possibly find the back of the net. Unfortunately, not doing it as FIFA players at the top level. They always want to ensure that they have that 100% chance, that there's not going to be a block, that it's a clear shot on goal and that you can back yourself to score. Crew Esports would just say, let's keep doing what we're doing and we'll find that goal.
I can't imagine the roar that's going to come out of one of those booths, Alex, if there is a late goal in the last 15 minutes, especially Crew, who are sitting just above Team Heretics, by the way.
You said that the last event that we had at LAN was in Paris. They're going to hear the roar from Paris.
Honestly. We laugh, but we've seen how loud, especially Crew Esports, have been in this tournament. Crew Esports, an organisation made by Sergio Aguero. Been involved in the FIFA scene for a few years now. I'm sure at some point he'll be tuning in to see how his team are getting on across the weekend. Press was there, but so was the composure from Crew Esports. Did very well to get himself out of that spot of bother.
That they did, and you just saw again that little offside trap in that bottom left from Team Heretics, trying to keep that defensive line up. They've also got the striker drop back instruction on, which we spoke about earlier, using the Mbappe and the Ronaldo to track defensively.
Messi, one more pass, Mbappe, cheeky chip. Donnarumma proving his worth in the team, just about got a hip, a hand, a leg, he got something on it.
You have to give credit to Team Heretics there. The goalkeeper to come out that quick would have been instructed by the captain to bring him out, holding that triangle button. They saw the opportunity develop, the runner through, and just said, I'm going to close that angle down as quick as I can and stop you from getting a clear shot on goal with the angles in your favour.
Heretics down the other end. Lovely little gap for João Cancelo to exploit. Ball roll or two, not good enough to get past Hakimi. Wow, what a chance it was. Just found a passing lane, just found that little opportunity. It was a bit too much on the ball for Mbappe. He tried his best to find the chip.
Yeah, it's a very difficult finish when the goalkeeper comes out that quick and close down that angle. Chip was the right option. The goalkeeper was equal to it.
Marcelo driving. Was on the goal scoring sheet earlier today. Here's Hullet, bats a goal. Hullet steal, one more pass. Is it too much? Nicely done, Marcus Rashford, reversal has to go. It's not good enough. Well, here we go then. Penalties, 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 penalties. It seems like it's all we do here in London. Up steps. Pele first for Crew Esports. He scores. Now it's Heretics' turn to try and back this one up with Cristiano Ronaldo from the spot. Up steps Heretics. They were to score.
Yeah, very calm penalties there. One down the middle. Crew Esports step up with Marcus Rashford going to the right. Donnarumma with a simple save. Not far enough in the corner. Mbappe now with a chance for Team Heretics, and he does a better job than Marcus Rashford.
Mbappe now for Crew Esports. Save! There's another great save from Team Heretics. Here comes R9 now to give them a bit of breathing space. It could be 3 from 3. It will be. And for the chance to send them through. If he saves it, he will. We will score. Team Heretics score. They're on their way to a top seed bracket run tomorrow. Up steps Ruud Gullit. Save! Game on.
That is a huge, huge save there from Schmeichel with his feet. Lionel Messi does step up and slots that one into the bottom right. Crew Esports doing so well there.
Score, they win. Simple as that. Jude Bellingham stops up. Team Heretics are on their way to an upper bracket run. And for the first time to say, we've seen a bit of passion from the Argentine, Matías Bonanno. He may have been quiet for a little bit earlier, but there is passion inside that man. There is passion inside that booth of Team Heretics. They're on their way to an upper bracket run tomorrow, Alex.
That they are. And they went with a simple option as well for that game-deciding penalty to go down the middle. Some players tend to go for that because it's the easier way to just ensure, look, I'm a little bit nervous. This is the winning penalty. I don't want to miss the target. I'm going to just put it down the middle and take the chance.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes to penalties, you have to have that aspect to your game. Don't get me wrong, it's a coin flip sometimes. It's a lottery in there. But if you can stay composed, read all the small fundamentals, whether it's a bit of head movement or anything in there, back away, those two have. Hidalgo, Matías Bonanno, they were spoken about in depth building up to this tournament. $10,000 guaranteed, Alex, and they're in the upper bracket tomorrow. They'll play Seed 2 from Group E.
Yeah, it was a very entertaining game and a very nitty-gritty one as well. Players just having to find their way through. We saw Crew Esports really be the better team in that second leg, finding their way and getting back into the game. But Team Heretics, as I said, so good defensively. They struggled to get going, but they just did enough in that penalty shootout as well.
Absolutely. Again, another game done and dusted here in day one at the Team of the Season Cup. For now, it's down to Mike and Rachel to talk more.
Yeah, thanks, boys. I mean, what a matchup there for Team Heretics and Crew Esports. They're above and below each other as well. I guess Hidalgo and especially Matías Bonanno can do no wrong at the moment. Qualified for ECL, now in the top seed in this competition. I mean, your thoughts on that, Mike Lavelle?
I think you got to give a lot of credit as a leader to Matías Bonanno. Remember, this is a young guy, and getting that qualification and facing adversity. He lost versus Nicholas. We also have seen like a little bit of that Argentinian emotion and elimination, or not necessarily elimination, but setting them down to at least another match where they have to battle it out for seeding tomorrow. But I like what we have brewing here. We've got some new names that are becoming heroic. Heroic names. Well, let's check out all the results then from those 4 matches on stream, which we just saw right there. Bring it to speed with exactly what has been going on then. Okay, so this basically tells you who has got 2 wins to their name. Montreal start off Group E there, Mike. I'd say that's the biggest surprise thus far in terms of the results across the board. I don't think anybody really talked about Montreal, with Lou leading the way there. Undefeated, sitting pretty, going into the weekend. Heretics, you just saw that matchup, of course, a battle towards the end versus Crew Esports, some fantastic goals. In Group G, we have Makers. Not necessarily surprised. I'm very interested in the Houston Dynamo with George Adamu and how that's going to play out, him and Remy Martin as a squad. And then Makers Sweden, which maybe is a bit of a surprise in this group because you have Ninjas in Pajamas who hold a certain reputation, but both the Swedes, I mean, Ali Bali, Aptale, they have experience. LAN, online, back to LAN, 2v2. They're collaborating properly.
Mike could talk about that all day, and I'll just give you a quick update on that result. Makers Sweden there, 4-0 over O1 Esports. And just to clarify what that all means, 0-2 means that team is going home. 1-1, of course, means they live to fight another day to see who drops down to the lower bracket and who stays up. Those matches are coming up next.
And with the Swedes in particular, they're able to meet each other and play in person. I do wonder, now that we are in person, does that play a factor for that experience?
They love it, of course. Well, let's talk about the stream games coming up next. And this is big, okay? Basically, this is upper versus lower bracket for day 2. You get where I'm going with that? Okay, stream A then. Kawasaki Frontal taking on Ducks Gaming, the Spanish boys there, Guild Esports, Nicholas and Enrazic taking up UT.
I like all these matchups. I like them all.
Atlanta Dire Wolves. We saw them nearly go through, didn't we, straight away to be seeded 1 against Fnatic. They lost on pens. They're up against Ajax, who actually lost earlier to Fnatic as well. So everyone is intermingling right now. Of course, everyone's playing everyone at some point throughout the next 3 days. You're liking them all. You got to only pick one. You can only ever pick one.
I'm pretty happy with the A matchup, shall we say, where we've got Ducks in action, because you get to see Gravison with the hat and Aguilar and that teamwork. And there's a lot of hype around these guys and being able to make a push, and they need this result. I also really like Direwolves. I was impressed from what I've seen thus far today. And I think a lot of people, maybe from the competitive scene, had them on the radar, but a lot of the community outside of that didn't even know that they got busy like that.
They've been working there as a team, haven't they, Direwolves, for the last 4 years. So if they've got cohesion, it is them. Okay, well, that's the big matchup. Kawasaki Frontal coming up against Ducks Gaming after this break. It's going to be awesome. It's going to go to Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa. Let's have a look at the Ducks boys then. Gravison and Danny Aguilar. They'll be the guys hoping to make it through to the upper bracket for tomorrow.
Hey guys, this is Dolan Mike. I'm a FIFA esports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year, it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. If it's over the goalkeeper, it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put.
Gravison, well, he's been around FIFA esports for a very long time, part of that Spanish community as well. He's looked so impressive as well, Gravison.
Unbelievable attacking play.
He won the virtual La Liga.
Proclamarse campeón de España, Gravison.
Ducks Gaming's Gravison is in pole position.
Chance for 2 maybe for Gravison. Back to goal, and he's done so well with Neymar. And still seems on fire.
Well, there you have it. Gravison, what a player he is for Ducks Gaming. Here we go, Team of the Season Cup. We're getting into the final few rounds here today. John, myself, Richard Buckley, for the first time over this weekend. I'm hopefully not going to be the last. Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, incredible to be here. I mean, what a day it's been so far. And we're getting into those final few matches where it's so important. We know who's eliminated for today. We know who's won the groups for today. And we'll guarantee a spot in the winners bracket. But over the next 2 rounds, we're going to be finding out who's going to be starting in the winners bracket and who, unfortunately, is going to be starting in the losers bracket tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Amazing to be alongside you again. But you mentioned how important this game is just because, again, for the winners of this matchup, they advance back into the winners bracket for the knockout format tomorrow. And, of course, the losers start off in the loser bracket, which, of course, it goes without saying you'd want to win this game.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's so important to start in that winners bracket and to solidify your place in the sort of upper echelon, you've got to say. It's much easier to win it from the winner's side compared to the losers. But Ducks have got a really tough matchup here in this matchup against Kawasaki Frontale. We'll have a look at Ducks first. Let's have a look at Ducks Gaming, Daniel Aguilar and Gravison. For people at home, Ryan, talk to me about these two.
Yes, the Spanish duo representing Ducks Gaming. You can see there for Daniel Aguilar, he reached top 4 in the E La Liga in FIFA 21. And of course, top 8 for the FIFAe Club World Cup. So he has experience in the 2v2 format. And for Gravison, the E La Liga winner in 2019 and finishing 2nd place in the FGS EU qualifier number 4. He also qualified for the World Cup last year, his very first one. So we take a look at them preparing for the game. Well, their opponents, Kawasaki Frontale, you can see the reason that they're here. They won the Tokyo FGS Open. So again, experience in the 2v2 format. So they know what it takes to play together.
Oh, obviously can't forget as well, Jay won the East Asia playoffs last season, beating Exe in an unbelievable game of FIFA. He won the match in the 90th minute. He then went on to right hook his camera when playing from home. It was absolute scenes. If you've not seen it, go and find it. It's on YouTube. You can find it on Twitch as well. Incredible what Jay did last summer for Kawasaki Frontale. But a big game coming up here in the Team of the Season Cup. Live from London. We know who's been eliminated here on day 1. We know who's guaranteed to be in the winners bracket. But over the next 2 hours, we're going to be finding out who's going to be starting day number 2 in the winners bracket and knowing who will be down in the trenches in the losers bracket. What a game we've got here to kickstart. It's going to be Ducks Gaming against Kawasaki Frontale. How important is it, Ryan, to start in the winners bracket tomorrow?
It's incredibly important, and something that's key to mention is that these two played early on today, and it was Ducks Gaming running out victorious 5-1 against Kawasaki Frontale. And you're probably wondering, how come they're playing again today when they've already played earlier whilst being in the same group? But with pool play in the tournament, of course, being seed 1 and seed 4, or seed 2 and 3, you play against each other in the first matchup. And of course, it worked out that Kawasaki got the win to put them into this situation to have the rematch against Ducks Gaming. So we'll see Kawasaki Frontale kicking from left to right up against Ducks Gaming, kicking from right to left.
I'm already starting to see a couple of names standing out off the page. Maldini in at centre-back, Klosterman in at left centre-back for Kawasaki Frontale. Hakimi is playing right-back. And they've started the game with a slow bit of possession here, keeping the ball, knocking it from left to right as João Cancelo and Hakimi get their first touches in the game.
Klosterman now, that is, I understand he's got a card in the game which has 93 pace on the card, on the item in game.
But?
Not just a heavy but, you wouldn't put him ahead of Ruben Diaz or Marquinhos, but again, it's personal preference. There's a reason why they're in this tournament at this stage. They're trusting the players that have worked for them, and they do have a corner now to see if maybe they can generate the first chance at goal.
So you tell me Klosterman wouldn't be in your team, Ryan?
Wouldn't make the reserves, let alone the team.
Early chance here for Kawasaki Frontale. R9 Ronaldo onto the edge for Marcelo. So where's Marcelo playing?
I think he's in centre midfield. I'm almost.
Okay, so maybe a 5-back to start. Klosterman looking to play the ball through the midfield there. Keep your eyes on Klosterman. He's going to be the talking point of this matchup. On the other side of it, Ducks Gaming looks like a pretty standard, probably 3-5-2, you would say. Maybe even a 5-back there as Hakimi comes across. You've got Maldini, is that at centre-back, with Marcelo in at left-back for this Ducks Gaming squad. We get an early pause there. 4-3-2-1, the formation of choice. Marcelo, Pele and Hullet as the 3 centre mids.
Yeah, I think with the way that this 4-3-2-1 is often played out is you'd have one of the fullbacks on balance, the other one stay back. So it sort of attacks with a 3-back, but then one of the wide fullbacks offer that cross into the box. And that's why you're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo being pivotal in these build-ups. But we can take a look at Dux Gaming's formation, a 3-5-2, which has come into popularity over the last couple of months.
Are you surprised with how... Obviously, we saw Dami win the E-Premier League with the 3-5-2. We then saw Cosmin in the FGS qualifier number 3 do very well with the same formation. Are you surprised that we've seen so much 3-5-2? Is it a formation that is actually amazing, or is it just something different?
I think it's something different, and it offers fantastic elements going forward, but defensively as well, having to defend and having the numbers behind the ball is, of course, very important in any aspect of competing in FIFA, whether it's 1v1 or 2v2. As we see Dux Gaming break into Kawasaki Frontal's half for the first time and potentially could start an attack.
Yeah, nice little chance there, R9. His shot turned more into a pass there as Mbappe looked to capitalise on that red time shot. You were just mentioning the 3-5-2. I think also defensively, you took your wide midfielders in, you took your central defensive midfielders in, you've then got a back 7.
Yep, exactly. It's really hard to break down. I have a question, though. For Dux Gaming, how would you say their approach would change? Because they won 5-1 earlier on against this opposition. So is it more so of just doing the same thing that worked well to get them in that situation?
Yeah, you know exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, for me personally, I wouldn't change anything. Some players tend to overthink it, as we see Gravison and Daniel Aguilar building up here to try and break the defensive line for Kawasaki Frontal.
Chance here, and Ronaldo, beautiful roulette right there. Good tackle from João Cancelo. 20 minutes gone here in our game between Kawasaki Frontal and Dux Gaming. Our very own Kyle Walker is out and about, giving us all the latest updates.
I am indeed, Richard. Yeah, 4 games obviously happening. You're watching Stream A, but there's plenty of action happening in the arena still. Guild Esports, UT7 Esports, 0-0 in that matchup. But one of the other ones, Dire Wolves taking on Ajax again. Another draw in that game. But the one that everyone seems to have their eyes on out here, the one that I've definitely got my eyes on, Complexity. They're taking on Atlanta. It was 1-1, but I think while I've been talking, looking at the other games, there's been another goal. Yes, Atlanta are now 2-1 up in that fixture. Guys, we know how big these games are. We know how important they are, so I'll be out and about. I'll be keeping you updated on all the scores.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Chance here for Kawasaki Frontal. Comes to nothing in the end. He's the man in the know across all of our fixtures here in this pivotal bracket placement matchup. Are you surprised by any of those scores? 0-0, 0-0, and a couple of goals in the All-Americas tie between Complexity and Atlanta?
I'd say no surprises there. We've seen throughout the tournament so far. We're going to see closely contested games here as Mbappe builds up.
Beautiful roulette inside the box. Green time finish from Dux Gaming. Find that bottom left corner. It's Mbappe who wheels away in celebration. They've been there. They've done it. They've got the T-shirt. They know what it takes to beat this Kawasaki Frontal side, and they find themselves 1-0 up. Beautiful play here.
Yeah, fantastic here. The pass in from Bellingham, from Gravison into a roulette from Mbappe, and green timed into the opposite corner. I believe the finish there from Daniel Aguilar. It's a fantastic goal to give them the 1-goal advantage. And again, that will give them a huge boost of confidence because, again, we spoke about them beating Kawasaki Frontal earlier on today, but just gaining a bit more confidence. Again, you'd expect them to have the confidence, but they maybe would have overthought.
Well, they've also just lost a game.
Yeah,
have Dux
exactly.
Gaming. They just lost 5-3, was it, against XL?
Yeah.
So there's an element of, well, we're not unbeatable, we're not invincible, but do we have Kawasaki Frontal's number? You must have been in this position before where you've rematched up with somebody who you beat previously. Does it typically go the way of yourself, or do you think there's an element of doubt that maybe creep in and complacency potentially?
I think doubt creeps in for sure. Whether it's complacency or maybe just overthinking your tactics or your mentality going into it, you think, I've already beaten this person once. So you'd be thinking, surely, especially when it's in that resounding manner, 5-1. It wasn't a penalty shootout or a 1-goal margin. It was by 4 goals. So it's definitely was one-sided.
Could be a chance here. Kylian Mbappe, he was the goal scorer of the first. Good turn provider here. Dinked into the box, scooped it out. R9. Klosterman high up and heads that away. Another opportunity starting to brew here for Dux Gaming. They could find themselves 2-0 up before the halfway point. Marcelo now picks up the ball. He's got a trick or two up his sleeve, and possession is recycled for this Dux Gaming roster. Jude Bellingham punching it into the feet of Kylian Mbappe. R9 Ronaldo. Look for an elastico, maybe a reverse, another roulette. Certainly the skill move of choice so far for this Dux game inside as Kawasaki Frontal look to hit on the counter. R9 Ronaldo. A little dead stop down the line. He feeds to Cristiano Ronaldo. La Croqueta pass into Mbappe. Unfortunate with the touch from the Parisian because it was nice build-up play beforehand. Marcelo with a poor touch and possession will turn over.
This is where it's dangerous for the counter-attack, but it was a great challenge there from Jay, I believe, to make that interception to stop a counter-attack brewing, but they have possession up. They'll be hoping just before half-time that they can generate an attack here.
Maybe a little bit unfortunate with the last opportunity that it created with that La Croqueta pass straight into the path of Mbappe. Rude Hullet, he finds R9 Ronaldo. The ball will bounce nicely for them. And a really unfortunate chance there. That could potentially be a red card. Referee goes for yellow and Marcelo is in the book. The building at Kawasaki Frontal as we go into half-time. I'll get the thoughts of Ryan Pessoa here at the Team of the Season Cup. Marcelo goes into the book and Van der Sar will get us back underway seconds before half-time. Ryan, Kawasaki Frontal find themselves 1-0 down. What do those two players on the screen need to do to turn this game around?
They can take positives from that last sequence in the first half. They built up an attack. They seem to be prodding and probing to try and break through the Dux Gaming defensive line. But for Dux to be sort of calm and composed, but I'd say it's easy to rest on your laurels after playing someone and winning in such a manner and then playing them again and taking the lead in the first half. So for them, they'll be just hoping more of the same.
When does it get to the point where you're like, oh, we're just better? Like, does that ever creep in? And you must have matched people before, like when you match on Rivals or FUT Champions or even in tournament qualifiers where you've played once, you played twice, you maybe even matched 3 times, and you start winning every game. Does that come into a point where you're just like, oh, I've just got this guy's number? Like,
yeah, definitely.
I just match up really well against him.
Yeah, definitely. That happens after times, especially after you felt as if you've, again, just read up the way they've played.
Well, half-time here between Kawasaki Frontal and Dux Gaming. Kyle Walker, you got any updates for us?
Looking around at the games, Richard, complexity against Atlanta, it's still 2-1, that goal going in, as I was giving the updates before. Ajax taking on Dire Wolves. Obviously, we know the importance of these games going into day number 2. That one is 0-0, 73 minutes gone. The other one, though, that is absolutely huge. We were talking about Guild Esports. I got the chance to chat to Nicholas today. 2-0 against UT7. For them, they know the importance of it. Nicholas, after seeing the likes of MS Dasari, after seeing the likes of Fnatic Text today, he'll be wanting to ensure that he goes into day number 2 on his right foot, going through on that best foot forward. Can he continue that? 48 minutes gone. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we'll see indeed. We get back underway here with Mbappe bursting into the penalty area. He looks for a cutback and João Cancelo takes that away. Just having a look at that group A, Ryan, obviously with Falcons and Fnatic and Fnatic in Group B. We're starting to play a little bit of matchmaker, looking at how those matches could line up. There's a few really tasty games in the winners bracket especially.
Yeah, there's a lot of great potential matchups as we see Kawasaki building up here.
Kevin De Bruyne, he's been brought off the bench. I don't think he started the game for Kawasaki Frontal. R9 Ronaldo making a run in behind here for Dux Gaming. Decides to ignore him and play the possession game through Pele and Ruud Hullet.
I think you're correct. I think Marcelo was taken off for De Bruyne. After seeing what he done earlier for MS Dasari, you can understand why. Incredible goal from outside the box. Green time. Then could there be another green time, but it was blocked from Ruud Hullet.
Beautiful effort from Jude Bellingham. Hullet picks it up. He's just waiting. Patient is the name of the game here. R9 Ronaldo. Oh, he's hit the crossbar.
Wow.
Chance still alive. Edwin van der Sar back on his line here. Jude Bellingham now picks up the ball. He's tackled by Ruud Hullet. Got to think R9 should be sticking that away.
Yeah, it was a huge mistake there. I think he put too much power in it.
Yeah, too much power on that one. Kylian Mbappe, he recycles the play here for Dux Gaming as we get a slight pause. Kyle Walker, you got another update for us?
Plenty of goals going in around each of the games, Richard. We've got to focus, though. Complexity taking on Atlanta. Complexity, they managed to bring it back 2-2. It was minutes later, moments later, though. Atlanta have made it 3-2 in that game. Everyone that is watching, make sure you stick around. After the first leg in that Stream A matchup, Kawasaki Frontal taking on Dux Gaming. After the break, we'll have highlights of each of the games, so make sure you stick around because you do not want to miss these. Richard, I'm telling you.
I will not be missing those, Kyle. Do not worry. Chance here for Kawasaki Frontal. Hullet with the finesse shot from just outside the D. Is that what they're having to resort to at the moment? They've struggled to penetrate that Ducks Gaming defense.
Yeah, but I think for Kawasaki Frontal, they'll be disappointed in the fact that they're being forced to take outside, shots from outside the box. But we've seen them today go in. You time them green, you give yourself a chance, especially if you catch the opponent off. As we see a switch of play here and a player lock.
Opportunity here for Kawasaki Frontal. Rude Hullet again, looking to play through the middle of the pitch. Just too congested in that area, but they have won the ball back again, and they're quite good at the moment at stealing the ball, pickpocketing the ball off Ducks Gaming in and around the halfway line. Opportunity to build up here for the Tokyo FGS Open champions. Rude Hullet out wide to João Cancelo. Kylian Mbappe. He can twist, he can turn. Vieira steps out and does well.
Oh, that's a huge interception there from Daniel Aguiar. Fantastic to stop the chance happening. But as you mentioned earlier, it seems to be that Kawasaki Frontal can win the ball back continuously in Ducks' half. They're doing well to press them high up the pitch.
We see a couple of changes potentially coming out here for both sides of the coin, whether that's Kawasaki Frontal chasing the game or Ducks Gaming in a very slender lead. The 3-5-2 still in motion. Do you think the 4-3-2-1 matches up nicely against the 3-5-2?
It basically puts the way it depends on, of course, the instructions, but it puts your three attackers up against the three centre-backs, and you can often look towards crosses towards CR7, that item with incredible jumping and aerial ability. But yeah.
Yeah, what a player he is. What a football player we've got down on the floor as well. Kyle Walker, you've got another update for us?
Richard, Buckley would not be anything without your assists. They've been seen on social media, let's just say that. Yeah, I've got an update. Guild Esports 3, UT7 Esports 0, and Rasek and Nicholas proving to be too strong, it seems. 76 minute in that game just there. Let's have a quick look at some of the games they've finished those first legs. Atlanta beating Complexity 3-2. And it's still 0-0. DW Mike, DW Mark 11 representing Direwolves, taking on Finn and Levy representing Ajax. That game 0-0, still a stalemate. Going into leg 2 though, we have to find a winner, Richard.
We certainly do. Our game that we're featuring here between Ducks Gaming and Kawasaki Frontal, very evenly matched as it currently stands. Ducks Gaming with 17 minutes left on the clock and a goal in their back pocket. However, Kawasaki Frontal, you would say in this second half, have been the more progressive of the two sides. Other than that one big chance hitting the crossbar, opportunities have started to be popping up left, right and centre for Kawasaki Frontal. Ducks Gaming come forward here though and they look dangerous. Again, Kevin De Bruyne's substitution coming onto the pitch, inspired.
Yep, he's been helping press higher up the pitch as we see passes between Gravison and Aguiar in midfield as they start to progress high up the field now. It is Daniel Aguiar in possession now with Bellingham, just twisting and turning, trying to find some space. But as you mentioned, the lanes seem to be cut really, really well here from Kawasaki Frontal.
And again, they've done well defensively. They make sure that they force them out wide, they force them into areas that they can't really penetrate from, and that's a really naughty tackle.
I thought there was going to be a different colour card there from the referee from behind, but for Ducks Gaming, maybe that's a sign of frustration. They are winning, but again, they've been, other than, as you said, the crossbar attempt from Arnau Ronaldo, which you could say, would you say that's an error? I would say...
Got to score.
Yeah, I would say it's an error because it's a clear-cut opportunity. You've put too much power in it, but other than that, they haven't really showed any sort of threat.
Lots of player locks coming out here as well for Kawasaki Frontal in this placement match. Team of the Season Cup is what you're watching. João Cancelo, he pings it into Pele. Beautiful pass into the path of CR7. Ronaldinho does pick up the loose ball. A chance to recycle again. Lacroqueta pass, looking for that extra pass into the box. Marquinhos steps out well. And maybe the fresh legs of Ousmane Dembele could be a deciding factor here for Ducks Gaming. Ball spread out wide to Marcelo, and a chance again to build up fast or the slow approach. It looks like they're going to take a more measured chance here, does Ducks Gaming. 5 minutes left on the clock. If you're in that Ducks Gaming camp, well, they could score right here, and they're very happy. Great chance. And Van der Sar tips it around the post. How would you sort of assess this first 86 minutes that you've seen so far?
I'd say they've had the better of the chances, scoring one of them. But I'd say in this situation now, it's probably best just to die the clock down a little bit unless there's a clear-cut opportunity. There's no need to push too many bodies forward, and with the expertise and previous experiences from Gravison and Daniel Aguilar, they will be doing just that. They will sort of die down and wait until the very last moments to try and build up an attack.
Even though it's only 1-0 though, Kawasaki Frontal, you're probably thinking this is a good result. We lost 5-1 in the tournament earlier against these. There's definitely an opportunity for those two players down in that booth to turn this game around. Dux Gaming will get the final chance of the half. So Alan St. Maximin is now involved. Waiting, biding his time. Klosterman steps out. What a rock he's been at the back. And that will do us for the first leg here in this placement matchup. Dux Gaming 1, Kawasaki Frontal 0. But the two Kawasaki Frontal players certainly know what is required of them. They've got everything that they need to turn this game around. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we find out who finishes second.
What's up guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Dani Visser, professional FIFA player for Team Gullit and AZ, and today I'm going to show you how to use the player lock as a pro. Okay, so the first topic is from your fullback to your winger. Okay, so let's break down this first clip. At first you want to learn how to use the player lock, of course. You need to press L3 and R3 at the same time. You want to switch to one of your other players, in this case the winger, and you do that by flicking your right stick to your winger. Let's look at it. We get the ball with the right back. We player lock Mbappe, and then of course the important thing is not to pass it immediately, but to make a run first, because the AI will control the right back, so you don't have to worry about that. Walk into the little space in the middle, because that creates a lot of space for the other players as well. Look at who has a lot of space. In this case, it's the striker. Pass it to your other striker, because that's the easy choice to score a goal and finish it. So the second topic I want to talk about is how to use the player lock in the box. We send our striker on a run, we run with our center mid, and then the second player lock happens. And in this case, our striker is completely covered. The defender is standing in front of him, no space whatsoever, but because of the player lock, we can create the space and score a goal. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. This was Dani Visser with how to use the player lock as a pro. See you soon.
The FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup is presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Well, what a day it's been so far here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. We've got plenty of highlights for you from the round of games that are happening right now, starting with Guild Esports taking on UT7 Esports. This first leg right now, I talked about Rasak, I talked about Nicholas, and they definitely put on a show. Nicholas has seen what MS Dasari, what Fnatic Tex has done today, and they'll be wanting to ensure they go into tomorrow in that number 2 spot. looking for all of those goals. Fist bumps all round for them. The goals didn't stop there, though. Oh, no, they didn't. 2 became 3. And that eventually became 4 in that first leg. Complexity Gaming, though, they took on Atlanta United. This one was back and forth in the first leg. The two teams hoping to ensure they go into day number 2 as strong as possible. And it was, as you can see just there, pressure on the goalkeeper. Atlanta United managed to get that first one, but it was Complexity who managed to bring it 1-1 a few moments later. That stayed that until the end of the first half, where Atlanta, with that header just there, got the lead, making it 2-1. Yoksan looking at Maxi saying, come on, we have got this. It was then 2-2. But another goal was found by Atlanta. Paolo Neto and his partner Vinny, well, they'll be hoping they can continue that in the second leg. The third and final game, though, Dire Wolves taking on Ajax. A little hint of you guys, I'm sat with some of the Ajax team right here. I can see them getting frustrated through this first leg. Yes, they were, as it was 0-0. There was a penalty and a penalty save. Dire Wolves could have made it 1-0, but they didn't manage to do that, and that still goes in at 0-0, even into the second leg right now. But let's get back to stream here. Let's get back to some of the action. There's plenty for you guys to talk about.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle Walker, down on the floor right there, getting all the best highlights and moments from these pivotal group stage matches. You're joined in the commentary booth by myself, Richard Buckley, and Manchester City's very own FIFA player, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, just on the back of those highlights, you were watching with me, Complexity and Atlanta. I mean, there were some interesting goals being scored.
Yeah, the first goal, especially the mistake with the keeper. Oh, it's tough. At least they responded instantly, basically. They got an equalizer, but some tough goals to concede there, I'll be honest, with the late crosses, but that's part of competing. It happens.
We get back underway here. Kawasaki frontal from right to left in the white strip. It's TOTS Gaming who have a narrow lead at the moment in that dark strip from left to right. Let's see what the Spaniards have got up their locker and up their sleeve here. Rude Hullet inside the box, could be an early chance. Green time finish from TOTS Gaming. Gravison rolls away in celebration, and that lead is doubled after 5.
Oh, it's lovely. You can see what it means to him with the celebrations and his facial expressions. We're going to see a replay of that goal to make it 2-0 for TOTS Gaming. That would definitely put them, it gives them that cushion, and I think they'll be gaining huge levels of confidence as we see the breakdown. The ball into Gravison, who plays it towards the byline, plays it back into Daniel Aguilar. The pass in there to Ruud Gullit and Gravison. The shot cancel into Ruud Gullit's favoured, or not favoured, the 5-star weak foot, and Green timed into the corner.
You shouting Green?
Oh, absolutely. Green standing up. It's got to be done, you know, but for Gravison and Daniel, they'll be delighted with that start.
We're back underway here. The Spaniards, FGS Masters team, TOTS Gaming. These two have already matched today. It was a comprehensive victory for TOTS Gaming, 5-1, the final scoreline. Kawasaki frontal now find themselves in a really tough position, trailing by 2, but also TOTS Gaming look like they've got a huge new lease of confidence and ability here in this second leg. We've only seen 10 minutes, and if you were to predict where this game's going to go, I think a lot of the punters would be saying TOTS Gaming will be taking this second place here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially whilst knowing how they played against each other earlier on in the day with a 2-goal advantage. You'd be stunned if it's turned around. They're basically 7-1 up today against Kawasaki frontal, and again, that's nothing against them. They've performed well. They've done enough to reach this stage and get into tomorrow, but for TOTS Gaming, they could potentially, again, it's only a 2-goal advantage. You never know what could happen, but there could be a chance again.
Looks like cross whipped into the box. Klosterman does well on that particular occasion. He's not really had too much to talk about. Obviously, he's conceded a couple of goals, has Klosterman, but he's getting a good
He's done all right.
review for you at the moment.
You know what? You know, I hold my hands up. He's done all right. I've seen him win some aerial battles that were very important, as we see Marcelo and Mbappe. Oh, the cross couldn't get enough elevation or power behind it.
Just looking to whip that ball into the box there was Marcelo.
That's great, though, that Daniel Aguirre managed to keep the ball in there from, well, prevent it from going for a corner, in fact. That was very, very important.
Just looking to build up there through Rude Hullet, were Kawasaki front out. Ball possession given away from Ducks Gaming, and an opportunity and a potential chance here for Kawasaki front out. Offside trap being played. R9 Ronaldo, heel to heel. Like a cricketer inside the box. Patrick Vieira with a very important interception.
Incredible there. I felt as if they chose the right skill moves at the right time. You can maybe argue that they could have done something slightly different, but again, you can take positives from that for Jay with that build-up play and the neat dribbling and slick skill moves. But again, they would just need to probe a little bit more and hope that they can get some shots at goal.
On the other end, it's Ducks Gaming just playing a very slow, methodical pace here. That 3-5-2 in use. A little bit risky across the back there from Patrick Vieira, trying to fire the ball into Marquinhos. A little bit slow, but Pele does pick it up now. He comes forward, a little dink pass into the path of one of those midfielders coming forward. Hakimi, the man on it. And now, you see how quickly that back sort of five gets back into shape.
Yeah.
There's no real, yes, you say I'm playing a 3-5-2, but he's regimented. Everyone moves up together, everyone comes back together.
Yeah.
There's a machine almost element to it, where no one's out of position, no one's really sort of giving the ball away. Mbappe slots it into the back of the net. This game is all but over.
Yep, it's done and dusted here as we see the fist bumps between Daniel Aguirre and Gravison for Ducks Gaming. It is 3-0 as we see the highlight.
The Marcelo run was the dummy.
Yeah, the decoy run, and it's a great ball from Gravison into Daniel Aguirre with a great first-time finish with Kylian Mbappe's Team of the Year item in game, putting it past the keeper. And it's an easy finish when you're in that situation.
3-0 the scoreline here. Kawasaki Frontale, yes, they will be competing tomorrow, but as it stands currently, they'll be down in a loser's bracket. It's the first time you're watching FIFA Esports. That means that they only have the chance to lose one best-of-2 match, and then they will be eliminated completely from the tournament. As it stands currently, Ducks Gaming will be moving into the winner's bracket, and a chance for them to lose a match and still be in the running to take home a share of $500,000. $100,000 will be the winning team. You just want to point out here a formation change?
Yeah, it looks as if they are sort of matching up and trying to nullify the 3-5-2, just having the wing backs instead in a 5 at the back, a 5-2-1-2 there.
So describe this to me. You're 3-0. If this is Sunday League, if this is college soccer, whatever you want to call it, and you're 3 goals down, and your gaffer pulls you to one side, your manager comes across and says, we're going to a back 5, you'd be like, what are we doing? Why is this viable when it comes to FIFA?
It's because it matches up. It's not the go-to option that I would go to. You say if it's the Sunday League, if taking off my boots, going to the dressing room, I think it's all over. But it's a questionable choice because, again, you want to have more bodies going forward. If you... Again, the way the wing-backs work, they don't have the same instructions as a wide midfielder would have. So with a wide midfielder, you could put them in, go into the box for crosses. You
stay forward,
get in behind. With the wing-backs, you can only have them on, you could, I guess, join the attacks and overlap, but it's still not the same. So I don't, it seems as if they're sort of trying to keep the score in a way. Who knows? You never know what could happen here as we progress in this game.
Well, here we go, back underway here. It's Kawasaki front out. 3-0 down currently in this matchup. 2-0 in the second leg. 2 quick-fire goals from Ducks Gaming. As you see, a lot of space opening up of that back post. Numbers flying into the penalty area. He did well there just to hook it away, but I think these chances will start to become thick and fast for Ducks Gaming. Well, this game 3-0 as it currently stands. Kyle Walker's down in the pit at the moment. Kyle, any updates?
Well, it looks like one of the games is going to extra time, possibly even penalties if the first game, the first leg and the second leg is anything to go by. Ajax taking on Direwolves. 0-0 in the first leg, 0-0 in the second leg, and extra time has just kicked off. I'll be keeping you updated to see if we find a winning goal or if it will be penalties that decides the future of both of these teams. Between Atlanta United and Complexity, it's still 3-2. In this second leg, it is 0-0. However, one goal for Complexity, who are on the attack, would see them draw level and that game go to extra time. And for Guild Esports and Rasak and Nicholas, it seems like they are the strongest of the two, as they are now beating UT7 Esports 5-1, guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle. That starts to set up a couple of really interesting matchups, especially in that winner's bracket tomorrow. Kylian Mbappe here for Kawasaki Frontale, looking to double tap that ball into the box. Little lofted pass, unfortunately, was intercepted on that particular occasion. Hakimi steps in and wins the ball back. Now Cristiano Ronaldo will bring Ruud Gullit into the equation. Larka cut a pass into Pele. That's offside. Kyle Walker, I heard a shout. What is happening?
The attack, they were losing 3-2, but they have managed to score in the 75th minute, which means it is 3-3 with 15 in-game minutes to go. They are taking on Atlanta United. This one is back and forth, guys. Believe me, I think there's going to be another goal at some point, so make sure you keep your ears open for any of the reactions and come back to me.
They certainly will be. Thank you very much. Incredible scenes there between all our matchups. Ducks Gaming, the game that we're focusing on currently, although they find themselves 3-0 up as it currently stands against Kawasaki Frontale.
Do you think maybe they opt for another formation change to see if they could push more bodies forward rather than sort of matching up? I think if they were to match up, it would have been maybe at the start of the game when they noticed that they were potentially having or being exploited on the wings. I felt as if, for now, you need to put more bodies forward than what they're currently doing.
Well, you mentioned that, and going back to their 4-3-2-1 formation that they started the tie in. You just saw sort of different instructions and different tactics being set up there. I saw a 3-1-4-2 potentially. I mean,
yeah, that's an option.
Why not just go for it? Like,
yeah.
You're guaranteed to be in tomorrow. This is the last game, 100% you're playing today. Yeah, okay, throw bodies forward. What happens if I lose 5-6-0? Nothing.
Yeah.
You're still going to be in the losers bracket, but at least you're going for it. If you get a couple of goals back, you never know. Ducks Gaming might start worrying, they might start panicking, and you might be able to get something out of the game. But sitting back,
that's
I don't think it helps.
I agree. It's something I always stand by and have to reiterate every time. I would rather lose a game 9-0, knowing that I tried my best. I went forward. It just wasn't meant to be. I couldn't break my opponent down, rather than losing 3-0 or just setting up shop defensively. But hopefully for their sake, they can get a chance here, but it was intercepted there from Daniel Agueda for Ducks Gaming, and it's Gravison now that can push into Kawasaki Frontale's half.
It's Kylian Mbappe doing that driving forward. He does get intercepted, but again, Ducks Gaming will keep hold of the ball. Jude Bellingham looking to fire that ball forward at a real quick pace. Nothing comes of it on this occasion as it's spread out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Maldini, the man with the job of intercepting CR7. He decides to elect to offload it into Marcelo, and now Ruud Gullit will fire it back out wide to CR7. They can't really get inside the box. They can't really get into the middle of the pitch. In these areas, it's not really damaging to Ducks Gaming for Kawasaki Frontale. Marcelo now into CR7. Pele is now brought into the equation. He moves it across to Kylian Mbappe. Couple of step overs, gets inside the box. This is where it could be dangerous. Recycle into R9. Step overs, left, right. Went for the La Croqueta and just too many bodies in the way.
Yeah, they tried to build up a methodical chance there, and they're already going to concede another counter from Ducks Gaming. Could they break through?
Pele looks to get away from Maldini, switches across the play. Klosterman does well. Nell Klosterman gets intercepted. But you just see how quickly Ducks Gaming turned it on then. They intercepted the ball inside their own half. 3 passes later, Pele is a fit Pele, a 100% stamina Pele. He's probably getting away from that defensive line. Ruud Gullit, La Croqueta pass looking to play through the thirds there. Not on this particular occasion. And again, Kawasaki Frontale, for me, and I want you to elaborate on this, it's just too slow.
Yeah, definitely. You would think for their sake anyway. They need to get goals in rapid succession in order to try and get back into this game. They are 3 goals down with just under 30 minutes left to play. But if I'm Ducks, Gravison and Daniel Aguirre, I'm very comfortable, in all honesty, because, again, the build-up from Jay and you and me is very slow. They're taking their time, and, again, it's kind of easy to defend.
And you can be in a position where you're 3-0 up, but feel as though I'm a little bit nervy, I'm a little bit shaky. There's nothing at all to be about that for Ducks Gaming. This game is all but over. 3-0. Kyle Walker, I've just seen some absolute scenes. What has just happened?
Absolute scenes indeed. Curse of the commentator. A few moments ago, I literally said this was going to penalties, this game between Dire Wolves and Ajax. How wrong I was, as Dire Wolves managed to score in the final few seconds. They are reacting right now. You can see on their faces how much it means to them. You can see the disappointment, the sadness on the faces of Ajax as well. Literally head in hands for both of those competitors, thinking about the mistakes that they may have made in those games. I'm actually sat and with some of the guys that are working with Ajax as well. They're not happy, they're frustrated. What a game it was, Richard. You've missed out.
I certainly have, Kyle, and I'll be catching up with it definitely later on. What we've witnessed is a Ducks Gaming masterclass here in the commentary booth with myself and Ryan Pessoa as we draw into this final 15 minutes here. They've just looked really good defensively, have Ducks Gaming. They've not allowed Kawasaki Frontale to create chances.
Yep, they've impressed me for sure with the way they've set up defensively. Of course, Ducks, Gravison and Daniel Aguirre have competed this year already in a 2v2 format. They haven't performed as well as they would have liked, especially in the Club World Cup series. They didn't make it to the final week to compete. But again, this is something now they've put the hours in, they've put the practice in, and they're performing really, really well.
Yeah, the FGS Masters as well. We saw them in action a few weeks ago, where it was a really competitive region that they were competing in with Heretics and other teams of that ilk during the 4-week FGS Masters during March. With 16 minutes left on the clock here. It looks like it's all said and done. Just sort of reflecting back on today, Ryan, it's been an incredible day. We've got one more sort of round of fixtures left to play. As we just hear an unbelievable scream from down at the booth.
I believe it was Atlanta versus Complexity, so hopefully we can hear an update from Kyle. I don't know which way that's gone.
Yeah, I mean, all these games are so,
Richard, Atlanta.
Kyle, take it away. What happened, mate?
I mean, looking at this, the reactions, Atlanta have scored in that one, making it 1-1 in the second leg. It is in extra time, that game right now, an all-important goal. We've been coming back and forth between the two of them. That makes it 4-3 on aggregate to Atlanta. I told you there was another goal in it. It just meant that that comes in extra time. If Complexity wants to take it to penalties, or they want to win, they need to find something in the next 15 in-game minutes, Richard.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I'm sure you'll be keeping us up to date as well with that last game that is currently wrapping up. We've got 15 minutes left to play here. Kawasaki Frontale need to pull something magical if they want to turn this game around. Patrick Vieira comes across well for Ducks Gaming. He's intercepted, though, and does manage to keep hold of the ball. Talk to me about Vieira at centre-back. A little bit like Marmite. Some people love him, some people hate him. I'll get your opinion on that just after this chance comes in. It does come to nothing. Vieira at centre-back.
Yeah, he, of course... Oh, a mistake here. Could there be a goal? There wasn't, and that would have been the lifeline they would have needed, but it didn't go in their favour. You'd expect Ducks to see it out now. But just speaking on Vieira in at centre-back, he has the stature, the frame in-game, coming at 6'4", the physical attributes, the defensive attributes, the pace as well, and he offers a lot more defensive or dribbling attributes and passing compared to traditional centre-back items in a FIFA Ultimate Team. But again, he's somebody that you would acknowledge him as a midfielder in previous years, alongside Ruud Gullit as well, with the staples in midfield. But the last couple of years, he's drifted in to a more deeper role, and he's been fantastic.
And do you think that's also as well because the midfield options that we've got?
Yeah, I think that's the key
better.
thing.
Like, yeah. Especially when you look sort of the FUT Future Stars, the Team of the Year FUT items, but also as we get later into the year, the Team of the Season FUT items that will be hopefully coming out. I mean, Jude Bellingham, Leon Goretzka, all those sort of players can do that job. We just saw Gravenberch today
exactly.
released. All those players are probably better No disrespect at all, Patrick. I'm a big fan of yours, but it's just not at that same level anymore. Chance here for Alan St. Maximin to get a late consolation for Kawasaki Frontal. If you are wondering what this game is all about, it's the placement match. So the winner of this game will be guaranteed a place in the winner's bracket. Whoever loses goes down to the loser's bracket as we get action underway tomorrow. Van der Sar, hello. Just taking that rebound right there.
Felt as if there was an option to take a shot at goal or play the extra pass across much quicker than they did. But again, it didn't lead to anything, or nothing came to fruition from it. And it will be Ducks Aguera breaking it through here with St. Maximin into CR7, but nothing comes of that either.
It's been a very rudimentary performance for Ducks Gaming. They got that goal in the first leg, and then in this second leg, they've doubled and tripled it up, and they will take the victory here against Kawasaki Frontal. A really good performance from Ducks Gaming. They've came, they saw, they have conquered. Let's have a look, because we've got some incredible games taking place at the moment, Ryan. There's a game between Complexity Gaming and Atlanta United. You can see Complexity Gaming in the booth right there. They are live shots. They are currently in extra time, I've just been told, and we're joining that game live right now. 5 minutes left to play, 4-4 the scoreline.
Wow, we saw we heard the roars throughout the studio, and you can see it would have been Complexity getting the goal to equalize in extra time. 5 minutes to go, Atlanta breaking forward.
Chance, whipped into the box. Good header from João Cancelo. It's Complexity Gaming from right to left here in that red strip, and Atlanta United from left to right. The importance of this game is exactly the same as the game we just watched between Kawasaki Frontal and Ducks Gaming. You win this match, you are guaranteed a spot in the winner's bracket. You lose it, you've got to go into the loser's bracket. You've got to face a marathon of matches to get through that loser's bracket, and then in the grand final, you've got to win twice.
Yep, it's tough. So, of course, you would want to be up in the winner's bracket for the knockout stages tomorrow, as we see potentially a last attack for Atlanta United.
Well, this is it. Last roll of the dice before a penalty shootout. It does fall to nothing, and that will be Complexity Gaming to bring it away. Penalty shootout here. Atlanta United stepping up first to the spot. It's CR7 straight down the middle. Good save from Schmeichel. Can Pele put Complexity in a 1-0 position here in the shootout? Yes, he can.
Oh, that's a big goal. And it's back to Atlanta United. Can they hit the back of the net for their second penalty? Ousmane Dembele stepping up against Schmeichel. Down the middle, the keeper dives slightly late, but it gives them that all-important first goal. And it's Complexity again, and it's saved.
Even Stevens as it currently stands. Ruud Gullit from the spot for Atlanta United scores. Good penalty down to the goalkeeper's right. Now it's Kylian Mbappe stepping up to the mark against a huge Edwin van der Sar, but he does score.
It's now Mbappe for Atlanta United. Again, this is an all-important penalty to get their third goal, and it's in the bottom right. Keeper stays still down the middle, but it wasn't to be. It's now Messi has to score straight down the middle.
I mean, we're in sudden death. It's 3-3. All of a sudden, Alan St. Maximin from the spot. Atlanta United to go within touching distance. They do score. Now all the pressure is on Complexity Gaming. Jude Bellingham, the youngsters, saved! Atlanta United find themselves in the winner's bracket tomorrow. Complexity Gaming, the Club World Cup champions from a couple of years ago. If they want to be successful, if they want to be lifting the FGS Team of the Season Cup, we'll have to do it from a loser's bracket position.
Wow, that's heartbreaking stuff for Complexity. We see the uproar and outpour of emotion for Atlanta United. Vinny and Paulo Neto, they advance as number 2 seed going into tomorrow's knockout stages. But wow, penalty shootouts are really, really tough.
I mean, how many have we seen today?
So many, honestly, so many.
Despicable figures.
Yeah, it has to be.
The amount of penalty shootouts that we've seen, and what do you put that down to? Just the level of the play, or maybe the nerves, people aren't playing to their best potential?
I'd say for some players it's a bit difficult because, again, having enough practice to get in sync with one another in terms of build-up play is difficult with the shorter time frame. But again, you can see with the amount of goals scored, 4-4, 8 goals in total. And of course, Atlanta United winning 4-3 in the penalty shootout. But again, so many tightly contested games today.
Yeah, incredible matches here at the Team of the Season Cup. All these teams who have been grinding, they've been putting the hours in. This is where it matters, and a lot of these teams have really performed well. 4-4 was the scoreline in that game, and a penalty shootout victory for Atlanta United. Is that a shock to see Complexity Gaming in the losers bracket after pool play?
Ooh, I spoke about this earlier with Alex. I believe that group for me was the toughest group to call. I couldn't tell you who was going to advance or who was going to be eliminated. I felt as if everyone in that group was on a similar level. It's tough. Again, it's tough. We saw in that group Noma eliminated, but we're seeing complexity going into the loser bracket. Atlanta United done enough to maintain themselves or to get back into the winners bracket. It's really tough.
Yeah, look, I think the level of competition here is some of the best we've ever seen in FIFA esports. 16 teams who are here got invited off previous achievements, but the other 16 had to win a tournament. The question is, who is going to be winning a tournament when we finish on Sunday? We've got a winner bracket and we've got a loser bracket starting to take shape. We're going to head down to the floor where we've got our very own Kyle Walker joined with Paolo Neto. Rachel and Mike here. Rachel and Mike, take it away.
I'll give you Paolo if you want.
Richard, I was like, where are you going with this? I'm just behind you. Turn around and look at me. Anyway, we are here, Mike and myself, just to bring you up to speed on those last round matches there. Because Mike, it's getting a little quieter in here now. Of course, we've only got 4 matches still to be played on day 1. And a lot of the teams have now gone home, because obviously we lost 8 teams already, didn't we, early doors, like Team Footwas are no longer competing here. So 24 teams still battling it out. 4 more matches as well to see who's in upper or lower bracket tomorrow. So still all to play for. But let's wrap up, Mike, what we just saw there, because again, there were still some screams. Complexity obviously went to penalties there. That was dramatic. Let's go through these results though.
Just going to say more penalties. We've seen that as a theme today. Group A, as you can see, on top with what's been happening with Team Falcons, undefeated, putting in work. You've got the likes of Group B, and when you're seeing some of these matchups with the wins and the losses, what it really means is you've got a first seed versus a second seed, and then the top 3 going through. So when you see the top 3 in each of these standings, it's very important, but they're going to start in the lower bracket if you're that 3rd seed, which means you have to battle through so much adversity. Basically, every game is an elimination game.
Shall I just bring you up to speed on exactly the results as well? So Kawasaki Frontal, they lost 3-0 to Ducks Gaming. Then Guild 5-1 there over UT7. Complexity Atlanta, that was the final match to complete. Went extra times, it was just 3-3. End of extra time, it was 4-4. Went to penalties, who came out on top? Atlanta did. Last game
we just saw that one in action.
And Ajax, of course. That one was dramatic. 120th minute there. Levy and Finn, they got the result. That was pretty exciting stuff for them. Yeah, so there we go. So Direwolves are going through, but Kyle has a player now. I think it's Paolo Neto is standing by for Atlanta United. Kyle, what's he got to say?
Rachel, Mike, yes, I am indeed. I am stood here with Paolo Neto after an incredible game against Complexity. I mean, it was back and forth. I was watching it. I was trying to keep up with all the updates, so I was sweating just watching it. How was it playing in it?
To be honest, I was very calm during the game, but like the game was crazy. We were in the lead, they scored and tied, and then we go to penalties again, other game in a row, so it was crazy, but it was a great game with them. They played amazing.
How difficult was that towards the end of the second leg? Because we saw that moment where I'd done an update, you'd taken the lead, I'm walking through, and you guys are, what, 5-6 meters away from each other? You can hear and see their reaction when they equalise. I mean, crazy second leg, but how is it keeping your cool, keeping that positivity when you know that your opponents, they're literally 5 meters away?
Yeah, I think that this is the thing being used to the lane competitions. You know that your opponents are like right in front of you, so you need to be used to that. Can not be like stressful, just be calm and patient that the result will come.
So you're here, it looks incredible, but it's not like you're set up at home, because I remember that you've got the big thing in the background, the big backdrop. There's no backdrop here, isn't it? But it's still special to be in London.
Oh, it's so special to be in London. My first time here, so it's been amazing. Like the scene here is like crazy. One of the best that I have seen in my life. So it's amazing to be here and amazing to be competing tomorrow on the winners bracket.
Definitely. Well, good luck for tomorrow. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Rachel, Mike, this guy's backdrop, let me tell you, it could even compete against Mike LaBelle's Beautiful People backdrop.
Beautiful people. I don't know which way I'm going. I mean, I probably should side with Paolo Neto, shouldn't I, considering he's a competitor here. But, Mike, you know Paolo Neto really well. Obviously, you were there at the EMLS in February, I believe it was, when he became champion. How have you seen him, I guess, adapt from 1v1 to 2v2 this weekend?
I mean, he's looking good. And every single year since beginning or starting his career in the competitive scene as a 16-year-old. And that's how he got discovered.
Probably not very old now.
Well,
How
that's
old is
how
he now?
19. That's how he got discovered. Originally from Atlanta United, there's a FUT Champions Cup there, and of course he was there for that, and they were able to see everything. But he almost champion and leading the 2v2 squad with Atlanta United right now, and now being undefeated going into the weekend is huge just for the progression and having another game in hand.
Yeah, totally. Well, let's go from one EMLS champion to another as well, because we have the one from 2020, of course, in the form of Houston and United and Georgia Damu. They're taking on SPQR as well. That's going to be our feature matchup on Stream A up there. Stream B, though, again, Neo and Crew. Crew lost out on penalties in that last round. Team Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Hullet, they're going up against 01 Esports, and finally Casa Esports taking on Blue United EFC, another Masters team there. I know where you're going, Georgia Damu, your mate up there, with Remy, of course, taking on Rampazzo and Felipe. Again, awesome matchups there. Will they take a little bit of heart from just seeing what Palinetto has done on the floor and go, you know what? Got to keep this rolling. EMLS in the house.
I don't know. I talk to those guys, and George gives me a face sometimes. He's up there saying, I don't know if we've been practicing that much. They got the East Coast and the West Coast, so the connectivity's not perfect for their practice games. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where this is heading, but I'm looking forward to the matchup. All of them here are massive games, considering that this is going to be where you start in the bracket.
Well, Remy's looking at us, and I feel intimidated because he's kind of eyeing us out on what we're talking about him and George.
He gave a head nod. I think I'm
he
spitting
likes
truth.
what he's hearing.
I'm spitting
Okay,
truth.
good luck, boys. That matchup, though, is coming your way next. It's a final round of matchups to determine who is going to sit in the upper bracket or the lower bracket tomorrow. And commentary will come from Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. It's SPQR taking on Houston Dynamo after the break.
Hey guys, this is Leffy again. I'm a professional FIFA esports player for the team Gullit, and today I'm gonna do my second masterclass about skill moves. A lot of people use the reverse elastico to dribble past the opponent, but in this case I use the reverse elastico to create space and get an easy chance on goal. I get a cutback to my center mid. Here I could have chosen for the finesse shot, but obviously that's not a 100% chance, so I try to reach my striker. And when I reach my striker, most of the times I'm thinking about performing the reverse elastico. The way you perform it in this case is, because I dribble upwards, you put your right stick from the left side halfway to the right side, then it will perform you the reverse elastico, and as you can see here, an easy chance on goal. The second skill move I want to show you guys is the Makidi cancel. In this case I have some space with my right winger. I managed to get inside the box and I watched my opponent, and as you can see he was very aggressive with the center back. So I want to get the ball to my left winger, striker or cam, because they are in a 3 versus 1 situation in this case. So I chose to do the Makidi cancel. It opens up a lot of space for my striker and my cam. A very good pass into the box, and unfortunately no finish, but I get a pen from it. I've been Leffy, player from the team Gullit. I hope you guys enjoyed my second masterclass on skill moves. See you soon on the pitch.
Let's go for a little journey. 2 years ago, February 23rd, 2020, FIFA 20 Foot Champions Cup Stage 4 in the lovely city of Paris. Tasari and Tex, sitting just a few feet apart, play one of the most sensational Xbox finals the world has ever seen.
I do not believe what we're seeing. Mendy now. No! Wide!
One last chance for Tasari to win. It's Robertson. He goes right. He scores!
After 795 days, we are back. Live from London, the FIFA Global Series Team of the Season Cup continues now. And here we go, we continue into the final game today here live in London for the Team of the Season Cup. What a day one we have had. Teams have crowned themselves as the top seed. We've lost a handful of teams already here as well at the end of play today. And still, we need to find out, Richard, who on earth is going to be the second seed heading into day two tomorrow and also bagging themselves $10,000 in the process. What have we made of today, first and foremost?
I mean, it's been an incredible day, just across the board. The level that we're just talking about, Ryan, with the level of play, the hype has been off the chains. Just in the break right there, we saw Crew score a goal. I got intimidated by the shout that was left out from that booth.
How have I got energy still? They've been here since about midday, maybe earlier than that. And again, it's getting late here in the UK. Let's talk about our game in focus, though. It's coming from a very difficult Group G at the moment. It's between SPQR and Houston Dynamo. Both are already guaranteed to get themselves through to day two in the Team of the Season Cup. First and foremost, let's speak about SPQR, the Brazilian esports organisation that are one of our Masters teams. They're made up of Felipe, who booked himself a spot at the E-World Cup last year. One of the youngest players to do it as well. He was a playoff champion last year in South America and also a qualifier 5 winner. He teams up with Rampazzo, a player that's consistent in this region.
He certainly is. He finished second and third in 2 back-to-back qualifiers last season when everything was remote, and these two, they've guaranteed themselves into tomorrow's bracket just alongside Houston Dynamo FC. Remy Martin, the FGS 22 Open Portland winner, alongside Georgia Damu, and Georgia Damu also won the 2020 EMLS Cup. These two know exactly what it takes to win. They've been in the scene for a very long time. I remember Remy Martin, FIFA 18 Spring Cup. Remember the one that MS Dasari won? He was there in Manchester.
Yeah, this man has been all around the world competing, played for a number of teams. It seems like he's back at his best at Houston Dynamo. They got themselves through here via the FGS Open. They are a team that had to go through the Open, and they're a team that have had to play Elimination FIFA here today. They had to play against Levante earlier today. They knocked out Maestro and Papsity, 4-3 winners. As the booths start to empty out here, we get to our final games in day one. Still 2 more days of action to come, but who will be taking that second seed and a run in the winners bracket? We're underway in 3 seconds time, and it's match day for the final time here in London.
Do you know what else I absolutely love? You see that booth right there, SPQR? What's directly above it? Houston Dynamo. They are above each other when it comes to placement of the booths as well, so there's going to be some real energy being thrown about in that particular segment.
And just to say now, we know who the top seed is of the group next door to them in Group H. Winner of this plays Makers Sweden tomorrow. That is not going to be a fun game or an enjoyable game. They'll be playing against Oli Bolli and Optole.
Yeah, I mean, those two have been incredible throughout today, have Makers Sweden. They came in as sort of the outsiders, maybe a dark horse, coming from the Stockholm FGS Open win. But
you know what?
A performance.
I was doubtful about the original Makers coming into the tournament today. The Italian duo, Cosimo Guarneri and Principe. Spoke to Principe. I said, how'd you get on? Went 3-0, he said. Cruising. Hold my hands up.
That's what Principe does, though.
Team Makers.
He turns up at LAN.
The only team that have had 2 teams here. They've doubled their chances, and at the moment, it's all going to plan. It's going to be Houston Dynamo from left to right in this game. Team SPQR just below them, who for years have been an organisation that seemed to just breed Brazilian talent. And they had their first ever FIFA E-World Cup spot achieved last year. Unfortunately, it didn't go to plan, but still, Felipe was their sort of breakout star last year. building well. RSPQ, their first sniff at goal. Hakimi finds Hullet again. Patient from the Moroccan fullback, waiting for the perfect time to get that ball into the box. Drop of the shoulder. Hullet now looking to open up the account, defended well, and a chance to break away. This could be on the counter-attack. There has been goals going in from other games. Carl Walker, give us the latest.
Plenty of goals going in the other games. We've talked about the importance of those goals. Well, Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're currently 1 goal up against 0-1 Esports. 68 minutes gone in that game. When it comes to Blue United, they are winning by 2-1 against Casemiro's Esports. Oh, but wait, we've had an equaliser, literally, as I am talking. It is 2-2 now for Casa Esports. Yes, they have got that equaliser, all important going into day number 2. And then that third game that we have to talk about, Team Neo. Dullen Mike, let me tell you about him today. He started off the day extremely frustrated. I think you could see and hear that frustration everywhere in the entire building. Well, for him and Team Neo, they'll be hoping going into day number 2, they can continue, they can stay in that all-important winners bracket side of things. A loss, though, well, that isn't going to help them. No, it is not. I'm waiting for an update of this score. It's currently just on the players. Crew Esports, guys, come back to me. I'll get an update. I'll get a lowdown of everything that's been happening. But it looks like both sets of players, they're not too happy. They're quite frustrated, guys.
It seems there's a lot going on down there, doesn't it? Credit to Carl Walker, who's done a brilliant job all day of giving us updates on all of those games. I'll go back down to him again when there's more to talk about. SPQR, though, might have something to talk about here as they look to build their first shot at goal. There's only, what, 3 or 4 teams left in the building here. Build-up play, one more pass, easy pickings for Kylian Mbappe. SPQR are on their way to a top 2 seed.
And it's just all about the patience of the extra pass. Pele into R9, he could have shot at the near post. You know what, Mbappe, you take it, you take the goal. Simple as you like, and Edwin van der Sar, he can move as quick as a cat, but he can't get across the goal that quick. Can the big shot stopper, and that will put SPQR 1-0 up here in this placement matchup.
Can't forget, Richard, some of the teams we've said goodbye to here in day 1 of the tournament. Nom Esports had such a lot of hype about them. They crashed out from Group C. Can't also forget one of the biggest stories today, Inter Esports crashing out. Chance for an equaliser. Oh no, I might get a second bite at it. Steven Donnarumma back up on his feet and able to react to an easy rebound there from Arno.
Probably the only side that I've actually seen Donnarumma in as well. It's typically been Schmeichel and or Van der Sar as the goalkeeper of choice, but Donnarumma gets the nod here for SPQR and seemingly doing them very proud between the sticks.
Double save from the Italian shot stopper. It's team heavy with PSG players in there. Marquinhos, Donnarumma, Hakimi, just to name a few of them. Well, their first goal came from this sort of area on the pitch. SPQ did a great job of outsourcing the ball to João Cancelo, then working in. Could be another example now. Little cancel off the fake shot. Reversal has to go. Brilliant feet. Even better tackle.
They have defended quite well. I mean, SPQR similarly looking to create a number of chances here in this first 35 minutes. They did get the goal, but their build-up play seems really nice, seems quite slick in and around the edge of the box. They know exactly what they want to do, and they have the technical ability to execute those plans and put them into practice. Houston Dynamo, slightly more conservative approach here in this first half. They did have that big chance through R9 Ronaldo, but certainly this game is still on tender hooks.
Houston Dynamo hunting for that all-important equaliser. It's R9 back to goal, defended well again. Jude Bellingham here, there and everywhere, so it seems, from the English midfielder. Carl Walker, it's your time again. Is there some more goals and stories to talk about?
There are more goals in this game. Before we were focusing on Team Neo taking on Crew Esports. When it popped back, I actually saw that Crew Esports were winning 3-0. and there was a very frustrated Hensu and Dullen, Mike. They've managed to pull it together though. They've got 1 goal going into that 76th minute in that first leg, so it's currently 3-1, and I'm sure this one's not over. It's not done with at all. Casa Esports, they are still 2-2 against Blue United, but that story that I was telling you before, Team Hullets Ninjas in Pyjamas, let me tell you, Levi David, he gave me a little wink when I was on the studio floor before. He's feeling super confident. They're taking on 01 Esports. It's 1-0 still after that first leg between those two guys. Yes, they are going into that one with the upper hand, but I can see that your one, half-time, leg number 1, still 1-0, Richard and Brandon. What a game we've got. All 4 of these, sensational.
Yeah, very, very evenly poised at the moment, Kyle. Thank you very much for the update across the show floor. And what a picture that is. You see all the booths, some empty, some won't be getting returned to. As you look behind you, Team Footways, Timbers Esports, Levante, all crashing out of the tournament.
Oh yeah, can't mention that game 01 Esports against Team Hullet. Ninjas in Pyjamas, they're literally just next to us.
About, I'd say, about 2 meters.
Yeah, not far away at all. And they're playing above each other. Only 1-0 in that one. Back to this one. SPQR find themselves in a comfortable 1-0 lead at the moment. Looking to build upon that. Very important duo. Rampazzo and Filippo. We've got to cover the scene last year a lot in South America, didn't we, Richard? It's probably a conversation you'd say now. There's 2 nations that you always see new names for every single year. It's Germany and Brazil. Yep. There's just so many of good FIFA players that seem to come through and make events and make a name for themselves year after year.
It's such a fruitful region for FIFA talent, is Brazil. I mean, they create opportunities for players as well. They have academy programs and they let people have chances. Big chance there. Ronaldo puts it against the post.
Golden chance for SPQR. The one thing I love about it, no reaction at all. Let's just move on and get past it. But couldn't you be clinical on that? Did he take 1 too many touches? I think it was the first time finish available, no?
I mean, it's really unfortunate. Only thing you can say, the left foot, maybe. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel and the barrel is empty.
I mean, to get to that position originally, Richard, is fantastic from SPQR. It's the one more pass that made all the difference. They are very unfortunate not to be up by 2 goals to good. Houston Dynamo let off with a lifeline. That might not be lasting for so long, though. Lovely ball into R9's feet. Will be way too wide. Look at the ball, scoop turn. If he can reverse it, has to go his way forward, R9. Stopped in his tracks by Marquinhos.
We have to remind you as well, this match is so important for the general landscape of this tournament. If you win this game, you are still in the winner's bracket. If you lose it, you fall down to the loser's bracket, where it's almost impossible to win the tournament from that position.
More goals going in here in our last game of the day. Carl Walker, take it away.
Plenty of goals going in, indeed. We are focusing on Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pyjamas. Levi David, Oli Lito, they were 1 goal up after that first leg. Well, they've doubled their lead 9 minutes into the second leg. Now it's 2-0 against 01 Esports. They look set to be continuing in this winners bracket side of things going into day 2. In terms of the other games, well, those first legs are done and dusted. Casa Esports taking on Blue United. Team Neo taking on Crew Esports. If you're watching on Stream A, make sure you stick around. After this first leg, we will have highlights of all our other games.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, chance potentially. This one straight away. It's SPQR with Pele. Still the chance could be alive. Reverse Elastico. What's a save, Van der Sar? Chances at either end there. Neo. Don't know what I'm speaking about them.
Kyle Walker's on your mind.
Sorry, I'm speaking about other games that aren't happening. Houston Dynamo, sorry, with an unbelievable chance down one end, and then a back-to-back counter-attack from Team SPQR. This still could be alive. What's a save, Donnarumma? End-to-end FIFA as his first leg starts to come alive.
Yeah, it might only be 1-0, but this game is full of action. Cross-whipped into the box, doesn't come to anything in the end. It was an incredible chance for Houston Dynamo. 1-on-1. Goalkeeper got down to his left-hand side and tipped it around the post. This game is far from over.
And, I mean, SPQR, they need to take another chance now because Houston Dynamo are getting more chances. And sooner rather than later, they're going to find an equaliser here. Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas, cruising away with that result at the moment, as Carl Walker just said. This is all to find out who will take that second seed spot heading into day 2 tomorrow. A little word about George Adami, Richard. He was the MLS winner back in 2020. He was a player that was very consistent in terms of when he sort of came onto the scene, got that deal with New York Red Bulls, then moved on to Houston Dynamo. Maybe didn't have the best MLS as of late, but regardless of that, they pulled out an incredible performance back in the Portland Open back in December.
Yeah, a really, really good performance, wasn't it? A chance here actually for Houston Dynamo. It doesn't fall to anything in the end, and a chance it's going to be for SPQR just to clear their lines. But you talked about consistency. He was one of the best players during that 2020 season, just churning out results, win after win after win.
7 minutes left to play here. Chance for Arno. Finds his feet back to Pele. Who cycles all the way across, and I believe there's been another goal, Carl. Is it in that Ninjas in Pyjamas game?
It's actually, well, it is actually, yeah. I'm looking at that one. I was going to focus on another game, Brandon, but Ninjas in Pyjamas, they have scored another 2-0 in the second leg, making it 3-0 in total against O1 Esports. The game I was going to focus on, though, Crew Esports against Team Neo. I talked about Hensu and Dolomite both looking very, very frustrated. Well, they're managing to put that at bay, all those feelings right now, because they've scored a second goal, meaning it is now 3-2. They need one more to obviously bring things level in that one. 8 minutes gone in the second leg, so there's plenty of time for that and for them to score. I'll keep you updated if they manage to get another.
Thank you very much, Carl, for the updates in those first leg games. Speaking of first leg games, this might be the last chance for Portland's winners from December, Houston Dynamo, to bag themselves an equaliser, and they will not at the halfway point. SPQR with the only goal in that first leg here. It's all to do for Houston Dynamo in the second leg. We're off to one of our final breaks of today here from the Team of the Season Cup. When we get back, we'll have that second leg between the two teams that sit next door to each other here in London.
What's going on, guys? Olelito here, I'm back. Now, in this masterclass, I will be showing you the attacking abilities that comes with the 4-5-1 second variation. We're starting with the wing here. We're getting the ball into the middle, and we have the ball with our right CM, and then turning it on to our central CM. And as you see here, we have the perfect triangle. So if I were to pass it to my left CM here, I can go for a direct pass to my other CM again, because I have this triangle, and the centimeter that he is selecting, he can't do anything because he can't put pressure when he basically is defending against 3 midfielders in the middle. The thing I do here though, with my central centimeter, I'm passing it to my left centimeter, and as I showed you on the tactics before, my left centimeter is always unbalanced. And why? That's because I want him to make a run in behind to be able to maybe get the ball in a later stage of the attack. And the thing that happens then is that I'm doing an L1 pass with my left centimeter, which makes him create a run in behind afterwards. And we find the pass back to our center centimeter, as you see here, finding it to the right centimeter. The thing that happens here is that I see that my striker is in the middle. And why is he? Yeah, because I used him on stay central in my instructions. So he's staying central, he is the target man. I found my left centimeter and he's almost scoring because of it. Thank you so much for watching my masterclass. I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, see you on the pitch.
Well, what a day it has been so far at the FGS Team of the Season Cup. We are into our last round of matches, and we have highlights of some of the ones you may not have seen on the stream that you are watching. Team Neo, Dylan Mike, Hensu taking on Crew Esports. Here is the first leg of this one. Now, I talked about the frustration throughout the day for some of our players. Dylan Mike was definitely one of those, and that frustration continued. Crew Esports managing to break the deadlock there, score that first goal, and those goals, well, they kept on coming for Crew Esports, who, as we know, are owned by Sergio Aguero. Lots of experience within their two competitors just here, doubling that lead, and it didn't end there. No, the goals, they managed to come back 3-1 there, as you can see in that one. Now, Team Hullet and Ninjas in Pajamas, Levi David, Olilito, they teamed up as they took on 01 Esports. Here's the first leg of that game. Well, Levi David, as I mentioned before, super confident, it would seem. And that confidence, well, it showed in 56 minutes, as you could see. That goal, that celebration right there. Let's go, he said, as they carried that win into that second leg. And our third and final game, Casa Esports taking on Blue United. Agu and Sacked, I remember those when we were all locked down, when we had our remote filming. They came out, they showed up, and here at LAN, they wanted to do the exact same as they broke the deadlock after 10 minutes time. But 29 minutes in, Casa Esports, owned by Casemiro, they got the tie level 1 apiece. And the goals, well, they kept on coming, those chances being made. As you could see there, that second goal for Blue United meant that they went ahead with Patrick Vieira taking that lead into that second round. They were hoping until that goal just there, 2 apiece. It was level. Yes, going into the second leg. Well, let's get back to our feature match on Stream A, as we've seen these guys going head to head to end the day. Richard, Brandon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Carl. And yes, as you've probably seen today throughout all of the competitors, they are lucky to be wearing an Astro headset. That's from our partner here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup, Astro Game. We appreciate their support here for all of our competitors. They have been providing headsets for the 3 days. Speaking of those two players on the screen, they are up in a difficult game as it stands, Richard. It's the second leg in our last and final match here in day one to find out who gets the second seed in a very difficult Group G. It's SPQ the lead by a goal to 0 over Houston Dynamo, but there's still so much of this story to unfold.
Yeah, there certainly is. We've just finished Act 1. We've got an intense Act 2 right around the corner that's going to be filled with, hopefully, attacking intent in the next 90 minutes of FIFA. SPQR from left to right. Let's see what they can do. Currently leading 1 goal to 0 from their dominant first leg performance.
As we turn around behind us, literally, what, 3 other games taking place right now. Blue United against Casa Esports, Neo against Crew, and 01 Esports against Levi David and Olilito, aka Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pajamas. These are the final few games taking place here in what has been an action-packed day one at the Team of the Season Cup. Houston Dynamo did have a chance in that first leg, Rich. They just weren't able to take them, but for being completely honest, SPQ had more of them, and they'll be thinking, how aren't we 2 or 3 goals up at the break right now? This is certainly a game that's got a lot more to give.
Potential chance here for Houston Dynamo. CR7 out wide. Don't know if it's really going to come to anything. It's not on this occasion. Kyle Walker, you're down there watching the other 3 games. What you got to give for me?
Oh, Richard, there's plenty of goals around each of these games. Now, Crew Esports, Team Neo, 1-1 in the second leg, but it is 4-2 on aggregate to Crew Esports. 49 minutes gone, which means Team Neo, they need to find 2 goals to draw, 3 to win. But we've seen it done before. Could we see it done again? Jumping across to Blue United against Casa Esports. 4-2 it is to Casa Esports on aggregate. 2-0 in this second leg. 55 minutes gone. So again, Blue United need to find 2 goals, and jumping up to 01 Esports and Team Hullet's Ninjas in Pajamas. Well, Ninjas in Pajamas, I talked about the confidence of Levi David as he winked at me when I walked on the studio floor. That confidence is being shown in abundance. 4 goals to 0 it is on aggregate in that game. It looks like Team Hullets Ninjas in Pyjamas. They'll be progressing through on the winners bracket. Guys, let's get back to you. What's happening in your game?
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, we're still in a 1-0 game. It seems like all the goals are going in all the other games other than this one. Oh, maybe not. Perfect timing to jump back into this one. Remy Martin off his feet. George Adami, I think, just saying, switch on. Come on, we're back in this game. 1-1. We're all square. What a finish.
What a finish indeed. Just slid through to Kylian Mbappe. Wrapped it in that top left corner. Have a look at that. Beautiful finish. Donnarumma. Nothing near it at all. What a finish.
Interesting as well, Richard, as all these games behind us are currently in the second leg. 50th, 60th minute, they're going to be concluding a little bit before ours. So listen out for any roars you might hear.
How do you not get distracted when you're playing and you just hear, come on, like 2 bulls down? I'm looking around.
Who do you think wins the award for the loudest team today?
1000% crew.
It's been a lot of passion, hasn't it, from Yago and Valen. They're just 2 pods to the left of us here in the commentary booth in London. Hey, that's what LAN event does. Pure emotion back. SBQ are on the hump to get back in the lead after just conceding to an unbelievable finish. Lovely ball. It's headers and volleys. Oh, it's perfect, FIFA. No reaction from both of them, in all honesty. They know it's a long old road to Championship Sunday, but they are taking every step they can to make it as easy as it could be. Headers and volleys, you may as well call in the box. To me, to you, on a plate for Kylian Mbappe.
You know exactly what they're trying to do. It's that extra pass. It's that sort of spare man inside the box. CR7 just knocking it into the path of Kylian Mbappe. Left-footed strike into the bottom left corner. You see the live reactions there. Felipe didn't even blink as that ball hit the back of the net. SBQR back in front, 2-1.
Back in front, there wasn't long, was it? They were able to hold on to that lead in the individual leg. Houston Dynamo back now behind 2-1. Remember, this is to get that second seed winners bracket run. You'll be playing against Makers Sweden tomorrow. Optole and Ollie Bolly. So many big winners bracket games coming tomorrow. Pele, great feet, La Croqueta, and Mbappe tries his best to disguise the pass. Hakimi's in no man's land. Sort of just about gets clear of it. No, he doesn't. Not for that long. Pele will win it back. And it's a fumble pass into the feet of R9. Chance to breathe on the ball. SPQ up.
I'll be intrigued to see how they take this game as well. They've still got numbers flying forward, but it's been really, really back and forth, this matchup. There's been quite a lot of chances, actually, which is a rarity for the games that we've seen.
Just so open. Another chance now. Another goal. Whipped into the box. If I'm being completely honest, Richard, one of the most simplest goals we've seen today. Nothing fancy about it. Get your head down the line, cross it into the box, and still, you think these two are losing.
No, an incredible display here. That finish into the bottom left corner from R9 Ronaldo. No reaction from SBQR, but plenty of reaction from Kyle Walker.
Team Hullet Ninjas in Pyjamas. I mean, looking at this game right here, 6-0. Oli Lito, well, he just looked across to Levi David when he scored that 6th goal with João Cancelo from outside the box. He looked at him, he smiled, and then they make it 7, do they? Oh, no! It was cleared off the line, but that game is done and dusted. It is 6-0, both of them with huge smiles on their faces, but none with a smile as big as yours, Richard.
I do have a great smile, Kyle, I have to say. 2-1 here, 32 minutes on the clock between SBQR and Houston Dynamo. And just in our commentary position, we're just overlooking where Team Hullet Ninja in Pyjamas currently are situated. Smiles all round.
Just to confirm that result as well, Richard, as we said, it was a second leg concluded. Ninjas in Pyjamas will play the other makers tomorrow. They'll play the Italian makers in the upper bracket there. That's Cosimo Guarneri and Principe. They'll be back to the hotel now, back ready for that game tomorrow.
They've just gone about their business so efficiently. 2 veterans of the scene. 3-0 makers.
3-0, top seed in Group G.
I'll break the fourth wall a little bit. A lot of the pros behind the scenes, a lot of people that I spoke to, what a lot of talk about makers. The FGS Masters team that was.
I think the only time we saw them was in a Masters Cup, and
But they were amazing.
Didn't see much of them, did we?
No, we didn't. We certainly didn't. But
LAN is different. LAN is a different kettle of fish.
Principe is one of those players that turns up on LAN. He's got his headband on. He gets zoned in, and he's a loud player as well.
He's Mr. Makers, isn't he, Principe? Making his history back in 2017 in Madrid. Club World Cup winner last year. Let's not forget that.
Yeah,
Oli Bolly. However, Team Maker's got 2 teams into tomorrow's upper bracket. Building up nicely. Houston Dynamo. It's a coming together. Penalty, surely. Ruthless from Donnarumma. He came out flying through Mbappe. There was question marks over it. Would it have been a pen? Yes, it would. The animation looked a bit naughty. Up steps R9. This is to make it 2-2. We look across to Houston Dynamo's pod. They take their time on it. R9 steps up, scores!
Big moment potentially in this bracket placement matchup. Houston Dynamo slotting the penalty to the goalkeeper's left. And now halving that deficit just to 1.
Remember, win this, $10,000 guaranteed. That could call it a nicer run in the tournament, could you? Either way, it's a horrible game, really, isn't it?
No, there's no easy games, but you give yourself the luxury of being able to lose a match and still be in the tournament. That's the loser's bracket. It doesn't give you that luxury.
Alternatively, loser of this will go into the lower bracket tomorrow. We'll have to wait patiently for a team to come on through to play against them. Houston Dynamo back chasing this game, but still are a goal down. A minute on additional time here in the second leg. Cleared out of play, 45 minutes away from SPQR. Booking a date with Makers Sweden tomorrow. Have you been impressed of how composed they've been? This is their first official offline event. He's only 18, Felipe.
Yeah, I have been very, very impressed by the mental fortitude that they've shown, the consistency as well in the group standings, and also in their performance levels. I mean, they've made goals look really simple, but that's not because they've been given opportunities. They've just kept it nice and calm. They've played the space. They've played the opportunities that have arose to them. They've not rushed. They've not panicked. They're a threat in this tournament. They certainly are. If they win this game, they're in the winner's bracket as well. So they get, as I said before, that opportunity to suffer a defeat and still be in the tournament, something that a number of our teams that we've just watched right here don't have anymore.
Yeah, luxury that many other players certainly do not have. We lost a handful of them already here in the tournament today. This is our last placement match on the stream.
Just looking across. There's only a couple of games left to play.
Speaking of other games that are taking place, Carl Walker, what is going on? Surely just a couple of games left. We'll hear from him in just a second or two. We've got an attack to talk about just before that. João Cancelo does his best to come forward. He's out of position now. If Houston Dynamo can find a gap within that space.
They like to, for a slightly slower approach here, have Houston Dynamo, but these balls out wide are very, very dangerous as Pele, they let him have a free pass into the box.
Still with Pele now, finds Cristiano Ronaldo, who's coming late into this game to make his impact. Jude Bellingham, influential as ever in the midfield, little heel to heel, this is nice. Houston Dynamo cooking up a perfect attack if they can try and find that final ball. Ronaldo back to goal, he's onside. No, he's not, just offside, Cristiano Ronaldo.
I thought after that heel-to-heel, maybe we could have seen a shot open up. The space that Pele and Cole was trying to manipulate and create inside the box, but nothing came of it in the end, and SPQR defended well.
Yeah, they certainly did. Indeed, Hullet. Able to have a switch of play. As we said, there's full-time results happening all over here in our last matches here in the Team of the Season Cup. Carl Walker, what are those full-time results, please?
Well, let me tell you this. Crew Esports have beaten Team Neo 4-2. Dullen, Mike and Hensu, they didn't look like they were too pleased with that. Who would be losing that game, meaning going into day number 2, they will be on that losers bracket side of things. It's all to play for tomorrow. In the other game, though, Blue United, they managed to get another one back, making it 3 going into the final minutes. However, it was Kasse Esports. They were winning 4-3. They managed to hold out the final few seconds. They win that one. So the 2 winners from those games, Kasse Esports, also Crew Esports, they'll be happy going into day 2, guys.
They certainly will be indeed, Carl Walker. Chance goal! There's the bit of reaction we've been waiting for from XPQR. It's the first time they've been able to have a strong 2-goal cushion across these 2 legs. We'll see the goal back on a replay. Richard, talk me through it.
Yeah, the ball's played out wide to R9 Ronaldo. He just fired it into Kylian Mbappe. They almost gave him the space because they all committed to the cutback. It's such a tight angle, but he got his angles correct right there. He got the protractor out, he measured it up, and he said, you know what, I can sneak it in that gap.
And just to react to what Carl was saying there, a few of those results coming in. Crew Esports, they look very good indeed. They're on their way to upper bracket play tomorrow. Obviously, Levi de Weed and Oli Lito ending day 1 strong in the end after a penalty defeat that they did kick off with. And then, last but not least, Kasse Esports.
I turned it around as well. I think they lost their first game and then they picked up a couple of victories in the last 2. Obviously, from that group, the real big surprise and the big shock that a lot of people were talking about is Levante from Group G, obviously going out of the tournaments. Pool F is where Crew Esports, Heretics, Neo and Timbers were at. Kasse Esports just going about their business in Group E. If you're still in the tournament, that's all that matters. You want to be in the winners bracket. Obviously, the winners bracket is where you're at, but there's teams here who are capable of winning this tournament from the losers bracket. I'm looking across and I'm seeing Team Neo, for example, capable, more than capable.
Again, let's not forget, a good night's sleep, as cliche it sounds, go away, look back on a few games. The amount of times we've commentated tournaments, Richard, and someone's gone 5-0 in Swiss, and we're hyping about them and saying they're fantastic. They're coming to day 2, they lose first round.
Yep.
Back to goal, Alan Saint-Maximin, timed it red. That's not what you need, Houston Dynamo.
But the difference between finishing 5-0 typically in Swiss, then going into an elimination bracket, you lose, you're out of the tournament. You played well on day 1, you get rewarded for being then in the winners bracket on day 2 and 3. You have that chance to lose a game and still be in the tournament. Kylian Mbappe in for SPQR. He's dinked it over the keeper. 5-2. Game, set and match. Chalk it up. Felipe, he's cold as ice.
Felipe saying, get the celebrations out, get the celebrations out. I'm sure there's many Brazilian fans and all those involved at SPQR watching from Brazil now, cheering on their 2 players that are on their way to tomorrow in the upper bracket. They'll, as I said, book a date with Makers Sweden in the upper bracket there. It's not going to be an easy game, but that just goes to show, Rich, Alan Saint-Maximin had that chance minutes before. He timed it red, completely put it wide. Counter-attack, look at the space available, and Mbappe runs through.
But you are saying about SPQR, you are surprised with how composed they were. You were surprised with how patient they were. That's a perfect example of it. Didn't need to time it, didn't need to take that risk, just dinked it over the goalkeeper. Having the confidence to dink it over the goalkeeper as well is a completely different kettle of fish. And SPQR are playing very well right now.
Seeing Brazilians, Richard, that are quiet in FIFA tournaments. Don't get me wrong,
it's dangerous.
I love it. But you don't often see many Brazilians that are quiet when they're scoring goals and running away with a game like this. Could be a chance. Houston Dynamo building. Mbappe must score, must simply score or make something happen from this. A chance. Couple of ball rolls. Step overs on a plate. No, it's not. Ruben Diaz stands in the way.
Again, the composure did so well defensively. They clear it long and Mbappe's got the pace to get away. Well, so I thought.
Didn't have that acceleration there, did he? Tried his best to slow it down and bring someone else into that attack. There is numbers there where they're having to commit numbers forward. Houston Dynamo, Hakimi's brave. But 3 goals in 8 minutes. We've seen a lot of FIFA in our time. I don't think that's going to be happening.
Yeah, I don't think it will either, especially if they have to make it 4 goals in 7 minutes. Lionel Messi looks to add a cherry on top of a beautiful stacked cake here that SPQR have built throughout this day.
And look, it'll be as simple as this. SPQR and Houston Dynamo will be going through to tomorrow, day 2 of the competition, but Houston Dynamo will be starting in that lower championship bracket. They'll be waiting patiently for a name to fall down from the upper bracket. And then they'll be in elimination FIFA from the start of play tomorrow. Regardless, their big result, Richard, was the 4-3 against Levante. That saved their tournament. Elimination FIFA sent Paps the T and Maestro packing, and that was the only team that fell out in Group G.
Huge result, wasn't it? It gave them the tournament to then express themselves. They now know that day 2 is there. They know that, yes, it's going to be a loser's bracket, but they're still going to be in tomorrow, something that Levante, unfortunately, can't say they have.
To be honest, this man deserves a goal, Jude Bellingham. He's been so good today. Back to Lionel Messi on a play. Mbappe! Just that finish there, even. Everyone's thinking left bottom corner. Top bins, right top corner. No reaction still. They know it's a long road still in this Team of the Season Cup before they can get themselves into Championship Sunday. But they've done part 1.
It's a long old road, but they've ticked off their first mission objective here. Get through the groups. That is done. Added objective, finish in the winner's bracket. Okay, we'll do that as well. Now you're going to an elimination 2-legged bracket in which anything is possible. Anything at all is possible.
Yeah, against Makers tomorrow. That one will be coming. It's been an action-packed day here in the Team of the Season Cup. Upsets, emotion, a lot of celebrations. That is the final game done on broadcast. It will be SPQR that end day 1 with a very important win. And they will be up against, we said, Makers tomorrow with Oli Bolly and Optole in that all-important game. Rich, what a day 1 it's been. Overall, the emotion's been there. We're back at LAN. It's been a very long time. What an unbelievable studio setup we had. Pods that were full, 60 or 32 pods we had that were full. Now, slowly emptying out as players end their road here.
Well, we've lost 8 teams today. That's what, unfortunately, their road has come to an end. You can see all these names behind us. This one right here, Timbers Esports, yeah, they're not coming back tomorrow, unfortunately. They've crashed out of the tournament. It's such a ruthless format, but the 24 teams who have made it through, they'll be coming back tomorrow in a winners or losers bracket to try and make Championship Sunday.
One name that you didn't expect to play well today, that did play well today.
Makers Italy. I did not expect them to be as dominant as they were. 3-0 in the group standings, through to the winners bracket. One of the best seeds in the tournament. Fair play, I hold my hands up. Show me what you got, Prince Pay, in the knockout bracket.
And also, come on, Saf Goliath.
Absolutely.
Didn't see them much on stream today. They're on some of our backup streams. They also went through that winners bracket side, beating Atlanta in a penalty shootout after a 4-4. It's been an enjoyable day here from the commentary booth on the top stream for myself, Richard Buckley, of course, FIFA analyst, and Ryan Purcell. We're back for day 2, and for now, for the final time, it's down to Rachel and Mike.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I mean, they were just saying what a day it has been. It's been so awesome to be back here and actually get to speak to the players in person, get a bit of an insight in how they're feeling and go up and just kind of reassociate with them. It's been so long. It's like, oh, hi, guys. How are you doing? So lovely to see you. I think that's been a take-home from me about the insights into the game. Enzo with his notepad. I mean, if you don't know Enzo, he always has his notepad, always has his glasses on, always making notes for Team Falcon, of course, this time out. Mike, let's talk about your take-home messages. The guys there said, Saf, obviously the South African duo, the qualifiers, they're making it through undefeated tomorrow. Montreal, though, you were surprised at them as well, weren't you?
I don't think they were on anyone's radar in terms of the performance they had, being undefeated, putting yourself in a fantastic position to start out tomorrow. I'd also even go as far as saying Dire Wolves. I just like the way that they played. I feel they have a really good alignment and a game plan. They came out here a week early so they could start really scrimmaging against all the Europeans, and it worked, or it is working, and that's why they have this reputation, at least internally between competitors, saying you don't want that matchup.
Yeah, totally. So 3 qualifiers are undefeated and then 5 Masters teams. But let's have a look at that bracket then, which we're going to see played out tomorrow on day 2, of course.
I haven't seen this yet. Let's go.
There's a lot to look at here. There's a lot to take in, Mike Lavelle. Take us through a couple of standouts. I mean,
you can't go wrong.
Wow.
I want this Falcons game versus Dire Wolves. I think it's going to be closer than a lot of people expect. That's, of course, Dasari and Nightwatch versus the Wolves. I'm just going to start doing that. I like that.
Mike and Mark, you know.
Maker Sweden, even SPQR. I thought SPQR looked really good today. We just saw them beat the Houston Dynamo. Never doubt the Brazilians. You've got Montreal versus Crew. You have Excel and Atlanta United. That's all household names across the board.
And look at Fnatic there and Guild Esports. That's going to be super tasty. This is a lower bracket then, okay? So if you get a loss straight away on this, you are going out. You are going home. We're going to be cutthroat on day 2. Of course, the TBDs, they are the losers of the winner bracket because we're going to play the top half first, of course, the winner's side of the bracket. Okay, let's go across to how it'll look in the end, the semi-finals, and we're going to complete the lower side of the bracket, of course, tomorrow on day 2 before we head back over to upper bracket on day 3. Well, this is the schedule then for tomorrow. If you love today, come back and join us tomorrow. It's going to be even more fun. Day 2, April the 30th, 2 p.m. British summer time. We're going to be back here to do it all again. There we go. Day 1, let's just tick it. We did that. We completed it. We were back here together in person at a 2v2 LAN event for the first time in 2 years. We started the day with 32 teams. We now have 24. 16 are going to leave us tomorrow before 8 start day 3 on Sunday. Mike Labelle, what's been the highlight? I always have to ask you, especially when we're back in person and I can kind of stand this close and not get told off.
I think the biggest takeaway, especially if you were in-house, but even online, the pop-offs, the emotion, the passion, the superlatives, everything that's happening, the adjustments. I saw hugs, I saw kisses, I saw handshakes, things that I just haven't been able to witness. And how many times did you see in the commentary booth something happen behind them where they stopped what they were doing and said, turned around as if something happened? I mean, the room's been shaking, and it's just been a different environment, a different ambiance, and I'm so happy to be a part of it.
I'm happy to be a part of it too. I'm guessing you guys at home have loved watching it all unfold in person for the first time in 795 days. That's how long it has been since we've been back here in person at a LAN event. Guys, this of course is the Team of the Season Cup. It's the big one. We've had the best FIFA pairings on the planet come together, 32 teams taking it on to see who can be crowned the champions, of course, and take home $100,000. That's split halfway on day 3. That's why you're all watching. We'll get to see our champions on day 3. So much more FIFA still to be played before then. Mike Labelle and myself will be here all weekend. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
The FGS Team of the Season Cup is back in person and it's back live. I'm so excited. That's Tex doing Tex things. Take a bow. Big goal. Kante steps up to the mark, scores. Big win on the board.
What an incredible day 1 it has been.
You can see how stressful these games are for the pros. Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh wow.
What a day it's been here at the FGS Team of the Season Cup.